Oh, we're live on.
Are we live on YouTube and Rumble?
Yeah,
yet?
nobody's here yet, so it's fine.
That's all right. Are we? Yeah, just go live on all.
You want to wait until a couple more people pop on before you fade in? There's 7 people in now. Yeah. There's 7 people coming. You can go live whenever you want. We're ready.
We're ready.
Yeah, boy.
Where do I look?
You get into a different seat and you don't know how to do any of this anymore.
I'm in Toby's seat.
Yeah.
Hey, all. Welcome to CrossPolitic on the Fight Laugh Feast Network. So we're actually going to be live streaming for the next 5 hours with a bunch of pastors from our denomination.
Yes.
Can I get a little more ear on me? Or a little more vocal? I just feel, yeah, that's good. That's perfect. Thank you.
Say what?
You aren't hearing me? Yeah. Mic check. Got it. Are you guys hearing me in your headphones? They aren't hearing me in their headphones. They're off.
You guys don't know how to work headphones?
Help them out.
I guess they're pastors. They're not engineers.
Breathe.
Let me see here. Our producer just lost her job, so y'all pray for her. Pray that the Lord will provide for her another job.
Do you hear that? Okay, much better. So they didn't even get to hear the awesome intro music.
They didn't hear the music.
Yeah, so, what is that music? That sounds really good.
It sounded. I heard it sounded really good. So we're going to be live streaming this afternoon, actually, with a bunch of pastors from our denomination. We actually
what is the denomination?
CREC, Communion of Reformed Evangelicals, and we actually have council in our town happening right now.
It's kind of like the Southern Baptist Convention, like it's like a convention or a General Assembly, right?
Yeah, in a way.
Okay.
Roughly,
now, guys, these are microphones. So with a microphone, you want to talk, and you guys are supposed to be preachers. You know how to grab it. And Jesus said, "Come on now."
That's right.
Don't act like y'all don't know these.
And so the way our denomination is actually structured, we have presbyteries, which meet every year, and then on the 3rd year, council gathers, which is where basically 2 representatives from each church gather on the 3rd year in a location where a church in our denomination hosts it. So we're kind of our structure is kind of it's Presbyterian with the council. Is that fair? Is that fair enough? Yeah. So there's a little tweak that the council that the CREC did that typical PCA Presbyterian denominations don't have, where we have a council. Would that be fair to say? You guys
yeah,
agree?
I think so.
Okay. And so this afternoon, we actually, because all these pastors are in town, we figured we just wanted to live stream and have you guys on one after another and get to know you guys, your ministries, and what you're doing.
I want to say this too.
Yeah.
I've been at the Southern Baptist Convention. I haven't been to the General Assembly, but all these other these other denominations really do a great job of promoting their own denomination.
Yeah.
And I guess I've done a good job of helping the Southern Baptist Convention promote theirs, whether they like it or not. I've done a really good job.
That's true.
So I'm like, if we got our own people here, like, let's talk to our own pastors.
Yeah.
Let's talk to our own denomination. How many churches do we have inside the CREC?
I think it's something in the 120
120.
area. Yeah.
Oh, we're growing.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Wow.
How many
more coming? Do
you guys know how many are particularizing this year or have particularized?
That's a great question. I know of at least a couple, but I don't know an exact number. I know of at least like 2 or 3 that I heard about in one of the meetings today.
Okay, tell everybody what particularizing means.
Yeah, so just going through the process of joining the CREC and becoming a full member of the CREC. That's what it means by particularizing.
Right.
Okay.
So you can be a mission church of a particular church.
I just want you to
I gotta become a pro of this.
I just want you to sound good. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so you can be a mission church of a particularized church, which is just a member church in the CREC. And then after the mission status, you're kind of, now you are a full member, as Kendall said.
What does that mission status look like? Just
a couple of years, really. I think it's probably a 2-year process, I believe.
Yeah, we're still new. We're actually really young in the denomination. So we came in in the fall last year as a full member church. So
oh, so you guys are fresh.
Yeah, we're very fresh. So if we say anything that contradicts anything else,
that's right.
just update it later.
I was wondering why you were like.
Let's introduce them real quick, so everyone knows. So you guys are actually the pastors of the Shepherd's Church.
Yeah.
Where's the Shepherd's Church? What state? What?
Chelmsford, Massachusetts. So we're.
Oh, you're a Yankee.
Well, I'm originally a redneck, so
he immediately threw his hands up. He was like, I'm a distance myself.
No, we're 15.
I'm sure our people will appreciate that. You're basically saying, I have nothing to do with this place.
No.
You can't win this one, man. Just take it.
Oh my goodness.
You're like, we're Yankees. What's wrong with us?
That's right.
Yeah, by the Lord's grace, I'm in New England.
Okay.
There you go. By God's grace. Good way to finish strong. And so were you guys like Reformed Baptist, or were you part of a different denomination? Like, where did you guys come from?
My start, and you had very similar, but I'll let you speak to yours. My start was in a Acts 29, but very seeker sensitive sort of movement. And just over time, as I was introduced to the confessions and started reading them, falling in love with that, I was moving more and more towards the Reformation, regulative worship, and different things like that. So as I'm moving, the church I was at was also moving more seeker sensitive, more away from those things. And eventually, Derrick and I, we'd been friends for a while. We started praying about what a church plant might look like.
Okay.
And we started off Reformed Baptist at that point when the church was planted. The church
how Reformed Baptist? 1689
actually
Reformed
pretty loose, because we accepted infant baptism from day one.
Woo!
Yeah.
Because in our mind, how can we go against Calvin and Knox and some of these gentlemen who are much smarter than we are? So Reformed Baptist, but not full
really
on.
I think one of the things that we said early on was, or I said to Kendall, was like, because he was our full-time vocational teaching pastor. I said, if John Calvin walks through that door, brother, you're fired. So there must be a reason for, you have to be willing to accept Calvin's view on baptism, at least acknowledge that there's biblical merit to it. At that time, that was when we first started.
Okay.
And
we were already
definitely a transformation.
So were you already Paedo Baptist? Or?
I was leaning when we first started. It's so funny because we were doing all this, we wanted to really know why are we doing the things that we're doing? We wanted to be different than the seeker sensitive background we were coming out of. And we wanted to be very deliberate with our sacramental approach. And so we're reading these books, trying to have a more sound position on it. And in reading those books, I started to ask questions like, I think I should be baptizing my children. Like, because I still have young children, but at that point we were talking about like baby dedications. And I was like, absolutely not. I think that, but I wonder if I should be baptizing them. Yeah. And so that process started a little bit earlier for me. But it really snowballed for us.
The first time I ever heard the argument was from R.C. Sproul. That's the joke.
Yeah,
because he told me the week before that exact same argument that ended up getting me in.
Drives you nuts.
Is this typical of an Acts 29 church?
The seeker sensitive sort of style?
I mean, I'm starting to see that more now, but more of kind of the covenantal Baptistic understanding is they're mostly Baptist for real. They wouldn't have been where you guys were. So you guys were unique.
Right. Yes. We were we actually, when we left, our any Baptist affiliations, we had told the gentleman that we were doing, or we were accepting Paedo baptisms. And he said, you might be the only Baptist church that I'm aware of in the entire country that does that. I'm sure there are others, because I've heard from others that do the same. Yeah. But from his perspective, he thought it was like totally unbelievable that we were that we were willing to accept Roman Catholic baptism and other infant baptism, Presbyterian baptism, so on.
Yeah. So long story short, we came to the conclusion. I was reading a book by Greg Strawbridge at the time, and I just reached out to him on Facebook thinking, I'll take my shot and see if he reaches out. We had 2 multiple-hour conversations with Greg, and he was just so generous with his time. That led us down the road to CREC. We're like, we love this people. This is our group.
Okay, so do we want Bree to get us another cable? While we're
No, I think we're okay. I think we'll make it. Okay. We'll survive. If it gets worse, we'll have her rewire the whole thing.
So how long were you guys a church before you started like thinking about coming into the CREC denomination?
About a year and a half.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Year and a half, 2 years or so.
And then what? And so it sounds like because there's always like this one thing, there's that gets you down the black hole. It sounds like that one thing was more like kind of Paedo baptism. Is that kind of what got you going down this?
Yeah, that's definitely started
black hole where there's a lot of light at the end of it.
Right.
Is that how we say it?
We were already post-millennial. We were already staunchly young earth, and we were disappointed that a lot of denominations are weak on that. Yeah. So one of the things that we were looking for was a denomination that understood the beginning and the end of the Bible, because those two things are so important. Why would we trust them with the middle if they don't get those 2 parts right?
That's a good point.
So that was important for us. And when we were talking to Greg, it was like, man, this group are really lining up with our distinctives that the Lord's already been growing in us. So baptism was the gateway, but we were already growing towards the CREC in ways we didn't even know.
Right. And then I think what sealed it was the culture. I mean, once you get around other CREC pastors and elders, it's really the friendship, the brotherhood is just, we've never experienced anything like it.
Where was your first experience of that kind of brotherhood?
Monroe.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we were in Monroe.
We were in Monroe
Were you-
there.
yeah.
We were. I went to a place, smoked a cigar where you guys were at. You were on the other side of the room, so I didn't get a chance to talk to you.
He was
Oh.
admiring from the other side of the room.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before where a group of guys had fun together
Yeah.
and they were doing life together in that way.
Uh-huh.
So to me, it was incredible.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the topic that we have here, hey, by the way, if you're inside of the spaces and you're just sitting here listening and you haven't shared this or put it out there like, hey, or liked it, I don't like you guys. What's
Share
wrong
it.
with you?
Share it.
Oh, let me talk about this before we move on to the topic that you guys are really here for. I see a few people who are commenting. We are on Locals. We are on Rumble. We are on Twitter,
yeah.
both video and audio, and we're on YouTube. I got to say this, guys, social media is huge, and it's really important how you engage.
Yeah.
When you are on social media and there's a show or something that you like, hit the like button, hit the comment button, and comment, leave a comment there. The share button is the highest form of currency on the internet.
Right.
You're doing something,
And it helps us break the algorithm a little
that's
bit.
That's exactly where I was going to go with
Yeah.
this, is that the
Uh-huh.
algorithm is putting forth in front of you the things that you like, and it's removing those things that you don't like. And so the more that you engage with the things that you like, the more that you engage with good content, comment, like, it tells the algorithm that we should bring more of this stuff up and push the other stuff back. Now, even though you might not like the Dylan Mulvaney videos, the fact that you shared them, you're telling the algorithm that you want to see more guys dressed up
And
like
we know
women
you
wearing
did.
makeup.
Yeah, we know you did.
And a lot of people shared it. And they were
That's
like,
right.
why am I saying? And all of a sudden, you're making Dylan Mulvaney famous and
Yeah.
important when you weren't even trying to.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
So
right.
what you promote, what you engage with, what you like and talk, like just leave a comment. Good job. Thumbs up. Those kind of things really do help. Not just spread, but can actually teach the algorithm. So I want to say that. Okay. And then you guys, we got you on the topic here. I want to make sure that did we actually introduce your names? I don't
No,
think
we
Gabe.
did. Pastor Derrick and Pastor Kendall. Are you a pastor or an elder?
Ruling elder.
Ruling
Yep.
elder.
I'm an
Okay.
elder.
So yeah,
All right.
he's a pastor.
All right. There you go.
Nobody.
There you go.
So,
Yeah.
That's our new
Pastor
topic.
Derrick.
Yeah, that's our new
He's shepherding.
Okay, that's
He
what we're
is
talking about.
shepherding. Yeah.
Pastor Derrick, next
Yeah.
closest to me, and then Pastor Kendall. All right.
Yes.
Now you guys are both ruling elders, or you're
Teaching elder.
a teacher. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So the topic on here is operational stewardship in business and church management.
Yeah.
I always get a little nervous when guys from Acts 29 come in here talking about stewardship and
And
church
church
management.
management.
Just a little. I just want to tell you right now. I know y'all been baptized again. They did baptize y'all again,
No.
right? They didn't. So we just took y'all's baptism.
So I grew up nominally Roman Catholic, and when I became a
Get the
Christian,
rope.
when I became a Christian, I came to the faith in a Baptist church, so I did get rebaptized at the beginning of. But I was never an Acts 20. So
CREC
Kendall
got their own
was a
baptism,
staff
though.
member at an Acts 29 church. I was never staff.
Have you met all the other Acts 29 former churches and pastors here?
Wait, there's a
I've met a
bunch of them.
couple.
There's a bunch actually, because what happened is Acts 29 is in the process of kicking out all the churches who were standing strongly against cultural sins, and who weren't being winsome.
Wow.
And so, well, where do you go? What denomination is going to accept you who likes a little kick behind their cultural stances?
Right.
The CREC is the only denomination where you
Yeah.
can really go to where.
No, I think they need to be applauded.
Yeah,
Acts
I know,
29
100%.
I mean, the fact
Yeah.
that they're exercising some form of church discipline is really a good thing. I have never
Good for
seen them
them.
do that before. I
Yeah.
mean, at least they're trying, right?
Yeah.
Like, way to go.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are here to talk about operational stewardship in business and church management. Why?
So I put that topic down. That's one thing that is near and dear to me in a lot of ways, because I'm a business owner outside of the church. I don't work at our church as much as I do a lot of work in the church. My focus is externally, right? So I own and run a consulting firm.
What's it called?
It's called Reconciled Consulting Group.
Okay.
Started out originally as kind of a bookkeeping shop, but then I've over the years have expanded that offering to be really much more around operational excellence, right? For small business. That's really the focus. So I have a real passion for small business, particularly Christian-owned small business, because it's just so important as we.
Do you know Michael Lee?
I do not. I feel like I should, though.
He works with a business called Get Reconciled.
Yeah,
But it's like
It's such a good play on words.
but it's like a accounting firm too.
Yeah.
You know, that
Yeah.
reminds me of like,
That's funny.
I live in Idaho. Oh, there's another black guy in Idaho. You know, I wonder if you know him.
We turn off your notifications.
My wife was calling, so
Yeah.
she gets to call me. I don't care. It is off, actually, believe it or not.
But she gets
But
through.
she gets
Yeah.
through. That's
how
my
good.
wife.
That's right. That's how
Apple
good.
knows she calling. They let her through.
So you started Reconciled. What's your web address?
Reconciledconsulting.com.
Okay. Reconciled. And so you started off as accounting firm?
Started off as just bookkeeping. So, you know, managing the day-to-day accounting activity, but, you know, no CPA type stuff.
Yeah.
Started that 2017 and just working with small businesses locally to try to help with improving their financial operation. And again, kind of expanding over the years to make that a little bit more holistic and running a business that, again, just has this operational function that is allowing for an excellence overall for the organization, but also for their customers.
So once you get outside the bookkeeping accounting side of things, where do you go?
Financial strategy really is my main emphasis, but also developing a team that is a little bit more around project management. So could be around technology implementation and making sure that those systems are in place, right, to ensure good operation, and also that kind of long-term thinking from forecasting, long-term profitability analysis, things like that. That's a major emphasis as well. So developing the tools for people to be able to run their businesses with the information that they need to make the right decisions.
So I'm a small business owner.
Yeah.
I don't have the money. How do I work with you?
So it's a great question. So it's really, we try to keep it a pretty low barrier to entry because first of all, obviously we want to work with a lot of businesses. It's actually a huge benefit to us to have a breadth of different types of companies and even different industries, because that experience starts to really multiply as you add more, as you add other clients in those same industries. The friction to onboard those new clients reduces. So we try to approach it in a way of let's onboard people at that on those bookkeeping services. So we still offer that as a really easy entry ramp for people, for business owners. So the rates, I mean, I would say that to your question specifically, you know, I can't afford it. We try to keep the rates really, really reasonable. And, you know, we view it as a way to grow with business owners. So for people just starting out, we have, you know, special deals, special rates for stuff like that, and really have it be something that incrementally can help to grow with organizations.
I see why you came on here. You came on here so you can offer a commercial.
That's exactly right.
That's what I told him. I said, even if you got a business, I want to plug it. I want to talk about it.
Just
but I noticed you didn't ask, you know, Pastor Kendall over here what he wanted to talk about.
Well, because
I'm up first.
He's next.
Oh,
there's an order of service in
I
our
thought they were
liturgy here on CrossPolitic.
Okay, and so you decided to pair it all together.
But the why he's doing this is actually incredibly theological and important.
Why?
You have to answer that, brother.
You tell me, Pastor Kendall.
What is it again?
Business.
What, as far as operational excellence and stewardship? Yeah, I think it's so important. I think Christian-owned businesses are incredibly important as Christian communities, especially where we are in Massachusetts, right? Where there's not a huge community with that, especially the Reformed community, not a huge community. But we love seeing men who are looking to take dominion right around them, and they have certain skills and ability, and to look around them and try to figure out ways to master them, right? And so encouraging one another to take those risks, to put in the work, and to really try to build something for themselves and for their children, for their children's children. You know, I think Proverbs 13:22. Maybe that's what you were getting at, because I talk to Kendall about that all the time. But Proverbs 13:22 is so incredibly important to me. I know for my wife and I, it's like our central tenet as a family, right? A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. So it's that's something I want to support, right? That's something I want to make my life about supporting.
That's really helpful. So, you know, I actually I got a bunch of questions for you now.
Yeah.
I have a number of small businesses, startups, and my mom kind of does our books. So she's great. She's fantastic. She's underpaid.
Yeah.
Overworked. So how do you guys work with someone who, let's say, has got a number of small startups?
Yeah.
revenue's coming in.
This is for a counseling session
I
for
know,
Gabe.
I know.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'll just chill out. Just let me know. I'll go and find on social media. I hang out there until y'all are done talking.
Hey, and if people ask questions,
Gabe,
if you guys got
I see what this is.
Yeah.
Gabe needed a business meeting with somebody, and he's like, "Why don't you come on the show and so you can help me, so he doesn't have to pay for it."
And he just didn't have
And
the
get-
margins.
And he did. You know what? And
Yeah.
now, so we just gonna, I'm just gonna chill.
Hey,
Go ahead,
Yeah, the more
finish.
time you give me is direct correlation between how many free months of service.
Well, keep talking, Gabe. We need a lot.
Chris Brown on YouTube just drove through Massachusetts this past Sunday. What city are you guys from?
Chelmsford.
Yeah, Chelmsford, Mass. So just outside of Lowell.
Chelmsford?
Chelms.
Chelms.
Yeah.
Oh, just Chelms.
Chelmsford, yeah.
Chelmsford.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
like 20 miles north.
Because you guys kind of die on Ford. It's Chelmsford.
Just swallow it.
Like you just,
Chelmsford. Yeah,
yeah,
Chelmsford. Yeah, Chelmsford. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's how you would say it.
that's helpful. Okay, so back to my question. If anybody else got questions for Pastor Elder Derrick, please
Yeah, you
ask-
make it
ask
your
some questions.
counseling session as well.
But I'm gonna help
Why
them.
not?
I'm gonna help them here.
Okay.
So how do you because I got 4
Mhm.
different entities that all bring revenue in. And some significant, some not.
Mhm.
And Intuit, it's like I gotta have 4 different accounts almost with Intuit to manage.
Yeah.
each.
Yep.
How do you guys like work with that situation?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's systems that we have in place for that, right? So we can manage, our team can manage as many clients as needed,
Uh-huh.
right? So, and I do have a few clients that have multiple entities. And so we figure out, ways to, some of those are bigger than others,
Yeah.
right? And so
How do you charge?
Yeah,
all that
exactly.
stuff, yeah.
So you don't want to you don't want to just kind of go in with a cookie cutter approach. It's
Uh-huh.
really like, let's figure out what makes the most sense for the customer here.
Mhm.
But so it's easily doable, like from the Intuit perspective, QuickBooks Online, stuff
Yeah.
like that. The cloud capabilities are really strong
Yeah.
from an accounting perspective, from like business accounting.
Mhm.
So that type of thing is definitely doable, workable,
Mhm.
and making sure that every one of those entities is properly
Mhm.
being accounted for, so that you have the right information. Ultimately, that's kind of the way I like to approach the business too. Like, because a lot of bookkeeping is like, oh, it's just you have the confidence to know it's done right at a certain point.
Yep.
But we want our aim is to give you actionable information, right, on a real time basis, so that you have you're not like kind of waiting for the month end report to see
Right.
how you did earlier,
Right.
but you have
Yep.
you're a little bit more up to date on where things are at, so you can be a little more strategic each day.
Have you guys have you quantified what you've been able to save clients?
Oh yeah, I mean, we've done a few. It can depend, right?
Yeah,
So I'll start
sure.
with that. But
Sure.
we've done a few like special projects that we can, like, years worth of fees,
Uh-huh.
to my firm are paid for just from certain cost cutting activity that we can review, right? So you can look at, analyzing, volume is up or down, but our spending in these other revenue generating areas so let's say revenue volume's down, right? But our spending in advertising is way up. Like, let's identify what those things are.
Yeah.
Where are we spending on softwares, things like that.
Right.
So like simple exercises like that do help quite a bit, and doing them, revisiting them somewhat regularly helps quite a bit from a cost saving perspective. But obviously cost saving is only one part of it. And I would say personally, the more important area to look at is revenue growth.
Yeah.
And so really helping to help to identify the drivers of businesses, because every business is driven by certain activities.
Yeah.
Right. So if you do X, Y, or Z, it should lead to A, B, or C.
Higher sales over here,
Exactly.
over there. Yeah.
And that'll also result in other decisions you have to make.
How do you work through that with social media? Because it seems like to me, social media is a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
And so think about a company like ours who, we create a product, we put it out there, and we hope that people like it and they sign up, become club members. But it's not a one-to-one all the time.
Right.
And then
That's
people spend a lot of ad revenue trying to figure out how to grow their platforms, and it doesn't work.
Right.
Like, especially since Facebook has fallen apart. Facebook used to be a place where it's like, okay, I'm popping peas. I'm sorry. Well, Facebook used to be a place where you can go and spend money and like, okay, I was going to get this kind of return. It's not that anymore. And so the game feels like the wild, wild west.
Yeah, that's a great question. And
I thought so.
it was. I'm glad that.
Thank you for
it was.
noticing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So obviously you can't know what you don't know, right? So like, if it was so simple that we could say, if we do this, oh sorry, yeah.
No, you could.
There you go.
All right. If we do this, then guaranteed this is going to come.
Yeah.
Right. Then it would be easy,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Anybody could do that, right? Because
Right.
if we
Plug and play.
exactly.
Yeah.
But so there is nuance to it, right? So you have to really rely on the historical data, which is where the, some of the other financial management comes into play. We have to kind of look at, we've, a year ago we invested this much money in this particular, revenue generating activity, and it led to this type of return.
Mhm.
So we can expect a similar type of return if we continue to do that, or maybe there's something else that developed and we want to figure out, maybe we can now expect a change in that type of return, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
there's so many variables. So it's really based on, it's assumptions. Ultimately, all decisions every decision we make
Right.
is based on a certain set of assumptions.
Yeah.
And so that's ultimately, it's what we aim to do is to give you more data
Data
to
behind
back
it.
up those
Yeah.
assumptions.
So you guys do like basically a deep dive, a deep scrub into how you've been successful or where you've been successful at, and say, hey, these kind of things work for you.
Right, exactly. And then we can say, now looking out 12 months, 24 months, if we do these things here, or if these certain things happen, then we can expect to look like this 12 months from now. And so what other decisions, do you have to hire more people? Should you buy property or equipment, things like that? And trying to work through what those, from the company leadership perspective, what are the right decisions to make, given the assumptions that we're making as a most likely scenario.
Yeah, because everything feels like crypto right now, where it's like, or it's like, but there's no way you can trust and say, we know that crypto is going to go this way, because everything.
Right, you can make plans, and that's good, but those plans aren't guaranteed to come through, right? So we have to be wise about the way we approach it, which is why we always want to be grounded in wisdom. So
who are the people that are coming to you? So the people who have companies and businesses, who are you seeing because I'm guessing you're having to say a lot of times like, wow, that is unique, or that's a unique company that you wouldn't have expected. What kind of companies are you seeing?
Yeah, I get a lot of trades in our area. So so that's
like construction guys.
A lot of construction guys,
coming to you.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Is it because of my hair?
No, I'm wondering, like, that's typically not the case.
Yeah, well, you know what it is? The big thing is networking groups, things like that, just meeting people. Because small business owners, they're, so typically they're trying to do everything.
Yeah.
And
and they want to work with people they trust.
Exactly.
So they go ask their other small business friend,
exactly.
who do you work with?
Yeah. And so networking's huge, and just trying to get in front of people and let them know that it's a very reasonable thing that they're struggling with, right? That those things that's a normal part of growing pains as a company, that you feel the tension, but you start to hit that point of diminishing returns from your own capacity. And so the best way to deal with it, this is we're here at the CREC conference, is like Jethro's advice to Moses, and you have to delegate some of this work out and really look for more wisdom to come onto the team. Essentially,
you sounded Canadian when you said,
I know he did say.
You know what? He's been saying that to me all week.
He did. Yeah,
I'm from Massachusetts. I grew up in Massachusetts. So
Massachusetts got a little Boston, maybe a little, that Boston maybe could be a little.
I think that's what
Canadian,
it is.
And then,
I think that's what it is.
Minnesota or something.
Yeah,
it's like mixed with a Midwest thing.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, about that. Yeah. Okay. You had a question, Gabe. Because
Before actually we turn the corner to Pastor Kendall. You got two last names to me, like Kendall.
Taylor.
Never trust a person with two last names. What I was always told growing up.
Yeah, you're in the Presbytery with him. So.
Trump or DeSantis?
That's a good question. So,
and your company's gonna depend on how you answer that. Is be careful, man.
Yeah. If my dad and brother are watching too, they have a strong opinion on this. So anyways, I would this is a really good question, and I for one have personally over the past year or so tried to commit myself to not qualifying so much, because we live in such an overqualifying culture.
And yet you did it.
And yet, so I'm only qualifying that I'm not going to qualify. That's what I'm saying. And say that based on the current information, I would probably lean towards Trump, unless the recent things I saw, I haven't seen enough of it yet. I think I saw a clip about it, about him kind of apologizing for certain views on abortion. And in that case, I couldn't possibly support him. So essentially I think I probably lean towards the Don for now.
Yeah, I think it's I mean, to me, like every time President Trump gets re-indicted, I'm like, I'm a DeSantis guy, but I'm absolutely nervous of DeSantis's establishment relationships.
Right.
So that is a huge strike against him. When you got Bush, basically endorsing you and pushing you, I'm like,
yeah, that's a problem.
There's a problem there. But every time Trump gets, booked again, I'm like, kind of looking nice again. Anyways.
Yeah.
But
don't
maybe
know,
let's get into postmillennialism, because that's where this really goes. I mean, this is what encourages me.
Thank you for bearing with me, though.
Did we get into how you do church management?
So I think,
do you do church management as part of your company?
No, well, yeah, I do. So I do. Well, so obviously for our church, we do quite a bit of these similar principles. Yeah. And we try to incorporate a lot of these principles of trying to, not operate kind of blindly, but having a plan, having a strategy, and trying to think through what are the things that we want to accomplish and what's the best way to do it. Even and with limited capacity, like we're a relatively small church and we have one full-time pastor. And no other staff, right? So we only have so much ability to do some of the things that we want to do, because we want to build, we want to work to build a Christian culture in Massachusetts, and we really want to see, institutions kind of toppled and taken back for the kingdom. And so we have really high hopes, right? High expectations and ambitions for what we would be able to devote our time to, but we can't do it all. So we try to even incorporate that into how we make our decisions. What makes the most sense for where we are from an urgency perspective, from a capacity perspective, and all that. So
strategic and feasible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's good.
Post-mill. So did you grow up? What was your evangelical DNA? Did you become a Christian later in life, or were you kind of born in a Christian family?
Yeah, a little bit of both of that. So I was born to a Christian family. I grew up Methodist, but it was actually a fairly evangelical Methodist for the most of my childhood.
There's a couple Methodist New Englanders churches that are legit.
Well, this was back in North Carolina for me.
Oh, okay.
But it was a small little church that was in our neighborhood, and it was, like I said, evangelical for most of my life, at least what I knew of it. But went to a Christian school, and I think my mic went off.
No, don't worry.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah. If you back up from it, it will.
The noise gate.
Yeah. There's a gate.
It's called the gate.
Yep. So went into the military, just totally went prodigal in that way.
Okay.
And then as I'm coming back out, first Christian book I ever read was Left Behind. So that was sort of.
So you got your stuff together because you didn't want to be left behind.
Right. I was always looking for Nikolai Carpathia around every turn, So that was sort of the air I was breathing, and I just thought that was normal because everybody was talking like that, and it wasn't until later when I read R.C. Sproul's The Last Days According to Jesus that I was introduced to this concept of partial preterism that really was really intriguing to me and led to eventually me becoming post-mill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so at what point in your ministry were you post-mill when you started your ministry, or kind of a little bit into your ministry did you become post-mill?
I think for both of us we were ignorantly optimistic mill because we just didn't really we hadn't really thought through all of the implications of it. So we were already there, but categorically, confidently saying that we're post-mill, that was probably 4 or 5 years ago.
And so you're in New England,
right
next to New York and Boston and all. Like
somebody's asking where in Massachusetts is your church right now on YouTube.
Yeah, we're about 30-40 minutes northwest of Boston.
Right.
So we're like eastern Massachusetts,
on the border of Mass and New Hampshire.
Yeah.
What's your city? Say your city again.
Chelmsford.
Chelmsford.
CHELMS.
So Matt,
I'll find them.
Yeah.
What's
Matt
the website?
Chelmsford.
It's theshepherds.church.
Theshepherds.church.
Oh, you got that domain.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh man, that's a story.
Killed
It's
it.
a small story.
Killed it. Okay. And so New England's there's not very many post-mill churches up there.
Right.
Do you guys stick out?
All
like a
the
sore
churches
thumb?
up there are post-mill.
Of some sort.
No, I'm just saying they all are. They're preaching the gospel. They just don't know it. But they are.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway.
Jesus wins.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and our culture in Massachusetts is very post-millennial, of a secular progressive variety, because Massachusetts has always prided itself as being the beacon, like the light to the rest of the country. That we're going to lead
engineering, ingenuity,
pharmaceutical
innovation,
science, all of that.
Yeah.
So they're post-millennial of a destructive sort.
Yeah.
So that if we're the church not combating that with good, godly post-millennialism, what's happening?
Yeah. And we do kind of stick out. I think we have a few people, a few families who come quite a distance because they can't find any other post-mill churches.
Wow.
And the fact that they'll even express being post-mill to their, their current elders, like they're like, well, you're probably not going to fit in here type of thing. That's what.
Yeah.
So it's really it's
Wow.
it's been an
people-
interesting thing.
Can people who aren't post-mill go to your church?
Right. Yes.
Yes, they can.
Okay,
But
just
what-
making sure.
what they'll find is they will enjoy the optimism.
Yeah.
They will start growing and nodding their heads. We've seen people who are even dispensational or like, and their heart longs for Christ to have victory.
Yeah.
And the whole negative defeatism can only go so far before you're like, that's not what the scriptures say.
Right.
So let me just ask you guys in the next.
Is our Jimmy John's here?
Gabe is
Jimmy
hung.
John's here?
No, I don't think so. Not
Haven't
yet.
come in yet? It's here.
It's in the back.
Oh,
Of
you
Gabe
just
wants
bring
to
it
eat.
anytime you want.
So-
I'm saying.
Gabe's like,
Anytime
I
you
am here
want.
to
Business meetings during CrossPolitic.
Yeah.
food
Oh
during
no.
CrossPolitic.
Tell me, all of this is about Gabe. You guys don't know this, but everything we do, Gabe's like, I need to talk to that guy. I wonder if we can have him on the show. I get a free counsel.
That is
Yeah.
that is so
If you
untrue.
guys were talking,
I already offer a free consultation to all potential.
There you go.
what is the next 20 years look like? How long have you guys had the church there?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
All right. So you've already 5 years in. So the next.
So you
15
started
years,
as basically post mill.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah.
As you are looking for the community that you're serving in the area you're in, what does the next 15 years look like for you there?
Yeah. Well, you hear you hear people like Joel Webbin who say, move to the certain places where you can sort of build Christendom there. I actually think for us, we've had an exodus of faithful people who are moving to Tennessee or moving to Idaho or moving to different places. I actually think that one thing that we could see happen as our state continues to push the bounds of insanity, that it collapses faster than some of the other states. And we move in like the Israelites in Canaan, the vineyards we didn't plant and houses we didn't build.
Yeah.
So that's sort of what I'm hoping to see happen is if it's as abominable as it is, let's let the Lord collapse it and break it. And then the church be positioned to have hope to give at that point.
Yeah. And to put some legs on that too, I think one of the areas, like we have a lot of young families and young children. And so one of the areas we'd love to do to start that process of building is a school. Like that's
what I was gonna
definitely
ask
on my
about.
heart.
100%.
And for our session, it's really something we are really eager to start working on and to see developed in our community, because we need to be constantly emphasizing education of our young people.
That's right.
And helping them to be well positioned, because the culture around them is gonna try to seek to devour them, and they're gonna fail them. So we want to make sure that we're positioning them well.
And the reason I titled it "The Ethic," Postmillennial is an ethic for effective evangelism and discipleship, is because as we help people understand that this text doesn't mean what you think it means.
Yeah,
a little bit of that defeatism goes away. Like we went through Matthew 24 on my podcast. It's called the Prodcast. But
whoa, bro, we're not on here to do
Uh-oh.
podcasts too.
Like
now.
as
We
in
can do a
prodigal,
business, but y'all
as in
can't have
prodigal son, but
no, prodding God's people to righteousness.
PROD.
Yeah.
.com, podcast.com.
Don't have the website yet, but it's on Apple, Spotify, and all that.
Okay.
But
so
Prodcast.
Prodcast. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a pun.
But that I honestly started that to talk about these things in a way that our church could hear, but also would be impactful for the larger Massachusetts, New England area. Because as we were going through Matthew 24, that passage doesn't mean what you think it means, or Pentecost happening. That Joel 2 underpinning of Pentecost doesn't mean what you think it means.
Right.
And as you start giving people freedom to be joyful, they will actually leave church into the mission field believing they're going to be successful. And then we're going to see Massachusetts won to Christ. But if you send people out thinking that they're a bunch of lovable losers who are just going to hunker down until Christ returns, we're not going to build anything.
How do you speak to people? Have you guys been watching the whole Christian nationalist conversation going on right now?
Yeah.
I'm guessing you have. But there's another conversation that's happening in there that's really an attack against kind of post-mill theonomic Presbyterianism. And the part of the argument is like, you guys are chasing after this end of making Christ king of the world right now. Why not just live faithful lives like we're called to do, and then let the rest of it just fall out like it's supposed to?
Right. We're all living toward an end. You're either going to live intentionally towards an end, or you're going to live unintentionally towards something, and it's not going to happen. So,
because that's coming from the all-mill kind of optimistic.
People
optimistic, and some pre-mill guys, but most of the guys who consider themselves, because when you said, I don't think any of these guys would consider their position to be a loser position.
Yeah.
Right. And so they hear that and they're like, well, I don't believe that because I'm a Christian. And so
Right.
they naturally reject that kind of language.
Right.
But you're trying to make a distinction very clear between what you're saying and what they're saying.
Yes. Because if you have that sort of Jesus has already won in the spiritual realm, but there's not very little overlap in the physical.
That's almost Gnostic for the most part.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it is going to impact the way you live. Maybe not you, pastor, because you've learned ways around that and you're active in the kingdom. But when you tell the average person that, like, I love how Doug Wilson said, I never planted a shrub the same way again. And in fact, it impacts everything.
Yeah.
So when you give people the freedom to be joyful in their idea that we are going to win culture, like for instance, we do this thing called Pastor Story Hour. And we go into the public library because it belongs to Christ. It doesn't belong to the world. We read books about Jesus setting our gender. We read books about reclaiming the flag as the rainbow is that's God's symbol. That's not yours.
Fantastic.
So we do that. The culture hates that, but we're making a definitive statement that we believe you won't be around. We will. Christ is going to win New England. So
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
What is you guys' biggest challenges up there planning a church in New England, outside of the fact they all want to burn your church down?
I think some of it is in New England. I think it's a discipleship issue more than a lot of things, like high Catholic area. But the church that's tried to respond against that is either Pentecostal variety or it's seeker sensitive. We don't really have a Reformed presence in New England. So trying to teach, I mean, a lot of our people are growing in discipleship.
Yeah.
But people don't even know to look for a Reformed church because they just don't even know what that really means.
Well, it's funny when you say the charismatics, I'm surprised they're pushing back against a lot of the Catholicism because they share so much in common as far as cosmology.
Yeah, but it's cognitive dissonance. They don't actually know they share that.
Yeah, that was one of the things growing up charismatic. And by the way, my charismatic brothers, I love you to death. I'm just gonna keep it real. I'd rather go to a charismatic worship service sometime than others. I'm just gonna say it's legit. I don't know if much happens, but you're gonna walk away feeling energized for a moment. But there is, I've been in church services where the guy's up there who's got the handkerchief and he's anointed it with some sort of oil and he's selling it. I'm sorry, he's gifting it away to those who bring, $50, and there's a $50 bracket, and then there's another group that comes up that's $150,
right? And
the real blessing of God comes after the $500, and it's like, well, here we are back in the day, getting penance again and trying to buy our salvation all over again in the blessings of God. So,
and that's utterly hopeless because, like, my mother-in-law's passed away. She was a believer, but she was very discouraged throughout all of her life because no matter how much faith she had, she couldn't get over her addiction to this pill, or she couldn't get over this sickness that she was in. And she would watch these TBN shows and she would put all this faith into that. And it was just, it poisoned her as a person.
Yeah. Well, when you lose faith, God doesn't heal you.
Right.
You put money in and I'm not changing.
Right.
I'm not growing. I'm not healing. I keep giving money.
Right.
Is there anything after a school? So I know from what I've seen, the things that build an environment that is not necessarily saturated with the gospel, you have to have a lot of evangelism, lots of evangelism, but you also need to build those institutions. So you said the school is one. Is there anything else?
I think it's like a nuclear explosion. It's hottest at the center, and then it emanates out from there. So the center of it all is biblical, reformed, and postmillennial discipleship and evangelism in the church. That leads to godly men, godly women. That leads to godly families and marriages. That leads to godly parenting. And then it works its way out to now you're going out into the community, starting businesses and hiring Derrick. And then you're doing things in your community. So I think it emanates out from that center, discipling folks into a big sovereignty sort of theology where God is going to win, and then allow it to trickle out into the rest of the aspects of the church and then families and then communities, neighborhoods, and then countries.
As you, this might be just more of a business question for you, but I guess I would love to get a pastor's take on it too. The next 10 years are going to be real interesting, and not just politically, but I think financially, economically is going to be real interesting.
I hope the government shuts down for those next 10 years. That'd be great. I mean, actually, it'd probably solve a lot of our financial problems.
That's interesting. That's interesting. But I would like to know, what do you think is coming in the next 10 years? And as far as businesses, how do you think that they need to be thinking about it? Because this is where you're at. And I think I guess the same thing for kind of the families and the churches.
Yeah. I mean, it really depends, I think, on where, what type of businesses are in view too, right? So like large corporations, it's really hard to predict what they'll do because they go with the winds of the moment, right? They're very much going to have standards that are set by what they perceive the cultural requirements to be at that moment, right? So whether you have to be vaccinated or you have to have you can't have this type of position on religion or
LGBT
or
or whatever,
particularly around homosexuality and transgenderism. Like you can't have if you are even slightly open with those things, not only in your workplace but online, then your position with a large corporation can become tenuous. And so I could see that certainly developing more within larger corporations where that they kind of double down on that approach to their people, to their employees. And so I think from a more macro perspective on general economy and where the trend seems to be, I do perceive like more of a move towards localism. I like so many people really are moving. There's so much weariness of like AI, and like what the potential risks are there. But I see that there could be some benefit in that people do look more locally for even information because you can't trust. You never can trust what you got on the internet fully, right? But even more so now, there's less trust in what's out there. And so I think a drive towards localism in a lot of ways, I could perceive definitely being in the pike.
Chris Brown is asking on YouTube, what about residential remodeling businesses?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's as a
like what? Yeah, is it basically following up with my question? What's the play for them in the next 5-10 years? Well, 10 years particularly.
Yeah. It's a great question.
You know what, Chris?
Their first step is to call Derrick.
I was gonna say,
we could take a look at things and you try to
because every business is gonna have to be different, though, right?
Yeah.
I think right now, as tech is changing, particularly AI, I think everybody's afraid of the shuck falling off the corn.
Yeah.
That's it, right? Shuck. It says shuck, right? On the side of the corn. Everybody's afraid of that, and they've been so comfortable with growing up with. When technology changes, there's some things that just fall away, and that is okay, right? You don't have to be worried about that. You just figure out like, okay, what else do I need to do? That falls off. I think people have gotten really, really comfortable with the scaffolding on the side of the building.
Yeah.
And they think that it's there, the building is there because of the scaffolding, right? And it's like, no, it helped build it, but it's got to go away. When I was inside of I've been editing film for a long time now, but I was on the edge of as production was changing and we started getting computers. I was right on that new phase of that. There, I already just had a few years of leaving film and actually cutting it with the blade and then putting it inside and then clamping it down and doing the whole film thing where they're actually working with real film.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of guys that as the software changed, it became a software and you had editing studios that could fit in your laptop. There's a lot of guys who didn't go with that movement and lost their job because they couldn't imagine for a moment that would be the new phase. Nobody wants to edit on a computer. Who wants to do that?
Right.
Well, everybody actually want to edit on our phones.
Right.
And so it changes and that's okay. Right. And the people are a little afraid to let that go. Anyway, I'll let you go ahead and.
Well, that's such a good point. I think Christians need to be encouraged to be entrepreneurial and creative in culture. Just to finish, I guess, what you were saying. But for me, I think what I've noticed, and this is just my opinion on it, but I think one of the things that is bogging down so many Christians is this idol of winsomeness, that in order to be an effective evangelist or an effective person in culture, then I need to be well received, because if I'm not well received, then that says something about me and what I believe, and maybe I'm wrong. So the compromising that happens in that winsomeness sort of mentality, I actually don't think that we need to have that mentality at all, because it kills people's desire to share because they're already afraid that they're going to be rejected.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think you're being a little harsh.
Probably.
Because you come from an environment where that was everything. Well, I'm starting to see people completely reject being winsome. You know what I mean? Where
in the local church, and that's why I say, it's probably maybe anecdotal, but in the local church, I think that the saints, and maybe different in Idaho than it is in Massachusetts, but on the local level, I see that being
that's the judgment. That's like, you're not being winsome.
Right? Yeah. Or just sort of the guilt and shame that we all kind of, the residue that we carry that says, if I do this, someone is not going to like me. They're going to not accept me.
The fear. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that I agree with you on that. I think that we do a poor job of being winsome. You know what I mean?
Instead of winsome, wisdom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a persuasive. How about that?
Yes.
I think that we can be more persuasive.
Right.
But I think that a lot of times we have people who are coming from a cage stage. Like I remember coming from a cage stage. Yeah. And for instance, my mom, I kept coming from a charismatic background, was not a Calvinist per se,
Right.
but obviously believed in the sovereignty of God, right? And so instead of arguing her so much about Calvinism, I should just point out all the areas that she already was a Calvinist,
Right.
you know, like, you know, and
yeah.
I've learned that with my presuppositional apologetics too, is that
Right.
the presupposition apologetic understanding isn't necessarily for the other person.
Right.
It's for me to understand how to be persuasive to the other person because they already believe in truth because they're made in the image of God. So how do I use that?
Right.
You know what I mean?
I 100% agree.
Yeah,
with you
yeah.
on
I
that.
figured you did.
Yeah.
You know, because I said it. So,
but the downside of it, you know, like say, whatever the downside of that would cause people to go into fear of sharing. I think that's what I'm more reacting against.
I agree. Yeah, and I think too, there is, I think that then the same way that the flag has been hijacked, the rainbow flag and the rainbow itself, I think that people have hijacked persuasion and being whimsical. You know, I think that they've just completely hijacked it, and so now, you know, hey, you weren't being winsome, brother. Is it like a criticism of like,
right?
And that's made to make sure that you're quiet, that you don't speak up.
That's right.
And it was like, but was I right though?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of redefining of terms too, right? Over time, where I think that there's this huge emphasis. I think of the word like niceness, right? Like this kind of idea that Christians have to be nice and perceived as nice in all situations.
Right. Right.
Which I think is that would be nice if that could be the case, but that's there's no command for that, right? So I think, but I definitely agree with the point of like, because it's two sides of the same thing, right? We could say it in a negative way of don't worry about being like X versus you saying like we can become more courageous in our interactions. We can become more hopeful and bold even.
Because I think what they're really trying to tell you is don't have any sharp distinctives.
Yeah.
Right. Don't actually love something too much.
100%.
Don't actually be really, really in on this. And it's like, well, no, I'm absolutely in on it. I'm not changing that position at all.
Cheerfully and joyfully. So.
Absolutely. I'm post-mill theonomic, right? That's me all day. Presbyterian. I'm not changing that.
Right.
But go ahead.
You will finish your thought. I want to turn it a little bit
because they got 4 minutes and they got to go.
I want to turn it. I want to turn it.
Where are you turning to?
So we got a Pastor Grant Van Brimmer coming up.
Okay.
So another New Englander.
Oh, y'all know him, right?
Y'all hang around.
Does he go to y'all's church?
Y'all hang around.
He's in Maine.
He's a maniac.
Yeah. He's a maniac. So before he comes, we actually have a listener asking, why did you guys decide the CREC over, let's say, like OPC or PCA or, why?
Yeah, for me, it was simple, and you can throw it in as well. The beginning of Scripture is creation, and that 6 days being very clearly there, I think is so important hermeneutically for how we go, and then eschatologically how we finish. So if you don't have those two things right, then I really do wonder how you're going to deal with the middle, which, everybody would say it's about the cross, it's about the gospel, it's about.
So the OPC is waffling on 6 day.
That they're just not convicted enough to say that this is our stance. So you can be all the way from theistic evolution to young Earth creation
in the OPC. That's like acceptable.
Yeah. And there's different age. There's different views in between, right?
Yep.
So
the PCA too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the PCA, I knew there's a presbytery in Texas where this is probably 2014 or something.
I always expected Texas.
Where they had 7 candidates. I knew one of them. This is how I know the story. They had 7 candidates, and all of them took an exception
on 6 day creation.
On 6 day creation, except for him, my buddy. And so 6 candidates out of 7,
right,
were taking an exception on 6 day creation. I was blown away.
And that's not the only things that motivate us, but those two for me were really important because the bookends of the Bible. If you're throwing those out, then
Man, you're making it sound so simple, though.
Yeah, you really are. No, you really are.
For me, it was.
No, that's right.
All right, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I was just saying, in the positive sense too, the distinctives of the CREC, totally aligned with who we are, right? So the post-mill distinctive is huge. Even in the CREC memorials, there's memorial on Christian education, right? That this emphasis was.
That's right.
It just was. Yeah. It was almost too good of a fit, right? In a lot of ways. And then, like I said earlier, the culture, the culture being around the men really was the final point of like, what are we waiting for type of thing. This is the right place for us. These are like-minded men. Let's get to work.
Yeah. Amen.
Wow. Give
Man,
everybody the website
yeah,
again.
Yale's
and
Church
with the
website.
church and
Yeah,
your business website as well.
It's the shepherds.church, www.shepherds.church.
Yes, and reconciledconsulting.com.
I'm sorry, reconciledconsulting.com.
Yes.
The Shepherds or just shepherds.church?
The shepherds.church.
All right. We get 5% of everything you make.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Y'all go check him
Absolutely.
out. Y'all go get him. Go take your business there.
That's fantastic. Thank
All
you
right.
guys for coming on.
Thank you guys for coming. All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Can I get my Johnny, my Jimmy Jones?
Johnny Jim's.
My Jimmy Jones?
Y'all leave it nice for the
Yep.
other pastors coming.
You guys,
Thank you
keep hanging in there. We got another pastor coming on, Pastor.
at some
Grant
point, if you guys,
Van Brimmer.
if we see each other before you guys leave, I really like to know what fell off from the Acts 29.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure there's
Yeah,
some
thanks,
things that you're
Johnny.
still sanctifying.
I got a drink
Yeah.
too.
You know,
Diet.
I was in there.
Diet
I can
Coke.
tell it really quick. It was incremental. It was.
You can just say right into the mic real quick.
I became cessationist. I became
Ah.
regular. And little by little, I was like,
You started reforming is what happened.
Mhm.
I got it.
Thank you, sir.
Are other pastors here already?
Thank you. Yeah. Pastor Grant's here.
Pastor Grant.
Pastor Grant, come
I
in.
know Pastor Grant.
Sit in the chair.
Yes.
You got a little Canadian blood in you, don't you? Because I think I remember you talking with you when you were up in Canada. Yeah.
And then we left Canada.
You left quick. Who got 15? Is that Neil?
Hold on one second.
Did you
My
get
producers
15?
are trying to tell me something.
It doesn't. Here, let me see.
You want these off?
No, you can.
You
put-
keep one on. Yeah, you want to put one on.
And he said there's got a.
Hey, hold
buzz.
on. What'd you say?
It's. Hey guys, stick around. We got more coming.
Are they not hearing from him? Oh, that's not from that though. It's not.
It's
from
from that mic.
No, it's
It's
from
the
my. It's from my
cable.
side.
It's the cable.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from my side.
Thanks for intruding.
Yeah.
Nux.
Thank you. I'm not gonna.
I don't
I
really
might
hear it.
eat something. No, it's on that mic. I can turn it off from here.
Yeah. It's us, not you.
Oh, look at more people inside of the spaces. Let's check this out real quick.
All right, let's bring in Pastor Grant Van Brimmer, pastor of Christian Reformed Church in Oakland, Christian Reformed Church
Christ.
Oakland, and
Christ Reformed
Christ,
Church.
excuse me, yeah, Christ Reformed
You
Church.
better get it right, Gabe.
From Maine, Oakland, Maine.
Correct.
Where's Oakland located?
About 20 minutes north of the capital, Augusta,
Oh, okay.
right next to Waterville, Maine.
And so you said you were up in Canada for 6 months, and then you fled Canada.
Yeah, they don't like Americans.
They don't hardly like their
No,
own
it's-
people
no, it's-
either, though.
Lockdowns and it was tough. It was
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's your Jimmy Jones.
So yeah, short-lived. But,
So you moved up there to like plant a church. What'd you do?
to be an associate pastor. At a
Okay.
church.
And what church were you associate pastor at?
That was Crossroads.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you came down. You came down to Maine to plant a church now down in Maine, or
No, so right before I went to Canada, I had finished an internship at the CREC church in
Oh.
Brooklyn.
okay.
It was my last duty assignment in the Army.
Uh-huh.
So I did that while I was finishing out my time in the Army.
Okay.
And then there was a friend there with the Canada thing.
Mhm.
And then when we came back to the States, it was back to the CREC, back to home.
Mhm.
And they had an opening at the church in Maine.
Okay.
So
And
I'm the associate pastor up there.
how long has that church been around up in Maine?
Since 2001 is when they started.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right. So
Yep.
it's been a little established.
Yeah.
How many people attend now?
Between 60 and 80.
Okay.
And then wife, kids. How many?
Yeah, my wife Erica.
I know. I wasn't asking how many wives. I was how many kids?
How many wives?
How many wives?
kids?
How many
Yeah.
kids? How many kids?
3 kids. Erica and I will be married 15 years in November.
Mhm.
Hi, baby. You look pretty. And we have 3 kids. Lila's 13, Edward's 12,
Yeah.
and Nora just turned 10.
Is
And
it?
they met all y'all at Fight Laugh Feast.
When was this?
We went 2021.
Okay.
Yeah,
Second year out in
Franklin.
Franklin.
area.
Yes.
Yep.
At the farmhouse kind of setup.
No,
thing.
that was
No, it was Franklin.
no. Was it? No, 2021 was not Franklin. It
Uh,
was outside of Nashville.
Yeah.
In Lebanon.
Yeah.
Lebanon,
Yeah.
Goodness, golly.
Thank you. Franklin was the first one. Lebanon was the second one. That was like the farm in like didn't they sell the
It was awesome.
convention? Yeah. It was like, but it was supposed to be for like farm vehicles that came in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they
Yeah.
sold farm vehicles
Yeah.
inside that whole thing.
I
That's
like
what it's
that. That
supposed
was
to be.
fun.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
fair,
So where'd you go to seminary at? Kind of what was your Christian background?
So,
And training.
yeah, my wife and I were both raised Calvary Chapel.
Okay.
We met at Calvary Chapel Bible College in Marietta, California.
Okay.
And then it was actually there that a friend of mine became a Calvinist and totally cage staged on me.
Yeah.
And I was not happy about that.
Right. Never.
And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to go read up on this craziness he's talking to me about so that I can crush him.
Yeah.
I just became a Calvinist.
Who'd you read?
Norman Geisler, chosen but free. He's quoting James White and like, but the one quote, the Calvinist is just scripture.
Yeah.
And then Geisler's philosophy and all that stuff. I was like, I kind of like the Bible more than
Yeah.
philosophy.
Hey, we got somebody from South Africa listening. What's up, Garth?
Nice.
Yeah, Garth Thomas from South Africa. Good to see you, man. So after you became a Calvinist, what happened?
So then graduated, we got married, and then it was just provide for the family. So I ended up joining the Army as a chaplain assistant.
Okay.
And we just kind of grew in our faith through that whole time.
Mhm.
And then 2017, my wife and I became convinced of pedobaptism.
Look at God.
And
Won't he
then
do it?
I will I'll leave names, locations, denominations and stuff out. But I had a pastor, so I was talking to him about entering the ministry. And he said, well, if you're going to do ministry in Presbyterian world, you need to know what federal vision is. And I was like, oh, I don't like it. He's like, you need to know. And so I went and looked it up, and then I was like, I don't see the problem.
Dude, what is federal vision? Because I don't know.
Just calling your kids Christians.
Oh, well, in that case, I guess
That's a great summary.
They got some Baptist federal vision guys too, because some of them are starting to do that now too. Gabe, you're just gonna chow down and just start tearing it up.
Dude, it's lunchtime.
Well, he's not playing.
No, sorry.
So
Grant.
I see. What do they have on here? The covenantal worldview in the home, state level abortion ministries, etc. That's what you're here to talk about. So I want to talk about the Army a little bit first before we jump into that, because how long did you serve?
10 years.
10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and when did you get out the Army?
End of 2020. Basically.
So you were right there while the whole COVID thing started.
Thank the Lord, right before they started mandating. And I got friends now who, I mean, they either got really pressured into receiving things they probably didn't want.
They didn't threat anybody. We didn't threat anybody. They didn't pressure anyone.
And then I have a lot of friends that they bucked it as much as possible. They just dipped and kind of dodged being forced to do that. And they managed, eventually they took it back, right? They took back. So some of them are still in and managing, but
we see COVID and we see what happened with that whole with the whole vaccines and the forced vaccines and all that stuff. But it seems like that is just a pimple of a problem that has probably been going on inside of the military for a long time. And we see that with the fact that they're having a really, really tough time recruiting right now. So what has changed, you think, in the 10 years that you were there? You're in the process of it changing. What has changed, you think, that is kind of leading to this lack of recruitment inside the military?
Well, while I was in, because even then it changed a lot. And when I got in, kind of the old hats that had been in already 10, 15 years were telling me, oh, it's changed even since when I was, whatever. Yep. And if your eyes are open, you see, because every year it's, like the DEI is the thing now, is what they call it, but they weren't calling it then. But you really realize I'm a social experiment. They're just seeing how this works. And you don't have a choice because you signed a contract and you just got to do what commander says. And so sit in this training. Well, I don't want to. I don't care if you don't want to.
Yeah,
you're just a soldier under my command. So, you give up a lot of freedom when you volunteer to go into the military, and they just take advantage of that totally by putting females in units to see just what happens, to put them through training, see what happens. It's just,
Well, the guys, so they had they were putting through females at that time too, just right into the units.
Yeah, so my first unit was 82nd Airborne Division, which is predominantly all men for a long, long time, just because the nature of the deployments they get and operations and stuff that they are tasked with. But like they would just randomly put like a female on the command staff. So not really down with the grunts yet, but they would just sort of slowly, or like our, a combat battalion is still going to have a support company. So support jobs, you just slowly started to see the females show up in there just to see it's
like dropping a rabbit among all these dogs.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
So then would you recommend that a young man go and join the military right now then? Knowing how things are going and where it's headed?
I don't think I could in good conscience now.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Just the possibility of what you might have to do, or at least say, go for it and try to, benefit from it if you really, but know that you may need to take a stand and then it's over.
Right.
Like that fast. If you buck, so I was a chaplain assistant and they're encouraged, the chaplaincy is encouraged to be pretty pluralistic. I could kind of get out of that because I wasn't the ordained licensed person. I was just the one that like set up the chairs.
Okay.
Okay. And so like, I didn't, some Muslim, Buddhist or something came to me and tried to get me to help them. I purposefully dodged it and did not help them. I couldn't in good conscience. But I knew
set up to worship a false god.
Yeah, I'm not going to help you in your rebellion against the true
all the
and living
chairs
God.
might be broken that day. I'm just going to tell you right now.
But whenever that happened and that, that kid left my office not receiving any help, it wasn't like confrontational.
Yeah.
But if he was smart to the situation, I could have had an EO situation. You didn't provide equal opportunity for.
So you guys got a lot of DEI training too. Then did you? When did that come in? Towards the end of your 10 years? Or?
No, it was all the ways there.
Oh, get out of here!
It steadily got worse.
Okay.
Oh yeah, every year it's mandatory. You sit through equal opportunity training, sometimes quarterly.
So we're at 2013 then.
Yeah.
2012. This is already heavily in there.
Yeah.
We act like this is new all of a sudden. Like, oh my goodness, the woke stuff is in there. It's like, no, it's been in there for 10 years.
Yeah. Sexual harassment training, and they walk you through all this stuff. And it's the whole time.
You're gonna have to cheer me up. So let's talk about the covenantalism in the family.
Zach Dow, you're from Maine. Why don't you put in what city you are in from Maine?
Yeah, Zach Dow.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing. Yeah. Any pastors coming from North Carolina? Any churches planting in North Carolina? Bree, we have any pastors come from North Carolina?
You don't know?
I guess it's time to start a church there, huh?
There are two CREC Waldoboro, Maine. Waldoboro, Maine.
Don't know.
Yeah.
That's what
Never heard.
That's what Zach says. Waldoboro, Maine.
How far from the capital?
How far from the capital are you,
Waterville,
Zach?
Yeah.
We do have, I think, 2 or 3 CREC churches in North Carolina.
There's 2 and a church plant.
And there's a plant happening. Where's the plant happening?
Boone.
Okay.
Mid-coast area.
Yeah, Boone. I know those guys.
Yeah. But in Cary, there's one in Sand Hill, Pinehurst, Whispering Pines.
That's Robert Borton's.
And,
okay. And all those boys out there.
Zach says that it's mid-coast area. So
mid-coast. Okay.
So if that helps out at all. All right. So we have a covenantal worldview in the home, state level abortion ministry, etc. Covenantal worldview in the home. Why that?
So when my wife and I, so can I plug our podcast?
Please, absolutely.
You're here, bro.
Yeah.
All right. So okay, before I plug myself, the Pub app is awesome.
Thank you.
Hey.
So let me, and I'm
you
gonna
can
tell
plug
you
whatever you want, brother. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you. So listen, y'all.
Yeah.
Listen, y'all. Go make sure you get the new app and all this kind of stuff. Okay.
Preach up.
Here's amen. So your old app,
yeah.
I had to log in every single daggum
time.
bro,
we ain't talking about bad stuff.
So when you updated it,
so good, bro.
No, but
forget those things that were behind and move forward to those things.
That's what I'm trying to do. So this will go back. This will go into the covenantal memory in the home. Okay, but then the new app, I downloaded it. Right, I listened to you guys, and then I was still logged in. I don't have to log in every time. Listen, these are little things. But they matter, right? Every time. I know. I want to just pick up where I was at the last time.
Well, thank you for being patient with us, because when we started our app, the first app, our goal was to make sure that we wouldn't be canceled off of YouTube so much. We weren't even trying really to do an app. It's like where we have our stuff.
Through a valley for a minute.
YouTube was great for us when we first got on YouTube and started talking. Well, let me
So
say,
good.
at the beginning of 2020, before the pandemic, we were doing great on YouTube.
Yep.
During the pandemic, from March, April,
For like the
May,
first
and then would you say
month and
to
a half or
June?
something. We were
No,
doing
we
well.
had
Yeah.
March, April, May.
Yeah.
Then would you say to June, and then we started seeing a collapse of our on YouTube. It was good, and then YouTube shut us down because so many people found us because we were the only ones at the time that was talking and opposing the pandemic from the very, very beginning.
Yeah.
And so after they got caught wind of us, YouTube did anyway. They just so anyway, I interrupted you.
Yeah. So anyway, go get the app, guys. It's great. So
Yes.
my wife and I do a podcast called The Reformed Reset. You can download it in podcast stuff. We're also on YouTube.
It's like the Great Reset, but reformed. Reset.
Dude, it just took me a minute to recognize who you were.
Are you serious?
It took me a minute. Yeah, because I share your podcast.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I
Okay.
met you and your wife and your whole family at the conference. I remember now because I hung out with you guys. I actually forgot talking to. Stopped talking to you and started talking to your kids.
Yeah, you did. No, they talk
Took
about
me a
it
minute
now. They love it.
Yes.
But they so on YouTube it's Take Hold Studios. So go like, subscribe, share. with your friends, all
it's
that
a
stuff.
good podcast.
But we a couple of things. The reason why we started it was we had a lot of friends asking a ton of questions about the Bible, theology, and everything. And we were like, I don't have enough time. But what if we recorded a podcast and got this out? And our friends were like, that'd be great. Do that. So it started there, and then we became Paedo Baptist, and then we really like covenant theology. We became postmillennial, and all this stuff just sort of.
You guys weren't Paedo Baptist when I met you, though, were you?
We were.
Had you moved? Okay, you moved that way. Okay.
Podcast started 2017. So
Okay,
we've been doing it for quite a while. And so then the just covenant stuff, right? It just starts to color everything, and everything kind of comes to new light. It's like HD. And so like a covenant, and I really attribute a lot to Pastor Doug and his writings to help understand some of this, right? Like he'll point to Job, who recognizes my kids might have sinned, and so I need to make a sacrifice, right, to cover them. And
that changed your prayer life real quick.
Yeah,
that verse.
That's right.
How you pray for your kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is about like a self-conscious covenantal home where a father who we love, patriarchy, you're the head of the home, you're all this kind of stuff. But what that does is that does not give the father the right to now dictate. It gives him actually the right to die. And so he leads in the dying because Christ, his rule came after his death. He died and then rose again and then ascended, and then he's able to rule as king.
That was
like
Adam's
now.
What's Adam's supposed to do? Going back to the beginning, that was Adam's job in the beginning, right?
So I just love encouraging that covenantal consciousness in the home. So when the dad comes home from work and there's toys everywhere and the kids are screaming and like you have this picture, and
you get on your wife for that.
Yeah,
right?
or
you get mad at her and like, why are the kids screaming? Why is it messy?
Why is there a mess?
Yeah.
Like I can't come home to any peace and quiet. I can't believe this. And what did Christ step into though? A mess, right?
Speak for yourself, man.
He came into this world. He could have come into this world and went, man, y'all a mess. Why can't y'all have some peace and quiet around here for me?
Yeah.
But no, you die. And so you take, and this is James Jordan, right? The covenant is that God takes hold of something and he breaks it apart. He took us in our sinful state, broke us apart, and then puts us back together and shapes us and forms us to the image of Christ.
That's right.
I see you about to preach. Go ahead. I got you. I got you, brother. Go ahead.
That's right. Testify. So dads come in to the mess and go, sweet. Work to do. Let's break this down. Rally your troops. It doesn't mean you're a doormat or you come in and say, I do everything. No. Let's bring them in. We got good works to do here. So rally the troops, get the kids around, take responsibility, and you're breaking stuff down to then rebuild it in the image of Christ, right? After, so thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That's really what you're doing covenantally. And then the other thing, there's two other things, covenant fruitfulness, right? So why the covenant is not static. Covenant fruitful, like Psalm 28, we love, right? Your wife is a fruitful vine. It's not just about kids. You are meant for your wife to bear fruit, but then also your kids as olive branches round about your table. The growth is everywhere. And we love to talk about historical eschatology, but there's personal eschatology too.
Oh, tell me about it.
Well, James 1, for instance, tells us your trials were so that patience will be made perfect in you, so that you'd be complete, right? And then
I like that personal postmillennialism. I like that. I'm gonna steal that. Let me write that on down. Go ahead.
you got that. So, and then a verse we all know too, 2 Timothy 3:16. All scriptures is God breathed and given for instruction and rebuke and all that stuff, so that the man of God is equipped for every good work.
That's right.
Right? There's an eschatology here. So the relationship that God has with us, that I will be your God and you will be my people. Right? That's always that covenantal. It's like a motto almost. You find it all throughout the Old Testament. You find it in Revelation. I will be their God and they will be my people.
So why do you call it personal postmillennialism and not like sanctification?
Well, it's essentially it's very, very similar.
Yeah.
But to see that it's not static, it prompts you to action. You keep going. And the fruitfulness part of it too, and this is one of the blessings of being a pastor. Like over the course of the last year or two, you can see certain families struggling with a kid. Whether it's in worship and they're trying to, their kid, they want them to pay attention or whatever, or just basic being little sinners, you know what I mean? But then they know their covenantal duty of raising that child up in the way you should go. And then you encourage them, be faithful. The fruit will come, And then a year or two later, you're watching that kid. You're like, look at him. Like, you see him grow. You see that is not the same kid 2 years ago. And I mean,
that's really good. That's really, because you look at that, and I'm going through that as a father, and you like, that had to be God.
That's right.
I know. I was working. I couldn't do that.
That's right. Yeah.
God had to do that.
The kids at home, right? When the most struggle's there, and then you get out in a social situation, and someone asks your kid a question or something, and you're like,
please.
And then it comes out.
Remember who you are, boy.
Yeah, but then they do, and you're like, man, God, you're so good that you can. But that's that fruit that you're working on, and that's because of covenant, though. God wants to continue to bear covenantal fruit in the home. And one of the other ways we could do this is to develop a covenantal memory in your home. So we have all these Psalms, like Psalm 105, 106 are fantastic. The end of book 4 in the Psalter. And it's just going down the list of stuff God's done.
Come on now.
For his covenant people.
Come on now. That's good.
So develop that with your kids. Just bring it up. Remember when God provided for us here? Remember when God took care of us? Right? And just do that. Just develop a covenantal memory. So that way when materialism, sinful temptations come up, they remember, no, I'm not going to leave my God. Look what he's done for me.
Yeah.
He is my God and I am his. And
that's really good. And one of the ways that I've been trying to do that in my house, I think there's a closer to you. There's 2 levels of that. There's the covenantal realities that are immediately close to you. So the stuff that your family itself is going through, but then it's also the covenant realities that are further away from you. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, right? The children of Israel. Noah, and so you start attaching, for me, it's been to attach my children and say, these are your forefathers too.
Right.
Look how God has moved on their behalf. Look where they were faithful. Look where they weren't faithful, right? Don't be like them in this area, right?
Exactly.
And I'm thinking, was it 1 Corinthians 10 where Paul said, don't be like your forefathers.
Yes.
And I want to tie that to my kids and say, this is all of your history too.
Exactly.
Right. And God has worked for us just like he has worked for them in this way. We ask God for this and he blesses, and look what we have. And this is one of the things my wife and I have tried to do, is to be very honest with our children about where we're at, what we need God to do for us, and to be very specific about our prayers so that everyone in the house can say, Daddy, look what God did for us. He answered our prayer, so that they can see it too and see the hand of God working in our lives. That's really beautiful, brother. The other thing I want to say, and jump in here, interrupt me anytime you want, was that when you were talking about a man coming home to his house and that he gets upset because it's not what he wants, right? And I think every guy who is married and has kids knows what that is, right? And married women knows what that is like too, because they hear that car come up. They're like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. he ain't gonna like this. And kids, I remember being a kid and remember, oh my goodness, my dad just drove him in the driveway. Do I have everything? You know, and there's a fear of what my dad is gonna think about versus wanting to see him and run to him and say, Dad, I missed you all day. Thank you for working for us. And so his lack of leadership in the home created a fear of seeing him rather than a joy of seeing him.
Right.
So that's one thing. But the other thing is when you come home to your house and your house is like that, yes, take responsibility, but also reflect for a moment and say, what am I doing? That this is a reality. Because there's things my wife would come home. I'd come home and I'm like, babe, I thought you were gonna go grocery shopping today. And she's, I tried to, but your kids.
Your kids.
Yeah. And I was like, no, you right. They mine. Hey, what y'all do?
That's right.
What y'all do? And I come to find out was that they weren't listening to their mom. And so I had to say, well, man, am I listening? How am I communicating to my wife that makes my kids think that this is okay? And so I said, okay, guess what we're gonna go do? We're gonna go to Walmart right now. And I took all the kids to Walmart. And as soon as we got in, everybody broke. Like we said, all right, break in the huddle there. Bing! And like three of them, we only had three at the time. I was split up. And I was like, oh, I haven't discipled my kids on how to, okay, you put your hand on the basket. You stay with us. You don't walk around the store. And so we had a cycle of they break off. I go grab them, go to the bathroom, get a spanking. We're going to try this again. All right. And I had to disciple them on how, and I wasn't doing the work. And so what I was seeing was a reflection of me not being a good father and not loving my wife and not loving my kids. And so I was seeing it all spilt out. There was no food in the fridge. That's your fault.
Yeah.
You got to take your responsibility, right? You got to take responsibility for that and do the work that needs to be done for that to take place. Right. And the first thing you do is repent. Like, okay, Lord, obviously I messed up somewhere around here.
Yeah. The head's relationship with the father is going to directly impact those underneath that head. So, and it's almost, and you probably would agree with me, it's almost mysterious sometimes. Like you repent of some sin and you maybe didn't even have to go tell them, hey guys, daddy had to, right. But you just get right with the Lord. You're in a good spot. You made sure you're in your Bible. You're doing what you need to do between you and your father. And then just as a father, God's just good that way. That covenantal reality just plays itself out. That's right. Because now you're walking in confidence in the sovereignty of God in your life and that it wears off on it. It influences them.
That's right.
If you're anxious, you're worried, you feel guilty or something, that's going to immediately rub off on them too.
So we got a couple more minutes left here. We got San Sanich coming in.
Nice.
San Sanich is from Ukraine. Is San Sanich already here?
Is he here yet?
Is he from Carter? Let me check it real quick.
Okay.
I mean, Carter.
Let me see if there's any questions on here.
Out,
Chris Brown said, "Ouch." Yeah, fix it, Chris. Get to work, Chris. Thanks, guys. Greenville.
I don't have an email from. Do I have a text from him?
No, I want Jimmy John's. I haven't even begun to eat mine yet. I don't want to eat in front of.
Subscribe to Take Hold Studios.
I was going to ask you. Go ahead. Give us.
Yeah. So if you go to takeholdstudios.com, is just our basic website, but our most content is just on YouTube. So Take Hold Studios is the channel. The Reformed Reset is the name of the podcast, though. So please go subscribe. My wife and
the church.
Yep. So Christ Reformed Church in Oakland, Maine. We'd love to have you guys come visit. CRCMaine.church.
So CRC Maine.
Yeah. Christ Reformed Church Maine.church.
All right. Hold on. I got a question. Gabe, what are you doing?
I was going to ask one more question. Yeah. Carter didn't go inside and try to find him. He just parked out on the curb.
Oh, this is a good question.
I think that's what Carter did.
I gotta.
It's like, Carter, I know you're listening. You need to figure this out yourself, boy. This is what a producer does.
Wow, this is getting correction.
I know.
I'd hate to be your son right now.
It's like, this is what a producer does. You find San Sanich and you go get him.
Somebody's asking, what do you do when you learn the covenantal relationships as a grandfather and you've already blown it with your kids? That's a really good question. I'm going to eat now and let you answer all that one because I don't even want to say nothing about them.
Well, I mean, there's forgiveness and grace, of course. Yeah. I mean, seek the Lord to make sure you're right there. I wouldn't go reconcile, go own up to it.
Yeah.
My parents were not covenantally conscious, or, Calvary Chapel, basic, dispensational, Bible believing, loving, and all that. And they weren't perfect. They actually live near here. I was able to visit with them yesterday.
Oh, fun.
And they're in Hayden up by
Yeah.
And I was like, I think Mom and Dad, I think you'd agree you're not perfect. They're like, well, yeah, of course. I was like, but thank you for the Christian foundation you did give me.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I can't really attribute it to anything else but my parents.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so you've blown it. Just, I mean, I don't know. You can go to the Lord and seek forgiveness, and then see if you can reconcile and at least own up to it, because that'll still speak volumes.
Yeah.
And those covenantal bonds are not gone. Maybe you executed on it poorly, or
just because you didn't recognize them doesn't mean they aren't there.
Right. And if they're still around, that might be a huge plus for the relationships. And if this is, so he said grandfather, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, you're going to affect your children's children if you do that, and just go own up to it and say, you know what, can I share something with you? I should have done this better, and I know this is way in the past, or just bring it to the light like that. It might do a lot of good.
And one of the things that I've had to, so growing up, my dad has been not a good father at all. So my mom, great mom, godly woman, feared the Lord, and I learned great things from them. And so there was, I'm always grateful for them.
Right.
And but one of the things that I've learned being here in Moscow is that God takes you where you're at. Right. And so at the point that you come to repentance and to know that you need to repent, there is so much that you start seeing that you just didn't do right. Yeah. And I think we look at that and become overburdened by it, instead of saying, wow, I have vision now.
Mm-hmm.
God has given me vision that I didn't have before this moment. Thank you, Lord. Right. Thank you for this opportunity, because now you know the things that you need to do right.
Yes.
And you know that because God has revealed it to you. And if God has revealed it to you and bring you to a point of repentance, will he not also restore?
Yeah.
Right. And so now you have the Spirit who is working in you to do those things. Go do them. And grandfathers have such a huge impact on their grandchildren. Yeah. I mean, it's just amazing impact.
Right.
And a little bit I thought about Paul, who's like, I'm not even worthy to be called one. I've come late, and yet I'm doing all the work. Like get busy.
Yeah. No,
you know what I mean?
And that's, so go forward, right?
Yeah.
Today you have good works to walk in.
Amen. Amen.
So ask God, what is it today? What is it today, Lord, that I need to walk in? Just, forget that, ask forgiveness, repent of it.
Amen.
And then step forward, just saying, God, just show me what it is today. Right. I'm going to plan my way, but you direct my steps.
Amen.
69.
That's right.
So Sansanich, I don't think he's gonna make it. I don't think he's gonna be on time. But
cool.
So we aren't gonna do Sansanich, but is there any pastor who in our audience who's not
is that
scheduled?
Sheffield
Is that Greg back there?
Oh, Moats, what's up, man? Dude,
Moats,
jump on in here.
Is there any pastor?
Dude, jump on in here. Moats, what
Grant,
are you doing?
Thanks so much for your time,
Yeah,
man.
thanks, guys. Take Old Studios.
Where you at,
go subscribe.
We didn't say you can go anywhere.
Well, he's telling me to leave.
Oh, you told him to leave?
We're gonna get someone who hadn't scheduled. Okay, give him a chance.
Well, Moats, come on in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What's your
Studios? Give him the link again.
I couldn't even recognize.
Take Hold Studios. Go subscribe on YouTube.
Take Hold Studios. Okay.
Yeah, Take Hold. It's that covenant. You take hold, break it down, remake it.
I've shared you and your wife's podcast a couple times. I've enjoyed it. Yeah,
Thanks
man.
a lot.
It took me a minute to recognize. I don't know why. It just took me a minute. It's like,
you're in the zone. You're in the zone. It's
no, it wasn't that. But thanks for trying to make an excuse.
Love you guys.
All right, Moats. We're just gonna get you on, and you need to have something you want to talk with us about. That's what's gonna happen.
Bye, Derrick.
Hey, see you guys.
He's out.
Yeah.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm
glad you're here.
All right, from Alabama, right?
Yes,
right.
Sir.
Yes,
Alabama.
Yep.
And so like, I mean, where do you Alabama or Auburn? I mean, where you at? I mean, like, what do you mean? What do you mean, Alabama?
Not a football fella. Honestly,
all right, that's enough for you. All right, that's enough. Just cut your mic off right now. You're done. I don't want to hear it.
Yep.
Really? No football?
No.
Okay.
Art's growing up, music.
Tell everybody
singing, all of that.
Tell everybody what you do.
What you do, where you're from, all that stuff.
I'm at Trinity Presbyterian Church in Birmingham, Alabama.
That's Rich.
With Pastor Rich.
Rich Lusk.
And Cameron Enfield as well.
Cameron's there.
Cameron Enfield's there.
Oh.
Hey, didn't Rich like bust his
Achilles?
That's why he's not here. Yeah.
Achilles.
Yeah.
He emailed me because I thought I was going to text him because I thought he was here, but
Oh,
Yeah.
he would have been great on this.
his
yeah.
Achilles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm content director at Thopolis Institute there,
Mhm.
and
Now, you guys got a new app.
we do.
It is lovely.
We love it. We're thankful for it.
Mhm.
Sign up,
Mhm.
and own a couple of photography businesses as well.
Mhm.
And we're here.
A couple of photography businesses.
Yeah, one focusing on like medical work, so surgeons in the OR,
Mhm.
things like that, and another kind of your typical like bread and butter, like families and businesses, commercial work, things like that.
Wait, they let you in the operating room to take
Oh, yeah.
pictures?
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I was gonna say that has to
Yeah.
be like I was just at G3.
Yeah, you can't touch
Conference.
or move, Barrett. You can't do anything.
Okay, I was gonna ask, how much can you get around? So, because I was weird, like they got a stage, you got 8,300 people there,
Correct,
and I'm like,
yeah.
I barely don't want to get on the stage and take a photo.
Mhm.
And being around rock concerts kind of helps you out because you just got to get in there and do it.
That's right.
So that's how I learned.
That's
But
right.
then there's this awkwardness, like, oh man, everybody's gonna love the shot
Yeah.
later, but they're gonna hate you in the moment. So especially being in the surgery room.
Yeah, you're dealing with a lot of you gain the skill quickly of learning which nurse not to cross
Uh-huh.
and which head
Uh-huh.
nurse not to interact with, and what you can do when. Sometimes
That's
you have to
funny.
hold a deep squat for 6, 7, 8 minutes while you're getting the shot because they've moved things all around you. And
Yes.
but I'm here because I'm started a new publishing company with Christian Lightheart called Little Word.
a little
We're
word.
making biblical symbolism type books for kids, both from the
Really?
youngest of years, so literally board books for children, all the way through high school. So we were looking at kind of the market. I do a lot of teaching of the Bible to children, week to week,
Yeah.
both in Sunday school and in classical schools, things like that.
Uh-huh.
Do a lot of Psalm training as well.
Mhm.
When you look at the market, when kids turn 16, 17, 18, looking at publishing, there is just an absolute treasure trove of materials for them, whether
Yeah.
it's from Theopolis type folks or
Mhm.
Canon or whoever it would be,
Mhm.
whoever it may be. There's
16,
just, there's,
17, 18.
well, when kids are becoming adults,
Okay.
if
You said
they're
there's
interested in
content
the
out
Bible,
there.
if they want to dive deep into the Bible, there is just
Yeah.
an absolute
Yeah.
wealth there. But some of those tools that we need in order to read the Bible well are not given to them in their younger years with a lot of strength as far as publishing goes. There's a lot of great children's Bibles, children's Bible studies that maybe walk them through a book of the Bible. But we're talking specifically about how to look at the world, how to look at the symbolic universe that we live in, how to look at the biblical symbols that are there. Kids love that stuff. When I've been teaching these kids biblical symbology, they really light up and
Biblical
find a lot of fun
Mhm.
in reading the Bible. So for instance, an example could be, I've been teaching through the book of Genesis a couple of years ago, and I just have the kids, okay, every time the semester when we're reading through Genesis, if I ever mention anything when I'm reading the text that involves water, whether it's a well or a river or
Mhm.
a sea,
Mhm.
whatever it may be, anytime I do that, I want you to slap your hands on the table.
Mhm.
It becomes a game. Now they're looking for symbols in the Bible. Or anytime you see a brother sin,
Mhm.
or this or that, or anything involving trees.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's a forest, or maybe a tree's been cut down and turned into wood that can build up a temple and a tabernacle, things like that. I want you to do this or that action. And
Yeah.
now they're on the hunt for the symbols that God has put into the world in the scriptures. And so we're looking to train children through literally things as simple as a board book.
I want you to read that.
all the way through.
Mhm.
Can you see that?
I do not. Let me see.
How good are your eyes? What does it say? Let this guy yeah.
Ah,
Let this guy know
Yeah.
he taught
From
us how to chant
Ireland.
the
Ah,
Psalms
that's
from
encouraging.
Ireland. That's
Very
pretty
cool.
awesome. Isn't
That's
that
really
neat?
encouraging. That's neat. Yeah,
That's
we do a lot
awesome.
of psalm chanting and psalm.
You
singing
got
and
one
stuff
for
like
me?
that.
I want to hear a psalm
Yeah.
chant. Which
I'll sing one to you.
give me a little something.
Yeah.
Yahweh is my shepherd, nothing shall I lack. In green pastures he makes me lie down. Beside quiet waters he leads me. My soul he restores. He leads me in righteous paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk in a valley of deep darkness, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare before me a table in the presence of mine enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Only goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in Yahweh's house to the end of days. That's an example. Psalm 23.
So
It's Jim Jordan's translation. If it sounded a little off, a little different.
chanting is
Yeah.
very foreign to
Sure.
our modern evangelical ears.
Yes. Yeah.
It sounds, very papist, very
Mhm.
Roman Catholic.
Yes,
it
it
sounds
does,
very monkish,
Yes.
kind of, I don't know, like old,
Yes.
8th century kind of stuff.
Lots of things.
Yeah,
Less,
all those
glory, less beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all that stuff kind of comes to mind, but there's actually some really neat reasons for chanting.
Mm-hmm.
You want to convince me?
Yeah, we talk a lot about that at Theopolis. I mean, chant is a word that has a lot of connotations with it, unfortunately. Like, as we're very familiar in our culture of words taking on a bunch of new meanings due to modern understanding. So chant is one of those. Chant just means to sing. Okay, so when you were chanting in the old days, all you were doing was singing or intoning something. So a lot of people understand that when they would read the Bible text for the first hundreds and hundreds of years of the church, and especially in Jesus's day, they would typically be intoning the text for numerous reasons. One, they just needed to project their voice. There wasn't microphones and a lot of modern technology and things like that. So reading, we tend to die away, like I just did at the end of that sentence. But when you're intoning something, you are pushing your voice out in different ways. But as far as chanting goes, it's important to sing the text as it's actually written. So David Erb and others have done a great job of writing recomposed psalms where the music continually moves and is quite glorious, and you're singing the actual text, and that's great. Chanting, though, is typically very, very simple, usually just a couple of lines, maybe 4 of music. There's multiple benefits there. One of them being that you can train people immediately in the singing of the text. So I can stand in front of a group of children who don't even know how to read and say, sing this the way Mr. Moats sings it. Yahweh is my shepherd. And then they get after it. Or maybe I'll sing it really, really pitifully, and I'll have them sing it back to me, and I'll say, I want you to sing it bad. If I sing it bad, I want you to do it that way. But if I sing it excited, I want you to sing it excited. But chanting, I think the main priority is that we need to be singers of the Psalms, and we need to be singers of the Psalms as they are written. Right. We have a lot lot of ideas,
or as they're translated.
As they're translated, sure, yeah, that's a fair argument to have. But I think we have a lot of good theology around inerrancy. But when it comes to singing the Psalms, we feel like we have all this freedom to play with the text to make it fit our modern assumptions of what is beautiful.
And then we end up skipping major portions, major verses, important points that David was trying to make.
Important words and the structure. The Psalms are written in these beautiful dual lines most of the time, right? And the words don't rhyme, but the ideas rhyme. And so I want to be able to think God's thoughts after him, so that when someone says, "Blessed and merry is the man," I say, "Who walks not in the counsel of the ungodly?" Absolutely. Right. I want to be able to say, "Why do nations conspire and peoples murmur in vain?" and know God's thoughts after him. And I think chanting is a great way to do that. At Theopolis, we talk about this all the time, but we do make a point to say that hymns are great. We are not a Psalms or only organization, exclusive, but we think they've been sorely neglected, and chanting is a great way to incorporate that into worship. I would say another thing is, if I'm out with a bunch of Christians, I could grab Christians from 5 different churches in my city and go to a murder mill, an abortion mill. And I could say, here's our cantor for the morning. Anything he sings to you, you sing back.
Right.
All right?
Call and response.
And so he says, help Yahweh, for the godly person is no more. And everybody sings that back to him full of gusto. Okay. Then you're calling down imprecatory songs and psalms on God's enemies with people that have maybe never chanted before, but they can do as they're told because we're made to do that.
Interesting. That's really. Hey, you open air preachers, y'all heard that?
Yeah.
Y'all heard that's a really good one.
That's
Teach your people how to sing psalms and call down curses.
Well, it's funny because David fought with music. David cast out evil spirits with music. And yet we think that we have some kind of new idea that's going to do things. I think we should. The culture is fighting us with music.
Yeah,
but we feel sometimes too timid to engage in musical warfare. There's a lot of great people in our circles who are getting after it, seeking to do that.
That was one thing that was really nice too. I keep talking about being at G3, but I'm starting to see them sing a lot more psalms.
That's great.
And Scott Annual is doing a great job of pushing that over there. And I love to see it. I think it was the 2020 when we were at G3 and we did a thing with Doug, Worship is Warfare. And now I'm starting to hear that resonate over there a lot more. And I'm like, way to go. Keep pushing that. And particularly through the Psalms. That's what he's really focusing on. I'm like, man, That's powerful. And if you can get that into the hands of lots of pastors to say, let's sing more psalms at our church. Like that's
the listener says, what do you think of sea shanties?
I think they're fine. I don't think we need a ton of them.
Yeah.
I think if we had an influx of shanties everywhere, we would get tired of them and we would think that they're cheesy.
I don't mind gateway drugs.
But I think a few is good. I've heard some great ones.
Yeah.
Where do you start singing psalms? Because I think everybody, when I first came to Moscow and we started singing psalms, it was a culture shock for me. You know, I was like, listen, I've been around music my whole life. And we've, participated in the worship team and all that stuff. There was no way I was jumping in. Like, this was like double dutch. I kept trying to figure out where I was going to get in at.
I'm curious where it was. Was it the musical intricacies or was it the words themselves? What do you think?
It was all of it was weird. All of it was foreign to me.
Right.
People, you don't go into a church to see if they sing a psalm. Typical churches in evangelicalism don't sing psalms.
Right.
And particularly when they do, they're not singing them the way that we are. Dr. Erb's arrangements, his form of presenting the psalms are very unique.
Yes.
Even, I think so. Some people take them and rock them out, because we're at least used to that.
Right.
I heard somebody call it, that's like baby food.
Yeah.
But it was hard for me to get in. So how do you make this a habit, I guess?
Yeah.
And where do you start?
I think it's important. I mean, if men in their homes want to lead, there's plenty of resources out there, whether it's
Sing Your Part.
Yeah. Sing Your Part's fantastic. Thopolis has resources on this on their YouTube channel and whatnot. But I think you need leaders. I think you need men in the church who are helping lead churches who are convinced that this is absolutely the right thing that we need to do.
It's essential, yeah.
And you need to have someone who is not ashamed to sing the psalms, someone who has a backbone that can stand in front and say, this is the direction we're going. We're going to sing, like a lot of our churches, they sing 8 to 12 songs on a Sunday morning. Why can't 4 be chanted psalmody and then 8 amazing hymns? And then you're working through the Psalter every year or more, not even including other types of gatherings. So you need someone who's capable, who's either a pastor or a cantor, someone that's convinced that this is absolutely essential for the church to do in her spiritual warfare and worship. And then you need the elders and churches support, and then you need to start training. A lot of our guys talk about the fact that worship takes some work, and so there's going to be some efforting. Anything worth doing is worth doing poorly at the beginning. You learn how to ride a bike by falling a few times, and it doesn't feel quite right. And a lot of people, especially with chanting, you get in a group and they start chanting for the first time, it's not going to sound great. It's going to feel like you're getting on a unicycle. But is that the best argument for why we shouldn't keep persevering in that? I don't think so. Just like singing these beautiful fuguing tunes that David has written, that takes some work. I still don't know the bass and tenor line for some of those things, and I'm still learning them. But I believe that it's the right thing to do. So throw yourself into things that are mildly uncomfortable and difficult for the goal of being a psalm singing people.
Now, what about this is kind of devil's advocate stuff.
I'm gonna eat it.
Devil's advocates kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Chanting, fuguing tunes. I mean, our way of worship is like in the CREC can be a little difficult. Evangelicals come to our church.
An easy on ramp.
I'm lost. Whatever.
Hey, do we require you to? I'm sorry, I got food in my mouth. Do we require you to sing psalms at a CREC church? Is that a must?
No.
I mean, it's not like. Are you talking about like denominationally required? No.
It seems like this is more of a cultural understanding in the CREC.
We should actually put it into law. Just saying. All right, I'm going to go back to eating.
We probably should. How do you guys kind of onboard? I mean, because there's evangelicals super talented with music and all that stuff, but largely the church is not musically talented. Right. Music abilities aren't very good, and then particularly in the men area, where they're singing just in whatever's comfortable and they're off tone or whatever, and they're lower register, all that stuff. So, kind of with that kind of broad brush painted, how do you guys kind of help newer families come into a very challenging musical situation in one of our churches?
I think by absorbing the air that's going on in there with men singing, they're going to see that this is possible, even if they can't dive in right away. So it gives them something to hope for, something to work towards. If I visited a church and I wasn't a singer, or I sing kind of poorly, there's plenty of men like that out there. and they go into a church and they see men singing poorly but loudly. They see men singing unashamedly to their great God, because that's what they're called to do, and they've been trained to do so. I think that's crucial. I think men in the church have been lied to by the devil that singing is effeminate. When really singing is our great strength. And so,
and singing has been effeminate in the church.
That's right. That's it. It's been effeminized in multiple directions. And I should clarify. I usually it's important to say that it's effeminate, not feminine, because feminine songs in the Bible are some of the most terrifying and bloodthirsty ones out there.
And
really,
right. Yeah.
Give me an example.
Feminine is true. Effeminate is a knockoff, a bad working out. Men being feminine.
Yeah,
basically.
I mean, proper theology of this would say that all of the psalms that are written by men are the songs of the bride. The bride singing them to and with her bridegroom. These are love songs to and with the Son Jesus Christ. And so, I mean, I think there's a lot to say there, but I do think it has to be modeled. And I think men need to be encouraged. I've been more encouraged by bad singing. I've been so encouraged by bad singing and discouraged by men with their mouths shut.
Yeah, that's right.
So men need to open up their mouths and get after it. And when you have other brothers saying, I'll tell him, my son, Abel, I love you. On Sunday, he had one of the older boys, like a 12, 13-year-old boy in our church, a godly young man, sit beside him. He's 9. And Abel, there was a point in the service where Abel was doodling during the hymn. And the boy said, "Hey, sharpen up, get to singing." That kind of masculine environment where we are building each other up, calling each other to what we're supposed to be doing and singing. But then there's also things like have times of training. Don't expect people to be able to dive into the deep end and not help them out.
That's right.
And so at our church, we have monthly psalm and hymn sings where we sing a lot of our favorites, but we also take time, even if it's just 10 minutes a month, to work on a couple of parts, work on 119.
It's amazing on how much you can progress. Just 10 minutes a month.
Yes. It really helps people out. And again, you need to have a leader who's both capable, but also maybe it's just as important for them to be enthusiastic, because we don't need to hang our head about singing worship to God. We need to be excited and eager to do so. And get men to get to working on that.
All right, so
that's really good.
We're on Facebook,
and we got Nathan Zekveld coming up, pastor from
that's in
Canada.
Like 8 minutes here. All right,
in 8 minutes.
We're going to talk about
bring some Canada in here.
We're going to actually talk about the state of the Canadian church.
Yeah.
Right now, if you guys are on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, Locals, and what else did I say?
Twitter. You said?
Oh, they found the guy. They found our guy.
We found Sanich.
Yeah,
Sanich.
Yep, they found some Sanich. All right. If you guys have any questions,
I don't know where we're going to put them now.
For Brian, feel free to jump in here and ask any questions on psalm singing the psalms while they're doing that on the platform. Some what?
Power.
Oh, I'll give you some power.
Thanks, sir.
Gabe's running low. While they're doing that, I wanted to ask you, you know, you're versed in Gnosticism, right?
A little bit.
Yeah. And I'll just keep it in the context of psalm singing. How do psalms help us fight against Gnosticism?
How does psalm singing fight against Gnosticism?
Yeah,
so, Gnosticism.
Because I think I'll set you up a little bit more.
Yeah,
I'm finding out that Gnosticism is probably one of the biggest problems of a modern day evangelicalism, and I'm just now finding out how Gnostic that I am.
Yes,
you know,
it's humbling.
It is humbling.
Yeah,
it's very humbling, and even the idea of the Lord's Supper being something that is in my mind, rather than the fact that I'm actually getting fed
and the eating and drinking,
and the eating and the drinking, that Christ is literally feeding me. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Just our sacraments now, we're so Gnostic, and so I'm trying to figure out a way to break us out of it. And how do you do it? Because again, I said this earlier. Sometimes when we come to the understanding of something like presuppositional apologetics,
sure,
we go around and we beat everybody with it.
Yeah,
and
been there.
You know what I mean? The cage stage, right?
Absolutely.
And it's kind of a cage stage, but it's part of it ignorance too.
Yeah.
And so we beat everybody with presuppositional apologetics instead of being able to use it as a form to be persuasive or engaging, to see that this person actually believes my position. They just haven't had enough information, or I haven't persuaded them yet the right way.
Yeah.
But they're walking in it, they're living in it, they're breathing in it. So how do I point it out to them? And so understanding how important the Psalms are, and understanding and how Gnostic we are, how do we use the Psalms, or the Psalms capable to be used this way to break us out of that form of Gnosticism that we have? Because I don't even think that some of us even know that we're there.
Yeah, I do think, to reiterate what we were just talking about, singing them as they're written as best we can in a faithful translation is extremely important. Because if we just stay in the lane where we're just singing only hymned versions of the Psalms, then we can get to the tendency where it's not the words of the text that matter, it's the ideas of the text that matter. So you can go by any mainline worship record. If there's a song called Psalm 2, there's very little of Psalm 2 in it. Y'all have had experiences like this where, because it's the idea of Psalm 2 that matters, not the words themselves. Okay. God wants you to think about him in the supper, but the eating and drinking is kind of taking a back seat. And so I do think again, just taking our theology of inerrancy and inspiration into our music, into our musical culture is really important. Because I need to sing, may Yahweh cut off all flattering lips. You know, I'm so pitiful in my righteous anger because I haven't been trained in the language of the anger of the Psalter.
It's soft anger, huh? Not even fiery, right?
Yeah, but it would be it's not just the anger though, it's the love. I want to love Yahweh with the words that Jesus loved him with. I want to, the Psalms trained Jesus. Jesus had the Psalms on his lips on the cross. These were his songs as he died a physical death before he was raised in a physical body and ascended into heaven. These are all earthly, tangible things. Jesus was touched and he touched. He ate and he drank. He feasted and he laughed and he cried and he sweat blood. These are all physical things. It's not just the ideas of the gospel that matter. It's these very tangible, physical, historical things that happened. And it's the same with text on the page in the scriptures and the Psalter that we're called to sing. And the Psalms trained Jesus to die. Why would I want to be trained to die for him with anything less? I want to learn.
You preaching, brother.
But
Go ahead.
I do want to live and die with the Psalms on my lips, and with my people surrounding me,
like Jesus did.
If I had any
control,
that would be what I would want. And so again, it's not just the ideas of the text that matter. These are real things that happened.
Yeah.
A shame on us if we're thinking it's just the idea of the Exodus. It's just the idea of David and Goliath. But the Psalms, let's actually iron out all of the hard language of the Psalms. We don't just iron out the harder things in the Psalms. We iron out the deep loves, the heartache. Psalm 88, like darkness is my only friend. I started singing Psalm 88 a few years ago, and things happen when you begin singing the Psalter. That psalm begins and ends in darkness. It starts, Yahweh, O Lord God of my salvation, I cry out day and night before you. But after that, you've put me in the depths of the pit. All my friends have left me. Darkness is my only friend. Man, I needed that psalm sometimes in my life, and I had no words for it. And when I'm not in that place, I'm not in that place today. But if I chant this psalm with some brothers this evening, I'm chanting them for my sister who has cancer. I'm chanting them for people who are dying for the faith on the other side of the world. It's not just about me where I'm at. I need to sing for the church. I need to sing for you. I need to sing for you.
Amen.
And so that gets at some of that Gnosticism. These are physical things, and God works on our souls, but we are bodies, and our bodies will be raised, and we will be in physical bodies with the Lord Jesus forever and ever in the new creation. He's interested in the physical, and he's given us a physical book to read and to study and to hear from and to sing. I think it's incredibly
bro.
Doggone.
That's really
that
good,
was
brother.
fantastic.
I'm gonna say this and take your last minute and say this.
Sure.
I was reading, I've been going through the Old Testament with my family for family worship, and one of the things that really struck me is that I had a completely different idea and understanding of God as our salvation than my brothers and sisters in previous era did, because they're in battle, and when it was God is going to save them, they actually meant that. Like in battle, we are going to win physical battle, right? And for me, it's like, oh, God's gonna, God is our salvation. It's very Gnostic in one sense, where it's like it's here, but I don't think of actually salvation in the work that I do. I don't think of, God actually being effective in the things that I touch, and the, you know, I don't think of it that way. I don't think of God is our salvation and says we're going to take the city, right? I don't think,
Absolutely.
I don't have tangible realities to those words anymore. And whatever's happened, I've talked a lot with Jason Farley about this, but whatever's happened, everything is just Gnostic. It's all this spiritual and no real physical, tangible realities. That's not good. That's not good. So then we don't expect God to move. I said today on Twitter, I was like, I said, our enemies are enjoying a 40-year stay because we choose not to believe and be faithful in the Lord. Right?
Yeah.
They have a longer stay because we're not trusting in the Lord and not being faithful. And it's like, we need to sing more Psalms.
We need to sing Psalms. We need to not be ashamed of what we're really about. You know, you can walk around this great town of Moscow, and you know from windows and businesses who's about what.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the church has for too long been ashamed of what we're about, because we don't have hope and because we're not singing the Psalms.
Yeah.
But I'm nothing but encouraged about the future of the church. We have every reason to be. Yeah.
So one more time, church, app, website.
Yeah, check out the Thopolis app, and
It's a good app.
Yeah, and theopolisinstitute.com. There's Psalms resources there on our YouTube and other places. Check out the app as well. And littlewordbooks.com is the new publishing company for kids. We're just getting off the ground.
Littlewordbooks.com.
Yeah, that's right. And we're creating board books, trying to teach biblical symbols to kids and how to read the Bible and how to look at the world. So
you doing a podcast every week too?
Doing a couple of podcasts at Theopolis a week, and more that may increase in the next year.
Okay. I've been listening to Civitas.
Good. Yeah,
I've been really. It took me a minute because y'all are deep on that.
Yeah,
one.
once a month.
I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna have to bring a dictionary with me."
Yeah, I love producing a podcast because I get to listen to it 3 times, which is how many times it takes to understand.
Nice.
For me too. Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
Appreciate you
thank
guys.
man,
Love you
so
guys.
much.
Appreciate you guys.
I know you came in the studio. You didn't think I'm gonna have to be on the show, but
there you go. We got
this
you.
is the way we get to hang out.
Yeah,
We
I know
got
that's
you.
true.
Love you
That's true.
guys.
Love you too, brother. Thank you.
Hey, Take Hold Studios is in now.
And thank you for
Let's get a
coming
Canadian in here. Come on.
let's get our Canadian words up.
You just get going. Just do your thing.
This is a chance for me to shout out
Yep.
the
Jamie.
we got 2 Canadians.
Yeah.
Is this 2 Canadians?
We're just 2 Canadians and a Negro serving
Wait,
the law.
hold on now.
Oh, is that not what? Is that
No,
what happened?
that's
Okay.
not the song.
All right,
We're not
all right.
singing that one. That's
All
not
right.
the.
All right, my bad.
We ain't DC talk.
I got
Not up in here.
I got a producer.
Our producer
going.
is
He
dead. He's
liked
out
that
there
one.
laughing.
He liked that
They
one.
gonna clip that one and put that one out everywhere for the white Christian nationalist conference. That's gonna be everywhere.
That's right.
All right, let me see. Let me get a mic check up here real quick.
Okay.
All
Jamie,
right.
Jamie, hug that mic with
So,
your. With,
Here I'm talking in this microphone.
There-
yes,
there
you
you go.
are.
It's working.
All right, so my brother
I'm Jamie Souls.
Jamie Sells and
Nathan Zekveld.
all right.
Yes.
Thank
Oh,
you,
look at-
Johnny.
we got
Thank you,
coffee
Johnny. Got
coming
coffee
in
for
here.
you guys.
Oh wow.
Way to go, girl.
Just so it's been known,
Way to go, Johnny.
we
I know
are-
you aren't a girl, Johnny. I
we
know
are
that.
at 2 hours streaming so far, and it'd
Yeah.
be really nice. Everybody who's in here, I feel like a charismatic preacher. I'm gonna need everybody in here, everybody that's in this chat, to go share it. Leave a comment. Make this thing blow up so we can
Post it
control
on
the
Twitter.
algorithm.
Tag right now. Tag your Canadian people.
Yeah, because we're about to talk about the Canadian church. Is
Yeah.
it alive and well, and what is
Mhm.
God doing with it?
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna go. I still want to eat. I haven't
So
eaten yet. Can I get a
I
napkin?
got it. You eat. I got
Can I get
napkins
a
right here.
napkin?
I got.
Yeah.
I got this. I got
Right.
this. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So
I'm always scared when
uh,
Gabe says he has a show.
Nathan is pastor at Christ Covenant in Grand Prairie,
Yes, that's correct.
Grand Prairie, Alberta.
Yeah.
And previously before that, you were on the island pastoring.
Yes, working out in Prince Edward Island
Prince
for
Edward.
2.5 years.
There we go. Prince Edward in 2.5 years. And you kind of pastored through COVID
Yes.
at Prince Edward. I remember me and you having a couple conversations.
Did you make it?
I did make it.
Okay,
I think I did at least.
Yeah. And so this
we rescued him.
so this past year and a half, you got a call to be the pastor in Grand Prairie.
Yeah, so I've been working in Grand Prairie for 1 year and 4 months.
Okay, so almost a year and a half. And so you moved from Prince Edward, the island of Prince Edward, over to Grand Prairie. Very different. Is a very kind of different geographical, social,
Yeah, very culturally different. Yes.
Okay.
Atlantic Canada and Western Canada are worlds apart.
So I'm just curious.
Physically too.
So what's the cultural differences that?
Yeah, so Atlantic Canada is much more. So people in Atlantic Canada tend to vote Liberal pretty much consistently, whereas Alberta, Grand
Mhm.
Prairie, pretty much always votes conservative. I don't.
So
think,
is it like kind of like moving from like New York to Texas?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be something similar to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and well,
Or maybe a little more like moving from Maine to Texas.
yeah, because Atlantic Canada is a little bit
okay.
more
Yeah.
rural, quietistic,
Okay.
traditional, compliant, that kind of
Yeah.
atmosphere.
Okay.
So
Now you're in Grand Prairie, and of course, we have mutual friends in Grand Prairie, and some of those Grand Prairians have actually moved down here.
Yep.
In the Moscow area and everything. So I've known of the Grand Prairie Church and the variations that it's gone through over the years. And now what's the name of the Grand Prairie Church is Christ Covenant. Are you guys officially part of the CREC? Where you
Yes,
guys
we
are?
are.
You are? Okay.
Yeah.
And then how many? Just kind of talk about how many elders you got. Jamie, you're an elder
Yes.
at the church.
Yes, there are 3 elders.
Okay.
There's Nathan is pastor. We've got 1 deacon just now, and we've got three fellows who are deacon elect just now that we're presenting to the congregation. They'll be voted on soon.
Okay, so Pastor Nathan, for those who don't know, Jamie, talk about a little about yourself, your music stuff that you're doing.
Okay, well, I'm an old guy in the CREC, I guess, because I've been around since the earliest days. But my music has really made it out into a whole lot of different churches. I come down here to Presbytery, and everybody greets me like I'm a rock star.
I can amen this. We met Sunday, I guess for the second time or third time. When we're just talking there, like 3 or 4 people like bum rush us, and it's like, hey, are you? And I was like, whoa, obviously I'm the guy out here. I don't know what's going on. Where can people find your music at?
www.soulmusic.ca. That's my website. You can find out all kinds of stuff about there. I've been making Bible story songs for many, many years, and a whole bunch of CREC kids grew up on it.
That's interesting.
Mhm.
How long?
Well,
It's like 20.
I
it's like
started
20.
writing these in the late 90s. 1997, I think, was the first one.
Okay.
yeah, a lot of kids
We
across
should have had him
Canada.
bring his guitar and perform a song for us.
I should look it up and just play one.
Yeah, play one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Sure.
Go, sorry, Nathan.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say
Oh,
both my wife and I grew up on his music too.
Okay.
So
Okay.
in our various parts of Canada at
Yeah.
that time.
Okay. So you're in Grand Prairie, which is like almost deep northern Alberta.
Yes.
Oil fields during the summer, snow in the winter.
And oil fields.
Man, oil fields.
And negative 40 temperatures Celsius.
Negative 40.
Yeah.
What's
Celsius.
that Fahrenheit?
Well,
I-
that's the same. That's where they meet.
Yeah, that's where they meet. Yeah.
That's where Celsius and Fahrenheit meet.
Oh.
You will hit that usually once a winter.
Negative 40 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's chilly. You don't want to go outside when that's happening.
Do you like just throw water up in the air just to have fun? Does
Well,
it freeze
some people
immediately?
do, and
You
they
just
take
don't go
videos.
outside if you cannot go outside.
Goodness.
How do you
gracious.
not have to go outside?
Well, there's always times where you have to go outside, but then you run to the van as fast as possible.
Yes.
You have remote start
Why?
on your van.
No,
Yeah,
why?
Yeah. I have all my cars are
You know you don't
remote
have
start
to
here,
live
and
there, right? You don't have to live there.
There's
Well-
people to preach to there.
There is.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we're,
Oh, in that case, you
Jesus
do.
said something about taking the gospel to the ends of the earth. And
Yeah.
we're near
And Grand Prairie's the ends of the earth.
Well, technically that's Fort St. John.
Yeah.
That's,
Well,
that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many people are in your church?
I think we're at about 90 to 100 right now.
yeah,
That's great.
It's
So-
ranging in about that.
Yeah, great. Okay, and then Nathan, you actually graduated from New St. Andrews College here in Moscow,
I did.
Idaho. And then where did you go to seminary at?
Yeah, so I graduated in 2014. In 2016, I went to the Canadian Reformed Theological Seminary in
Mhm.
Hamilton, Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
That's a denomination of about 45 Canadian churches.
Okay.
So
And was it Reformed or?
yeah, it was Reformed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Reformed, but in a bit of a different stream than the CREC. Basically, all the theology is the same. There's a few different points of practice. So the CREC does paedo communion, whereas the Canadian Reformed and United Reformed wouldn't.
Yeah. So you first started pastoring in 2019. Was that your first call?
Yeah. So I got called in 2019, was ordained in February of 2020.
Yeah.
And then
That's-
COVID hit
that's
in
where
March
I'm
of
going, that's where I'm
2020.
going. So what? I mean, oh my goodness! What a you're this new, fresh, you know, like a fresh tennis ball, you know, pastor.
Yeah.
And then all this stuff hits the fan in Canada. Like, what happened to you? I mean, you know, what was God doing? How did you process everything? Was it how difficult? What I mean, I could only imagine being a rookie, you know, in the basketball league, and all of a sudden, like this massive change that people haven't seen in a long time happen. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
talk to me.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how God in his providence works. Sometimes it's like, wow, that was a surprise, but God has very, very good plans in his good providence. And through all of that, I ended up in Grand Prairie. So that's been really good.
Yeah.
So at the very beginning of COVID, I think I had a similar reaction to what even Christ Church here in Moscow, Idaho had, which is, that your first inclination is, well, maybe we should at least initially defer.
Yeah.
But as things started to develop, I was like, okay, well, this is well, even from day one, it really didn't make any sense.
Right.
And as time went on, I was like, okay, well, I don't think we're there yet as a church to open up. Like people don't necessarily agree at this point yet. So I'm going to start teaching in sermons and teaching online.
Yeah.
And developing,
because your church went online.
That's right.
During when COVID hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can
and
still,
we're in Prince Edward Island here right now at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can still find some of my online sermons. And I really hope I never have to teach online again, at least not longer than 2 or 3 weeks.
Goodness, yeah.
It's really a bad feeling because you're supposed to be a pastor, and yet you're on your computer screen in your basement, and you're not really pastoring, because pastoring is being with the people.
Yeah.
Well, depends on how you define it.
Well, yeah.
Depends on if it's Gnostic or not.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
right. Yeah.
And since everything's Gnostic, you know.
Yeah. So anyway, I started blogging on this. I started doing some preaching and teaching on this. And I don't think Prince Edward Island as a whole cultural unit wasn't really ready for that yet.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of pushback, and really there was no churches, no organized churches at that time that even opened their doors on the entire province.
So let me get this straight. So you're deciding, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're deciding to start preaching that we need to be back in church and fellowship and against kind of the shutdown thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're doing this from the bunker.
Yeah.
And people were mad that you were doing it from the bunker, even though they weren't being forced to come back into the churches.
Yes. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because so there was a conviction there that people didn't like. That's what it was.
I think so. And maybe they disagreed with the conviction, which, I mean, sometimes it takes time to talk things through, pray about it, read scripture together.
Yeah.
But I think they disagreed with the conviction. At least
interesting.
Not everybody, but a large portion of people.
Because at that point, you're not doing anything necessarily that's gonna bring you any sort of public shame outside of the fact that you're not agreeing with the narrative, right? You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, because there's even more quiet ways to gather together. I wasn't necessarily pushing for like this open worship service where we're openly defying the authorities.
Yeah.
But definitely gathering together and being together, because you can't community grows cold and dry when you're not together. Like, think about if your family, each husband and wife, you each lived in different rooms for 3 months, and your kids lived in different rooms, you would grow apart. And I think the church does the same.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
Yeah.
And so basically through that process, it was kind of difficult to unify the church, and you end up getting a call to Grand Prairie.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so now you're at Grand Prairie, been there for 14 months.
Yeah.
So
how did they find you?
I'll let Jamie answer that question.
That's a good question.
Could you move that mic up closer for me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The fall of 2014, Nathan, I think you were fairly recently from NSA, but you decided that you wanted to go and spend a year in the workforce before you get into the pastorate where you feel like you're heading. And he came up to Grand Prairie, and he worked all winter in the company of
in the oil
one
field,
of the folks
basically.
in our church in the oil field.
Yeah, right.
And so he was coming to our church when that happened. So we got to know him then. And, you know, he's a young fellow, and we're a bustling church, and we weren't really looking for him as a pastor just yet, but we saw a trajectory. We saw where he was going. And so we've just been keeping an eye on him from a distance.
Yeah.
One of our guys, Brad Donovan, had been keeping up good contact with Nathan over the years.
We work together
and keeping us apprised of what's going on with Nathan. When we began to find out that he was what he was going through on PEI, our antennae went up a little stronger.
Yeah.
And we were just at that time just entering back into the CREC.
Yeah.
And one of the CREC counsels that were given to us was, you guys really need to look for a pastor.
Yeah.
Mm.
And so we those two things converged really well.
Mm-hmm.
We started looking. We started really considering Nathan at that point.
Yeah.
You know, Nathan's got a deep pastoral heritage. His dad was a pastor. His 4 uncles were pastors.
All in
His
Canada.
brother's a pastor. All in Canada.
Yeah, right.
I remember
One in
going
Chicago.
out to Southern Ontario in the early parts of the 2000s, 2003, 2004.
Yeah.
And I would go and sing in Canadian Reformed churches out there and United Reformed churches.
Okay.
So when I'd look up these churches, I'd see, oh, there's a Zekveld pastor. There's a Zekveld pastoring. There's a Zekveld pastoring over there.
That's funny.
So anyways, that's actually a pretty good, deep pastoral heritage.
Uh-huh.
And so we were, well, we're just really thankful to God that he opened those doors for us to bring Nathan over. We are in a position as a church that we really felt like we were on the build and on the way up, and we really need a pastor to not just take over things, but to become a part of things and to shepherd things. And we feel like we hit a home run. So this is really good.
Yeah. Because you guys, your church, the variations of what had happened in Grand Prairie, you guys have gone through pastors, and it's I can imagine it's probably hard to call a pastor that's a good fit up in northern Grand Prairie at the ends of the earth.
Pretty hard to find in America.
Yeah, right.
So we kind of knew we had to look for a Canadian if we could find one.
Yeah, you did.
I remember. I mean, we've hired pastors from the South up here.
Yeah.
And
the culture's different.
It just doesn't work. I mean, they stay here for 2 years and then I got to go back south.
Right.
So I can imagine that a lot of that same experience was happening up there with you guys.
Yeah.
So I got to ask, what I would like to know from both of you, where you think that the Canadian church is right now? Do you think that, because it's, man.
And you guys can have some coffee. That's
feel
really
free.
good.
Coffee
That's
is
really
good for you.
good.
It's good.
Fantastic
Good coffee.
coffee. You got a Latinx? Is that what that was?
Yeah, something like
That is not what it's called.
It's a very masculine cup.
It's a Cuban that I call Latinx.
I guess, where do you guys get where the Canadian church was before? I don't think everybody would. I mean, we didn't know who Jacob Rayom, Tim Stevens was. We didn't know who James Coates, who I just met for the first time out of G3.
Yeah, G3.
Yeah, him and his wife, met him personally. Been praying
nice
for
folks.
them.
They're nice.
They're
folks.
good, godly people. I love them dearly.
Yeah.
And I feel like so attached to him because when James got arrested, it was like, man, I don't have the artillery to go to war with those guys, but I'm gonna pray as hard as I can for these brothers.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like that something is, when you start seeing these guys who you didn't know before come out of nowhere and rise to the awareness that the American church starts to recognize them and pray for them, be concerned about. Something is going on there. The Spirit is working in some way in Canada. And so I'm wondering, what do you guys think is going on, and what is the state of Canadian church right now?
COVID was a mighty shaker. It was a mighty shaker of things because it really got down basics. Who are you going to obey?
Yeah.
God or man? Is
God or
Jesus
government?
Lord of his church, or is he not?
Yeah.
And what are the basic marks of the church?
Yeah.
Preaching, sacraments.
There's these
That's
things,
good.
but they're all Christian. They're all derived from the scriptures. And if Jesus really is king, as he claims to be, and we owe him allegiance, then we need to let him talk about who has authority in the church. He claims it. He claims all authority in heaven and on earth, but he has particular love for his church. And so
His bride.
we need to
Yeah.
be paying attention to him. And if some competing voice comes along and says, well, no, you got to shut. Well, my priority is not to listen to that guy. It's to listen to the Lord.
Mhm.
And that was a conclusion that we came to early on.
Mhm.
We, along with everyone else, when COVID hit in March of 2020, and we didn't know what was coming. We didn't understand what this virus was. So we went onto Zoom and we met on Zoom, and
Mhm.
we couldn't sing with one another, and we couldn't do the Lord's table, and we couldn't
Right.
do church, practically speaking.
Mhm.
We spent about 7 weeks online before we all concluded that we were being played.
Yeah.
And we talked to one another afterward, and we said, well, what can we do? And one of our guys said, well, I've got a shop. The place that we'd been meeting previously had been a seniors recreation center, a place where seniors go to play cards. And that was the last thing they wanted to have open in those days.
Mhm. Mhm.
So it was locked up tight. We needed a place to go. So we went to this friend's shop, and we did church there for a couple years in Brad's shop. And what an enormous blessing that time was for our congregation. It was really good. You know, in the long run, we're going to look back, and when we get to write our own histories, we can look back and thank the Lord for COVID, because it really helped our church.
Mhm.
Really helped us to get focused. We didn't have any internal dissension at all about COVID measures when we started getting back together. So we weren't washing our hands, and we weren't distancing, and we weren't masking. And
Mhm.
You forgot your
we
nose.
just-
You cover your nose when you put on that mask. You covered
I
your
know.
mouth.
Yeah,
You
they
know.
kept telling me that when I went to Costco.
They will tell you, sir, over your nose.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. I didn't know if you were done because I didn't want to take your,
No.
go
Oh,
ahead.
you go ahead.
Yeah. So I was gonna just say, it was amazing to see what happened in the Christ Covenant Church of Grand Prairie.
I like how
Through
you did
COVID,
that.
how they pulled together
Mhm.
and how they kept on worshiping. But what I saw throughout the Canadian church was people heard about people like Jacob Rome, people heard
Right.
about people like Tim Stevens,
Yeah.
but there were so many groups of congregants across the nation who were just like, well, we've been pushed out of our worship services. We're not allowed to go by our elders. Well, let's just meet in a greenhouse. And so like in Ontario, Canada, which is near the Midwest, you had large groups of people, like 150 to 300 people gathering in a greenhouse. In the
Wow.
Fraser Valley in BC, you had people gathering in a greenhouse, all because the pastors and the elders of Reformed churches,
They wouldn't come back.
Yeah, they wouldn't come back.
Wow.
And there's maybe disagreement in councils. So it's like, well, maybe 6 elders say that we should close and 2 elders say that we should open. So we're just going to close, right?
Yeah.
So it's crazy what it did, but I was so happy to see Christians wanting to worship so much that they were like, we're going to risk fines. We're going to meet in our greenhouse.
Yeah.
We're just going to do it.
That's funny. I didn't hear a lot about that. So that's really encouraging. I guess if you're there, you're on the ground, you get a chance to hear about but these people are meeting kind of without a shepherd though, then, right?
Yeah. And in some ways, maybe there was an elder in the midst who shepherded them, or maybe shepherds even rose up from the congregation.
Have to. Yeah.
Just because, people needed a shepherd.
Do you, go ahead.
There was something about the, that really woke me up to the reordering of allegiances. You know, if I'm looking at James Coates is a Baptist. I'm not a Baptist. But I tell you, I'll stand with that guy.
Yeah.
I stand with that guy because he's actually doing something.
Yep.
You know, I thought long about this with the when James Coates got arrested and hauled off to jail and his church got imprisoned. Remember that?
Yes.
There was
they
all
put-
those fences.
They put
Confiscated.
multiple fences
around
Unbelievable.
Grace Life Church.
Yeah.
You know,
I remember when those fences got put up, I found the company name and I tweeted it out. I was like,
Yes, I
everybody
know.
call this company.
Yeah.
they got a lot of bad phone calls.
It was great.
Well, I just lost my train. I'm
You
sorry.
said that you would
I'll get
stand
back
with-
on my train.
Yeah. When James Coates got fenced around.
Yes. When he got fenced around, every trucker in Canada, like none of them watch the news. They don't watch the news. They get their news on their phone.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And what's blowing up their phone?
What's all
Well,
over social
there's
media?
there's a pastor being arrested
Yeah.
in Alberta, and they're already outraged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're already disgusted, and they looked at that, and I'm convinced that was the catalyst that started those trucker
Yeah.
movements,
Convoys and everything.
the convoys to
Yeah.
Ottawa that happened. For all the bad press that comes out of Canada on that, and there's still people being tried
Yeah.
for organizing such things.
Yep.
That really looked like a move of God to me.
Yeah.
The way that those guys went and actually got the attention,
Yeah. Of Trudeau and all that.
that's what the church should have been doing.
Yeah.
And the truckers were doing it remarkably well.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's
Yep.
exactly
Yeah,
right.
but I'm
That's
sure
right.
that they were fired up because they saw things like James Coates being arrested, and they
Yep.
saw things like Tim Stevens being arrested.
Yeah, to get the
So,
fines from.
in about 5 minutes, we got actually Joe Stout and Aaron Ventura.
I don't
coming up.
see Aaron in
Aaron,
here.
you don't see Aaron in here yet? Bree, is Aaron around?
Say it
Chris?
again.
They got one more guy.
Oh,
We got-
okay.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. So excited. Make sure they're all warmed up and ready to go.
We're going to talk
Bree,
about Christian education,
Wow. Good.
church responsibility.
okay,
That's
so
gonna be
hang
interesting.
around for there's some Washington boys there.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Right.
But why Alberta? Meaning that Alberta was the only place that arrested pastors, right?
Yeah,
And
we've
it's
been
supposed to be-
scratching our heads asking
It's
ourselves
supposed to be the
that
most
question.
conservative province.
Yeah.
Province in Canada, but you guys arrested Pastor Tim Stevens.
Yeah.
And James Coates.
Yeah, and Arthur Peslowski.
So Arthur's out of Alberta.
So the way I see it is that in Alberta, Christians really pushed back hard,
Uh-huh.
and every province, of course, responded somewhat differently because the health laws are under the province. So I guess BC and Ontario took more of we're just going to ticket people approach. Actually, there was a pastor arrested in Manitoba and a pastor arrested in New Brunswick as well.
Okay.
So one in each province.
How come we didn't hear about them?
I think the big focus was the three in Alberta.
Interesting. I think I might have heard the Manitoba one.
You know,
I might have.
Yeah.
It was interesting. So because of COVID, you saw the church really kind of stand up, particularly those churches in Canada. But you have a bigger problem that I think the church is pointing to, which is that we have a breakdown of the sovereignty of God, the lordship of Christ
Yes.
in the civil
Yeah,
realm.
That's right.
It-
That's right.
widely speaking, Canadians are statists. Widely
Yeah.
speaking, that's true.
Wow.
And it shows up everywhere, and it really showed up
In that moment.
in
Yeah.
that moment.
So-
because the government says shut down, let's shut down.
As a pastor, how do you work through that with your people?
Yeah, so something that kind of surprised me was I grew up breathing the air of sphere sovereignty because the United Reformed Churches come out of the Kuyperian
Yeah.
tradition.
That's right.
So I was actually surprised when more and more pastors started saying, "Well, I'm not sure if sphere sovereignty is a Reformed doctrine," and that's not to
This is going to cost
Never
me.
mind Kuiper. Yeah.
There are
Yeah.
pastors who definitely defended sphere sovereignty, so I'm not saying that was every pastor,
Yeah.
but it was surprising how many started to question its integrity as a Reformed doctrine.
Yeah.
It blows my mind. I think maybe it's just a failure of nerve. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I think what comes with it is a theonomic worldview, and that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah.
They know what comes with that. When you start operating on sphere sovereignty, you take it and put everything
Yeah.
underneath the lordship
By
of
what
Christ. It's
standard?
Mhm.
Yeah,
immediately
that's
put
right.
because you can't have a different law that works for the family that doesn't also work for the state, or a different law
Exactly.
that works for the individual that doesn't work for the family. Like you have everything is all of a sudden becomes very crystallized who's in charge and who the hierarchical structures are that should be obeying the transcendent one.
Mhm.
yeah, maybe secularism has just really crept into our mindset and our way of thinking. And maybe we were just surprised at how deeply secularism has entered into our churches in Canada.
How do you I mean, how do you get out of that? That's because you guys got from what I'm seeing, you guys have a long, I mean, we do too.
Yeah, you do too.
But y'all are further down that. Yeah, look, if we're going off the cliff, you guys are closer to the edge.
Yeah.
So I mean, how do you, as a pastor, how do you work through that with your people, and what do you do?
Well, I would say focus on the preaching and teaching of the gospel, the full word of God, everything, and show how it points to Christ, and do that in coordination with the sacraments, word and sacraments every Sunday together. Just keep on teaching people and get the word into people's bones.
But isn't your PM problem? I mean, you know,
sorry,
like I don't like that answer. Like, isn't it your PM's fault that they shut down? Isn't it like
not
the political people that's fault that shut down? I mean, like Lord and Sacrament, really?
No, it's the church's fault. Because the churches ceased from administrating the sacraments, and they thought they could administer the word online. So it's ultimately the church's fault, because if every church stayed open, then the state would have not been able to go as far, because the
100%.
conscience would have been
100%.
If anybody's supposed to stand up and say, no, this is God's world and it's God's rules, therefore bend the knee and obey the king, it should have been the church.
Yeah, it should have been.
But it wasn't them. It was the one that said, no, you're the one who's in charge. You're the one who rules. And so therefore, whatever. All right, let's tell everybody your church, your website. I didn't go to, and your website for your music. Somebody said, Jamie, thank you for your music. We love it.
Kevin Rainwater.
Yes.
There you go.
Kevin Rainwater.
Excellent.
Okay.
You are.
Yeah. If you want to find a song on there, look up How to Catch a Wife. Yeah, that's a fave.
How to Catch a Wife.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the song? Have you ever heard the song? If you want to be happy for the rest of your life,
Yes.
don't make
Yes.
God pretty.
When I was in
woman,
the
your
70s,
wife.
I remember listening to that on the radio.
Get an ugly girl to marry you.
I'm gonna look for that song.
Yeah,
you guys give
never mind.
everybody
You
your
look for that. You
Okay,
can
what's
play
your
it sometime. Our website for the church is www.christcovenant.ca. My personal
.ca.
website is www.soulmusic, SOLMUSIC.ca.
Yeah. So
Okay.
solmusic.ca.
That's correct.
That's great.
Also,
yeah,
please,
please.
look up our podcast. Nathan and I and Brad Donovan have been doing a podcast
Absolutely.
called the Chinook Podcast.
Yeah.
Chinook, CHINOOK,
Okay.
which is a warm wind rolling down off the Rockies, comes down in the winter
Glorious.
and heats things up,
Glorious.
which we really are
We-
hoping and expecting the Lord to do by his spirit to go and warm
Jesus,
up a
bring the
bunch of
Chinook.
frozen
Bring the
Canadians.
Chinook.
Yes.
That's awesome. So Chinook podcast.
Yes, the Chinook Podcast,
Okay.
and you can get us on Spotify. You can get us on Google,
And
Google
it's
Play,
also
a bunch of
connected to your
places.
church's website, so people could find the
I think
podcast
there's
from the
connection.
website. You better make that connection.
think
Oh my
there is.
goodness.
We should put it up on the website.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just
All right, I'm
saying.
trying to see what it is.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for your time. Is this it?
That's it.
There we go.
We were alone in the wilderness without a friend to help. We admit we were despairing of our life. And without any doubt, we'd have never made it out if the Lord hadn't shown us how to catch a wife. And now our joy is plain, for little Benjamins will be growing again.
That's you, huh?
Yeah, it's from Judges 21.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys. I'll be playing this as my transition music.
All
Thank
right.
you guys for coming
Very
on.
good.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having us. Very
Yeah,
much.
absolutely.
Up next, we got Pastor Aaron Ventura, Joe
Where's he
Stout.
at? Is Aaron in here?
Is Aaron in here? Is Aaron in his house?
Aaron! Yo, I'm gonna have him freestyle. I know he's got a verse in him. I know he's got to have a verse in him.
Pastor Ventura.
That's right. You're a pastor now.
Yeah, Pastor Ventura.
That's legit. All right. Hey, you guys. Dave, please plant a church. Please plant a church in Lewis, Missouri. What is this? I can't see.
I just tweeted back at him or messaged back at him. St. Louis, Missouri. Check CREC Church. I don't know.
Oh
if there's-
yeah, St.
I don't think
Louis.
there's- St. Louis is tough. St. Louis is tough. Yeah. Who's that?
Oh, I was sent by Toby to crash this party.
Oh, is this Boo Boo?
No,
That's not Boo Boo?
no.
Who are you?
We are.
Norwegian.
Yes.
Hold on 1
Oh,
second. Let me.
How about that?
Let me change these batteries out. You go. You keep talking. I'm gonna switch his mic on.
Hey,
So-
Is it Is it whose mic's going to get cut off here?
Oh no, it's already cut off.
Oh, your mic's
Yeah.
already cut off.
So
So
you're
it's
good.
just me and you.
Okay.
So you're from
We are
what's
from,
your name?
My name is Kenneth.
Kenneth?
This is Bjønar.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Have I messaged
Are you guys
or
Russian
talked to you guys
spies?
before?
No.
Where are you from?
From Norway.
we're from Norway.
Norway.
Norwegian spies.
What's
You know-
your church? What's your
The Reformed thing came to Norway 10 years ago.
Okay.
We started a church.
Okay.
And 2 years ago, I looked up baptism
Uh-huh.
and
Started studying baptism.
I studied baptism.
And
yeah.
you became Pedo Baptist, basically. You started
Yeah.
baptizing babies.
Yes.
Wow.
We
What's
started
the name of your church?
Bibelkirken, Vestfold.
Wow.
Bible Church.
That's tongues to me. That's all. That's all.
Well,
Say-
that's
say that
Norwegian is
again.
tongues.
Yeah,
that's the angelic.
It's the angelic language.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't catch that one. Say it again.
Bibelkirken, Vestfold.
So what city are you guys in?
In Larvik, just
you're
an hour
Mexican.
south of
Okay.
the capital.
Okay.
And there's also another church there that's applying to become CREC.
So we could have two Norway churches here. in
No
the next-
way.
we are hoping.
No way
praise
from Norway.
God.
If
That's
if,
right.
if they receive us, that's the big question though, because
Well, we got to prove you're not feds first.
well we seen. I heard that when I became a Presbyterian, that the Presbyterians were very crazy. And,
Yes.
and I haven't been proven otherwise. So I'm the pastor of the church, and he is my bodyguard because I'm scared of the Presbyterians.
You heard about us. We used to drown people. That was true. We did. We have put a few people underneath water and let them see Jesus sooner than they thought.
So how I understand it, we need to be crazy as well to be approved by the CREC.
That's funny.
So,
That's awesome. So what's your website?
Bibelkirken.com.
Doggone. Doggone.
Is there a way to put that up on the screen?
Chicken.
You know, the people who know. That's what I'm gonna say. The people who need to know
The people
know.
who need to know who are tuning in, Norway.
Well, we were just crashing just to ask for prayers as well.
Thank you.
Because since we are so new, then we're just baby Presbyterians, and
Aw,
yeah.
welcome.
So, yeah, but the amazing thing is, I changed my view 2 years ago, and I came out of the closet 1 year ago to the church, which were Reformed Baptist.
Came out the closet, huh?
And,
You know, that means something different over here, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if you knew that or not, but
Just FYI.
it just, you know.
And then the amazing thing is that this February, the whole church followed.
Praise
The
God.
whole church.
Can I ask you, what was it that convinced you? What was the thing?
Oh, the scripture.
Okay, well,
The
there we
Bible.
go.
That's all. That's
You
all.
know,
That's it.
That's
the Bible.
all he needs to
The
do is just
Bible.
jot that.
Yeah, yeah.
In Norwegian, of course, because that's the
Right.
angelic. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we got to get over to Aaron and
All right.
those guys to stay on time here.
Yeah.
But
Thank you guys for crashing the
website,
party.
Website one more time.
Website, Bibelkirken, Bibelen.com.
Okay.
And there's the other one is Berøa. It's the Berean in
Yeah.
English. So Berøa in the south of Norway. So yeah.
Your
The
bodyguard.
other church. The other church.
The other
So,
church.
yeah.
Okay.
So what city? Tell us what city each church is in. And
The city is Sandefjord, where my church is,
Okay.
and the other one is Ualand. But
yeah, I mean, I can't even follow you.
The people who
Thank
know.
you guys so much
people
for
who know,
crashing the
know.
party.
thank you so much.
And
The people who know.
Y'all be
That's
praying
great.
for our baby Presbyterian brothers up
in
here.
Norway.
In Norway, for
Yeah.
real.
Thank you, brothers.
May
Thank
the
you so
Lord
much.
bless you
Appreciate
guys'
you
work.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your bodyguard didn't say much. It looked like a Suge Knight over here.
Yeah. All right. So let's get
Hey,
Pastor
man,
Ventura.
Do all Norwegians travel with a bodyguard? I'm just wondering.
I think I need one.
At least
I
Norwegian
think I need
pastors
one.
probably need a bodyguard. Pastor
You
Toby
guys,
sent them over here.
Joe
because-
Stout, Aaron, doesn't matter. Pick a chair.
You
Just-
can-
if
you
you're
can walk
first,
around.
You come all the way around.
You can walk around, Aaron.
Yeah.
You're
If
skinny
you're
enough to make.
first, yeah.
All right.
Come in. You got headset right here. On this headset might need. to
Aaron,
turn on.
he got it. Hold on,
Pastor
man.
Ventura.
Hey, if you're listening on the SpaceX right now, let me just say that Aaron walked in here looks so serious. He's got like a tablet, like he's got notes, like he's about to present a whole sermon.
I've got a PowerPoint.
And I just
Yeah,
want you
yeah.
to know, Aaron, I
There
have
you
a mute button for you too. So don't you go over here and start talking for like 45 minutes and don't give anybody else time to speak.
Okay, so to introduce you guys,
Yes.
Pastor Aaron Ventura here at Christ Covenant Church in Centralia,
I
Washington.
remember when this guy got to my.
I
okay,
know,
anyway.
I know.
All
He
right.
was a baby. He was a baby when he got here.
Yeah.
And then we got just keep doing move whatever. You listen to the guys. And then which one of you is Joe Stout?
I'm just out.
Joe, good to meet you.
scoot
Eat
on
the
there,
mic.
Joe.
Get into the mic. Yeah, scoot in as far as you guys
There
can.
you go.
And then who are you, brother?
I'm one of the other elders
Okay.
at our church.
Luke Murky.
I was gonna
Luke
say,
Murky.
Luke, you starting to
Okay.
sound like a Fed. I'm just a guy.
Is he wearing khakis?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is.
Oh man.
Yeah.
He's
Hello,
got-
fellow CrossPolitic.
He's got fat juju all over him.
He's an engineer and he's our accountant. So
That's
watch
right.
him out.
Okay, watch him out. Watch him out. Okay.
Hey, the money get funny if we don't play that. So okay.
So
I got
all right, I was laughing too much. What's your name again?
you. Luke.
Joe. And Joe, are you an elder at the
Yep,
church? Okay.
elder at the church as well.
Okay, and then what's your day job?
Day job, I'm a goat farmer.
Ooh,
No joke.
stanky goats.
For real.
Capra.com is
Yeah,
that
that's right. Exactly.
What's the website?
Yeah, mountcapra.com. But that's not why we're here. But
How
yeah.
do you make money off goats?
Well, you don't. You just are poor.
Not true.
Yeah, it was like,
Exactly.
yeah, somebody was saying at council meeting this morning that certain people are only worthy of watching goats, and it was a pejorative. I took it
Yeah.
personally.
You're like, your whole farm's going to hell.
That's right. Exactly.
I mean, the sheep are over there.
Yeah.
Apparently, I got all the goats.
I got all the goats. Right.
So you're probably you got a very interesting perspective as an elder being a goat farmer.
Sure.
I was gonna say like that.
Constantly warns.
Sermon material all the
Yeah,
time,
all
right?
the time, yeah. There's coffee there if you guys want
thank you
some.
very
Feel free to jump in.
So what's real quick? Let's just kind of to get through this intro. What's y'all's church's website, Aaron?
Christ Covenant Centralia.com.
ChristCovenantCentralia.com.
Yes.
Now,
and
Aaron-
what's the school? I think
Yeah.
the school just changed.
So we also have a school that we started.
Okay.
That's ChristTheKingAcademy.org.
Okay.
So
And it's didn't you guys get a building already or something like that?
Yeah, God has blessed us through the good saints at Calvary Chapel, and
Yeah.
they've given us a sweet deal of a building that we
Incredible.
have, and then the school uses it as well. So
right,
Wow.
it's
Else
So-
Calvary Chapel folks legit.
they are.
I ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie, they legit.
They blessed us in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Well, praise God.
They,
Yeah,
they and they
that's
were
awesome.
they were just rock solid through the whole COVID nonsense.
Uh-huh.
And they
Yeah.
are bearing much fruit. They're getting huge because of that. So
People don't. Yeah, I have so much to say about that. All right.
Amen. Okay, so you've been pastoring there now. So you went to Greyfriars here in Moscow, Idaho,
Yep.
and then you've been pastoring there now for how many years?
Almost a year.
Almost not even
Yeah.
a year.
No,
not
not
even a
quite.
year yet.
It's not even your
So
birthday yet.
It's not even yet.
Hey, you look like you aged 10 years already. Look at God. Wow.
Because he was a
when the
baby,
grace
you a
starts
baby
coming-
face.
yes,
Yeah.
that is true.
Okay, and then how many elders do you have?
Yes, we have Joe, Luke, and then one other elder who
Okay.
couldn't be here. Got a couple deacons. One of
Okay.
them's Joe's dad, who's the real goat farmer.
yeah, he's the head goat farmer.
He's the
Yeah.
goat.
Yeah, he's the real
Joe-
goat.
Joe is what makes it profitable.
Yeah.
Frank is the one who tends to the goats.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and then how many families you guys have in your church? How many?
Yeah, so there's about
households?
120 people in the church. We got probably 25 households, and like 96 members, I believe. So
Mm.
Yeah, and so you grew up in Washington, didn't you? You grew up in Washington.
Silverdale. I went to UW in Seattle.
Yep.
So, but I had never been.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because
South.
Centralia is different. It's
Yeah.
not Seattle.
Yeah, so we're 30 minutes from Olympia, and it's culturally, very different than Moscow. So you
Yeah.
can think Moscow is the kind of blue dot in the red state.
Yeah.
Centralia is more of the red dot in a
In a
blue, state. So,
Okay.
the inverse
Interesting.
of what you have here.
Yeah. And so now that you've been pastoring for 11 months or 10 months or whatever that
I'm
is.
full of wisdom.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
You look like it.
but it sounds like to me you got busy quick getting over there. I mean, probably what I saw was also just legwork that had already been going. I just didn't see until you really got over there.
Yeah, I mean, so it was from my perspective like a turnkey because Dave Hatcher worked. They are our mother church.
Okay.
and
Oh, I didn't know
there
that.
was so
Okay.
much work and the families that went in to get to the point where they could call me, and it was. I was telling my wife, I'm pretty sure they're going to ask me how can I say no without hurting their feelings because I really like them, but I don't want to go to Washington. 'Cause this was
Yeah.
COVID had happened. There was still like mask stuff. I hadn't been over to see my family in Washington because of some of the stuff. I like breathing the free Idaho mask-free air.
Yeah.
So I just, in my heart, I didn't want to go back to Washington, but Joe came out for Grace Agenda. We talked. I asked him all my questions. We sat for like 3 hours at Bootzer's with his, 8 kids at the big table.
And goats.
Yeah, exactly. Both kinds of kids.
Yeah. So I actually, like, the many hurdles of moving to Washington, God just removed, like gave me a place to live for free. I live on a dairy farm.
Bro, you just living it up out there.
So yeah, it's
Like a
goats.
cow farm?
It's goats. Yeah. So if you got dairy gold milk, you're getting it. Some of it
Wow.
from
That's
the
exactly right.
1,500 cows right next door to where I live.
Do you get free tri-tip?
There are 3 chest freezers full of ground beef
Doggone.
that we have just open access to. They, the
Doggone.
family we
If the
stay
government
with,
shuts
it's just-
down, I know where I'm going.
Yeah, that's right. Come on over.
Milk,
Goodness.
goats, cows, tri-tip.
Milk,
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
butter,
That's great.
cheese.
And so you guys actually already have a Christian school that started going.
Yeah. So Joe and Luke could maybe talk more about that because
Was
that
that before
started
Aaron?
before
That was before?
I.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that was actually just in its infancy. Well, we're actually still in our infancy. We just started our second year,
Uh-huh.
but we began the school in 2022. But we got our first exploratory meeting in
Yeah.
May of the same year that we started.
Uh-huh.
So we really fast tracked it a lot.
Wow. So it took you 3 months basically to start the school.
Who's
pretty-
the
pretty
we?
well, we formed a board right out of the gate. And the
So it's not the church; it's a whole board that's separate.
yeah,
Okay.
they're very intertwined though, because
Okay.
all of our board are from the church.
Okay.
But they are technically separate organizations. But it's an ACCS classical Christian school. We just got officially accepted as a member school in the
Sweet.
ACCS.
Yeah.
So we were startup school for the first year, and now we are officially in that organization as an official school. We've got a headmaster. We've got 4 teachers. We actually, here's the really crazy thing. We started K through 12.
No
Whoa.
way.
Right out of the gate, K through 12, which we know is a bad idea.
Okay.
But it was
Wow.
so we realized how foolish we
Yeah.
were being, but that was the kids that we had.
You had K through 12.
Yeah.
You guys already had K
Yeah,
through 12.
we had K through 12. So we couldn't start
Stop.
like K through 9
Yeah.
and then leave the other kids for
Yeah.
the public school.
Okay, wait. So hold on a second. How old is the church? How long has the church been established?
Well, we
2.5
have been particularized for about 3.5 hours.
well, congratulations,
Thank
my
you
dude.
very
Yeah,
much.
that's good. So you guys are new.
We didn't say
So when it
anything
takes you-
really stupid on
Yeah,
the floor of
that's right.
Presbytery, so we passed.
They took you.
Okay, so
Oh,
then
wait.
oh,
But it takes 2 years to get particularized. So how
Yeah.
long before that were
yeah,
you guys?
May
working?
of 2021. So Pentecost Sunday of 2021, we got.
Oh, you remember that, don't
Yeah,
you?
we remember that. That was a big day.
Okay, so let's just say 3 years in,
2.5.
2.5 years
2.5.
in, and then a school K
Yep.
through 12 immediately.
I mean, the school's going into its second year, so
Yeah.
Oh, so I guess you guys are.
Yeah.
You guys
You guys
planted,
started
church
and then a year
school.
later,
Bam.
school.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I like these guys.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
This is amazing.
Hey,
Wow.
I just want. I want to just say this is like farmers get things done.
That's right.
Good
Exactly.
No, but
farmers
them
get
goats.
things done.
Okay, so why you got to work through this? You guys are thinking about
That's
this. What's
funny.
up? This got a church and a school that are almost simultaneous.
Yeah, it really it's one of the many blessings that came out of all the COVID nonsense. If it hadn't been for COVID, none of this would have even be probably happening right now. And so we thank God for COVID
Yeah.
in a huge way on a
That's
regular
interesting.
basis.
So you're saying COVID really pressed the idea of school and
Well,
worship
starting a church.
And so-
Well, local resiliency was the thing that opened a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to change the trajectory of the nation
uh-huh.
if you don't know what's going on in your own local community.
Doggone.
you're just gonna stop right there.
Yeah.
Doggone.
Is
There's
there
so
anything
much
else
of
to say?
So did you guys like know each other before COVID? Did like the church just kind of like find each other? Like what?
No, we did. We knew each other. We didn't have a very extensive relationship, but there was some people in the community that were Reformed and were other places. We were like my family. We were worshiping at a church up in Olympia.
Move that mic closer into you. Yeah.
And we were just really looking for like-minded people in our community. And Joe and I got hooked up together and a few others, and we started having Bible study, and the Bible study and a theology discussion just turned into the church.
Wow.
But I didn't know much. I was very new to the denomination, to the CREC.
Okay.
But
were you Reformed already, or had
I was Reformed.
Okay.
Yeah, I had Reformed.
So it wasn't
for
cray
years.
for you.
No, not totally. But was definitely different. It was a different idea.
Sure.
But as soon as we met Hatch, and as soon as we had that first conversation with Hatch, and I was pretty sold at that point. I was like, hey, this guy's
because
solid.
you cannot meet Hatch and not want to like follow that guy.
Are we talking about Dave?
You know?
Dave,
about-
Dave
okay.
Hatcher.
Dave, he's
OG.
like a silent Godfather
CREC.
killer.
He is.
Yeah.
I was thinking Tyler, but yeah, both of them, either one of them.
Yeah, either one.
And Tyler has preached for us many times as we were a mission church, and we've grown to just love their family and do a lot with them. So,
But there's a big thing that happened with Luke over the last 2.5 years, though. Went from Reformed Baptist
To
To
Presbyterian.
baptizing babies.
baptizing babies.
Hey, I knew
he
someone-
baptized one of my
Yeah.
daughters.
I knew you weren't smelling like goats over there.
Praise God for COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
so,
a little
so the church kind of comes together and starts in 2021, and then a year later, like you guys are like, man, we got to start a school.
yeah. But
Yeah.
honestly, just like Joe said, that was probably all of the thankfulness of COVID, really, because everybody went crazy, right?
Yeah.
And we could see that there was a real need for uniformity and like-mindedness in the education of our kids.
Yeah.
And Joe had already yearned for the development of a classical Christian school in our area anyways. So he was kind of the real tip of the spear when it came to doing that. He knew who to ask. He knew where to look.
Yeah.
And the realization was there, though, that, man, we needed a better option for our kids. And
Yeah.
once once a few of us other families learned more about classical Christian education, about the ACCS, it was like, okay, this is what we need to do.
What is part of what you guys want to talk about was Christian education and the church responsibility. Can we talk about the second half of that?
Yeah.
The responsibility of the church in education?
Yeah.
Who wants to jump in on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Aaron's got some.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
got
that's
his
what he's got to-
PowerPoint.
So this
All
is,
right.
So let me set it up this way, because in the time we have allotted, I want to really just raise awareness about a problem that I think this generation needs to figure out how to solve within the classical Christian, CREC, our circles in general. And I want to give you just kind of 2 data points
That we need to figure out or solve.
This is a problem that I think we as a community, CREC,
Yeah.
churches, ACCS.
Yeah, I'm listening.
This is a problem that I think a lot of headmasters will tell you they feel, a lot of teachers will tell you they feel, and it's this. How do you mediate the tension between making a good quality education affordable and pay a teacher and retain a teacher on a single income
living wage
household
for the
wage?
household.
Now, this is all. It's always been. We've always had to make sacrifices. We got to do that. There are 2 unique things that have happened economically on the macro level that I think has really exacerbated this problem to a point of like, we really need to seriously talk about this. And that is, one, right now we're living in this crazy cost of housing bubble. So who knows?
Inflationary world.
So who knows how rates are going to go? Maybe they'll come down. But like right now, if you want to buy a house and you're following like Dave Ramsey principles, you need to make like well over $100,000 to buy a $300,000 house, right?
Yeah.
So that, and then also the labor participation rate for women just peaked at 70. Let me see.
You better shut up. I don't even want to hear no numbers like that.
78% in April 2023. Our nation hit a record 78% labor participation rate for women ages 25 to 54.
Oh, that's the devil.
So
right
if
there.
you take 1 Timothy 5 seriously about I'm talking about women in the external workforce, because obviously
Amen.
you're doing work if you're a mom. So if those are the economic conditions that you as like a young NSA grad are going into, and you want to, we're preaching, it's good to have children. Children are a blessing. It's good to work. We got to make these sacrifices. And then you're sitting down to do the budget for your school, or you're sitting down to do the budget for your church. And you're like, okay, how would you ever make the numbers work for that guy to be a teacher at that school and send his kids there?
Right.
So thought experiment. How do you figure that out? So that's a tension I know that a lot of schools feel with. How do you
100%.
retain quality teachers? I'm sure even at NSA, at the collegiate level, you feel this. But this is something that we're trying to talk through, work through, explore different options, get creative with. How can the church step in, help assist,
Yeah.
what things are, a proper use of the tithe.
Yeah.
What category does something like this fall under in terms of, is this now a benevolence kind of thing?
Yeah.
What category does this fall under? And there's lots of different ways that people are trying to solve this.
Yeah.
But this is a real pressure that I think a lot of schools and parents are feeling with some of these economic conditions. And it's only unless something major happens macroeconomically, we're super underbuilt in housing. So even if rates come down, there's still not enough supply. And how are you going to ever get back to an America that has the single income household as a norm when you have 78% of women being kind of, whether feeling the necessity of, I got to go work so my kid can go to a good classical Christian school or something. So that's the tension I wanted to just put on the table and, let other people try to figure that out.
No.
You don't
Hold
stop
on,
there.
Aaron.
You
You
don't
don't,
just
you
stop
don't get
there.
to come in here and create a problem
What's the solution?
and talk about the problems and not have an answer.
So our solution is in motion. So I don't want to.
No spoiler alerts.
Yeah, I'll come back in a year and tell you how it goes.
No!
Is that how you pastor?
With
Every sermon,
Here's-
sermon ends with a teaser for the next one.
Here's the problem. You got a lust problem.
Go
I got
home
no
and
solution for
figure
you
it
right now.
out.
You gotta
Hey,
come
what,
back
are
next
you
year.
really gonna
Come
do
back
that?
next
Are
year.
you serious?
Yeah,
You come
so
to-
I got a solution.
I could float a bunch of. There are a bunch
Yeah.
of solutions that I could float.
Yeah.
Some of them are bad. So you'd have to just take this with a grain of salt.
What's a
as
bad solution?
in your
What we're
context?
currently doing.
So a bad solution would be just taking government money to fund your
Facts,
school,
facts.
unless we got a Christian government funding.
We long way.
Christian
We will long
government
way. Okay, we
schools,
I'm
okay?
with you.
So
All right,
you know,
talking
there's
about
many-
great,
there's
great,
many
great,
ways
great,
to do it.
I'm not with you. I'm not with you on a Christian government funding a Christian school. Not
So
there.
yeah, we can argue the principle of these
Yeah.
things. So let me just give you an example from what have typically been the Reformed enemies, the Jesuits, and even enemies amongst Roman Catholics, the Jesuits. The Jesuits in the colonial era, not in America.
You
but
had
the
this in you the
colonial
whole
era.
time, and that I had to pull it out of you. Oh boy, I'm gonna get you. Go ahead.
So one of the reasons why the Jesuits became so prominent was because they had monks, people who would be in the order, who are going to take a vow of poverty essentially, and they're going to teach in these schools. So they offered classical Christian education for free to the community as a way to evangelize the natives,
the community,
so to speak.
Yeah.
So if you can take that historical example of it was done and they could not hire teachers fast enough, it just exploded, and there was a mass opportunity for the evangelization of just people who didn't know right from left.
Okay.
essentially. So we're in a very different circumstance now, but it's like, how do you evangelize the secular natives? Because of course we have a responsibility and duty first to give our children and the children in our church a good Christian, doctrine, teaching, all that. It's still the parents' responsibility at the end of the day, right? But the church has an interest, and even civil society has an interest. So you could think about what on Protestant principles, who we don't tend to look favorably on monastery schools, which is basically what these were. What do you do? How do you find those guys? They're kind of like missionaries. How do you fund those guys and treat them as kind of re-evangelizing, whether it's the secular people or using them to even alleviate some of the financial burden and tuition costs for parents in your own church? So there's a lot there, but that would be one example historically of how they were able to get this done. Even if Protestants, we would not be happy with that.
I think so. To me, it sounds like there's kind of two different categories. As I would say it. How do we create a school for our own Christian kids, and then how do we create a school that's going to evangelize and be free to the community and be a massive resource to the broader non-Christian community?
Right.
Is that how you guys are thinking?
Yeah.
Okay. And
multiple generations out. This is the postmillennial vision of education.
Like how do we turn our education into something that connects with the whole community, and it's free, and it's able to, it's competing with public schools in a real genuine way, basically.
Correct. And if not free, then whatever the cost is,
Yeah.
it's commiserate with what you're
Yeah.
getting from
Yeah.
it, and it's accessible.
Yeah. So in terms of the Christian school thing, you Christians are paying for the school. There's a real value trade there. And everyone understands the value exchange. The school that's kind of outward facing, the parents don't understand the value exchange. You got to figure out the financial model differently. Correct? Is that how you guys think about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Christian school, because we have the same problem at our just Christian school where it just can't pay teachers like what it should. I think one thing Christians need to work on doing is creating endowments for these schools, and then the teachers are able to draw salary out of that endowment. So not only do they get their salary from the school, but the endowment can also supplement and deal with that problem. That's something the endowment process, the endowment thing for the community school. It actually might be another part of this solution, because the broader community absolutely would love to see something like this.
Can we just talk about getting our money back though from the government that's we're already giving all our money to for education that we're
I
not
think that's
using?
part of the conversation constantly.
It's much worse in Washington.
Well, oh yeah. But I guess my point is that this can't be a singular form of attack. It has to be a multifaceted one, so that if anyone gets and breaks through first, it's going to help everybody else. So if one crack in the glass, this thing's going to fall apart, right? And so this is why I kind of guess smash mouth incrementalism is probably what I'm thinking about here. But yeah, you got to figure out how to survive through the process. But we don't just have one problem.
Yeah,
we have multiple problems that are robbing families, because I don't think that
it's making it difficult.
It is, and education is unique, but we don't think about this, or we don't try to think about this like any other form of business isn't thought through this way. We got to figure out how to make sure, if a family can figure out how to have the income that they work for and keep more of their money and use their money that they have and to opt out of the secular form of education, that's already solving the problem, because I'm paying for 2 educations.
Right.
Someone else who I don't even know, and my own kids, right? And I got 7. So I mean, I'm getting hosed here,
killed.
right? I mean, just
killed.
and so part of the problem is I don't have the money to spend where I want to spend for my children to have the education that I want to give them. So that's a huge part of it. And now I got to figure out another form of income in order to be able to pay for the education that I want my kids to have.
And it's usually the wife. That's often the pressure you feel is, all right, my wife's going to try to find work outside
work
the home
or whatever,
to do it. And so a question for like your elder session, if you're a church, is how do you shepherd your congregation through that really real financial tension of, we want to give our kids this good thing, we know we want to make sacrifices, what is the role, if any, to help?
And you can't look primarily to the free market to solve this, because we went and watched the NSA school give this incredible performance. The music concert. Yeah. And as Luke and I were leaving, I mentioned to him, there's no possible way you could ever pay them what they actually put into that performance in a tangible way. Like, they're not even coming close to making minimum wage, even if because they have, each individual have hundreds of hours of practice into something like this. Yeah. And so unless you're like with like the music world, unless you're like in the top 1%, you're never making money at music. And that's not the point, because you're creating art. Education needs to be seen as this public good, at least public within our churches. Yeah. And we can't expect Christian schools to survive purely on the free market. And honestly, the problem is money, but money is a simple solution on its face, because what you need primarily is good schools, and that is not something that can be solved with money. So once you have the good school,
problem.
That's a people problem.
Yeah,
so once you have the good school, then the problem just becomes money, which is a much simpler problem to solve, because money is just a transactional thing.
Okay, we got John Dekker coming up here. The the King
I want to
Church
stay and talk with John.
in Eugene.
Can we stay for
from
John's
Eugene,
talk?
Oregon? My dad actually helped start this church.
Okay.
In the
Did we
CREC.
solve anything? I feel like you guys just came and made more problems
Hey,
for us to think
we
of.
only had
I was
20
dis-
minutes.
Yep.
I
We'll
was
be back
disappointed with your
next year.
tablet. I thought you had more stuff on there that was going to
I
solve
rebuke your
problems.
tablet in
I
Jesus'
was
name.
exercising great
He
restraint.
he had 2 pages of content right there that
Did
I
you
could
really?
see. Yeah, he did.
We've got a lot more under this.
We-
And, I'll come back.
We got to do
You
this.
have
We
to
got to
really,
do this longer.
really,
Yeah.
you do have to come back because I
So
don't like people starting problems we can't get to
real
the
quick
bottom
before
of.
John Dekker comes up on the deck. Website, church website again.
Yeah, ChristCovenantCentralia.com, and the
School?
school is
ChristTheKingAcademy.org.
Okay.
Yeah, you ever send some goat meat to Moscow?
It can happen.
Can it?
He
talk.
knows
Maybe
some
go
people.
milk
He
out
knows
of
You
it.
know
some
it's
people.
right.
How about
Yeah.
goatees?
Yeah.
That's
I'm
stuff.
just
That's
saying,
what you want.
let's
That's
keep
what
me
you
in
want.
touch. I want to smoke
We'll
some
stay
goat meat.
together.
Capper.com. Is that the
Yeah, that's exactly right. NowCapper.com.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
bless
thank you
you
guys
guys.
very
Man,
much.
sorry we can't hang out more. Love it. We'll get you guys back home.
I think Aaron just depressed me a little bit. He didn't even freestyle. Thank you guys for coming.
Hey,
Good
folks,
seeing you,
thanks for
brother.
sticking around. We got actually Pastor John Dekker coming in. He's fixing to sit down in the chair in the hot seat.
Oh.
He's at Christ the King Church in Eugene. My dad actually helped found this church.
Hey, Pastor, how you doing? Go ahead and sit up there and grab the mic and grab
Yeah,
the
you
headphones.
can put your
and
headphones
just
on, all that
scoot
stuff.
You can
So-
move that chair over a little bit.
Yeah. Make your own room there. There needs a. Neil, where are you talking about? You talking about YouTube?
Yeah, he said there's some questions on YouTube. Is there a what?
Is there a packet for a small group of isolated believers that gives a framework to conduct a worship service and say they're home? This would include like the sacraments and stuff. Well, first of all, I don't know quite the whole situation, but if you don't have an ordained elder or pastor, I wouldn't be serving the sacraments in the home without a church overseeing it. Secondly, I mean, I would just actually, go to
Is that right, Pastor?
ChristKirk.com. Yeah, he agrees. He agrees with me.
You can jump in here. Don't let
I'll
Gabe
go to-
answer all these questions by himself. He's not a pastor. He's
I'll
just
go
a
to
good deacon.
ChristKirk.com and just download a bulletin.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a great template for doing a little worship service in your own home and everything. So that'd be my quick advice to you. Do you agree, Pastor Dekker?
Go ahead
I would
and lean
probably
into
go
that.
a bit stronger than that.
Thank you.
I would not even recommend people having communion in their own home with session supervision. I think the sacraments are given to the church.
Yep.
And I get asked this a lot, like, can I baptize my own kids?
No.
Because Jesus says, make disciples of all nations, baptizing them. And doesn't that apply to everyone?
Yep.
And I would say, no, he's talking to the apostles.
Right.
That's a command given to the church.
Yeah.
And baptism is something that the church does. Lord's Supper is something that the church does.
Yeah. And I guess I would just be thinking of maybe an irregular situation.
Well, can I?
That if you're backed up in rural, the church has left you in your rural town or whatever, and you're 100 miles away from the next best church, what do you do?
I don't think that's what I mean. I think what my brother here is trying to get at is, okay, basically we're trying to start a small church, or we're trying to start one or engage one. What does that look like to engage that? How do we do that properly? And is there some way to begin the foundations of what will soon become a church as we gather and meet together? So like for instance, our friend Aaron Spratt started doing Sabbath feast.
Daniel Spratt.
Aaron Spratt. I always forget. Anyway, but he started doing Sabbath feast at his house. And then
and Psalm sing. So that's it. Psalm sing and Sabbath
then they
feast,
started actually having Bible studies.
Yeah.
And then they started, then the service came together, they found elders. And so, I mean, there was a process to that. Well, how would you recommend somebody to begin the process of doing something that they hope will eventually become a church?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think they need to tap into a church.
That kind of sponsors them and oversees them.
Yep. So then, and it's easy to get in touch with people these days in the internet age. So I would say start a Bible study in your church, in your home. But sacraments would be the step beyond a Bible study. That's when you're saying we're the church. And I would probably recommend saying, get a pastor out
Mm-hmm.
once a year. Look, I'm passionate about weekly communion.
Yeah, right.
But I would, there is an
But if you're in this rural, weird
Right.
situation out in the middle of nowhere, yeah.
There's this old Presbyterian tradition of having communion once a year. If you need to start there, then
Yeah.
you start with communion once a year.
Yeah.
But once you're basically a mission church of another congregation.
Yeah.
Pastor Dekker, you actually have a really nice accent. What are you from, like South of Florida or something?
I'm from Eugene, Oregon.
Okay, see, okay.
No, but where are you really from?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, go ahead and lean all the way into that mic so we can hear that. Yeah, another lovely accent from Eugene.
So I was born and raised in Tasmania.
Okay,
which is the island at the bottom of Australia.
Yeah.
So in Australia, I would say I'm born and bred in Tasmania, but
Yeah.
I was told people don't say that here, so I say born and raised. Now.
Are you
born
a
and bred. You can say what you
Tasmanian cowboy?
No.
Okay.
And I'm not a Tasmanian devil either. Anyway, so I'm from Tasmania,
Yeah.
and then I moved to Melbourne to study at seminary, actually,
Okay.
and I pastored a church in Melbourne
Okay.
for a few years. And then I was a missionary in the South Pacific, in a country called Vanuatu.
Okay.
Vanuatu.
So some people know the old name. The old name is New Hebrides.
I know neither of those names.
Yeah, it's lost on me.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me tell you about the South Pacific.
Yeah.
Okay.
The South Pacific got evangelized in the 19th century
Yeah.
mainly by British missionaries.
Right.
And the Protestant denominations basically divided up the South Pacific. And the Congregationalists went to Samoa,
Yeah.
and the Methodists went to Tonga,
Uh-huh.
and the Anglicans went to the Solomon Islands.
Yeah.
And the Presbyterians went to New Hebrides, which is now
Okay.
Vanuatu. And so there were some wonderful missionaries like John Payton, who's written this wonderful autobiography. And there were cannibals at the time. The first missionary to Vanuatu, the first white missionary, was a man called John Williams, and he got killed half an hour after he landed.
Wow.
So if I'm telling the story of Vanuatu, I like to start with John Williams. And the next missionary,
Mm-hmm.
a couple missionaries later, is a guy called John Geddes. And
How do you spell Vanuatu?
Vanuatu.
Okay. Keep going.
So it's now a republic. It's been independent since 1980.
Okay.
It was actually, for a long time, it was under British and French rule. So John Geddy, sorry, he came to an island. I think it's the island of Anicham. And when he got there, there were no Christians.
Uh-huh.
And it said that when he left, there were no pagans.
Oh,
We saw
wow.
the complete evangelization of an island.
How long is that?
So this was, I think, 1840s from memory.
And how long was he there?
I think he was there for 20 years or so. So it was long term.
wow.
Gone.
But yeah, it was all in his
But 20
lifetime.
years is that's a wonderful feat in 20
Right.
years.
And a lot of the time, this is chiefs getting converted
Uh-huh.
and saying, as a village, we're going to become Christian.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
God doesn't allow it. That's not.
You can't have a
that's
Christian
not how
village.
it works. No
You
Christian
can't,
villages.
No Christian nation.
Villages cannot repent.
Right. So people talk about Christian nations. I mean, I'd probably say there is no Christian nation the way I would define it today.
Mhm.
Like Vanuatu is mostly Christian, but it's declining.
Yeah.
But there's still Christian islands. So if
Uh-huh.
you go to the island of Tangoa in Vanuatu,
Yeah.
everybody on the island belongs to the Presbyterian Church.
Wow.
It's like there's a Presbyterian church on the island.
That's
and
incredible.
Everyone on the island
Yeah.
is a member of the church.
Yeah. What so you've pastored in some very unique, different contexts. So Australia, Vanuatu, and now Eugene, Oregon. I couldn't even cut it in Eugene, Oregon. I lived there for 1 year and I was done. I moved to Eugene, Oregon in 1997. I was there for a year, and then I went and played basketball at college down in California. And I was fine never going back.
When did you start pastoring in Eugene?
2020.
Oh my goodness.
I came in March of 2020.
Wow. You brought COVID with you.
Well, I feel like I got out of Australia just in time.
Oh,
to be honest.
you know what? It's funny.
Facts.
That's a good point.
Wow.
Now, I didn't take that into consideration, but you got Australia and you got Eugene. One is better than the other, right?
Right. Well, I think overall we had things pretty fine in Oregon.
Yeah.
And the reason why was the governor did not want to enforce any of the lockdown rules because she wanted to allow the riots to continue in Portland.
Wait, that's a messed up, twisted.
Goodness.
That's interesting.
So there were all
those
these
riots went on
riots
for like 105 days.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that.
There was a lot of rioting in Portland, and I don't think the governor wanted to do anything about it.
Why would she want the rioting to continue?
Don't ask me. I'm the Australian.
Well, also, I think
you're
part of
able
it-
to see it probably better than most.
I
though.
think a part of it, though, it looks bad for a white lesbian woman to arrest a black man. So I think that optically, she didn't want to go after BLM because it's just bad for her brand.
But that was okay.
And I mean, it's hard for me to comprehend that someone really believes in this stuff.
Interesting.
But it seemed to me that the governor really believed in the rioting. She really believed that that people should protest the police.
So, have you been over here to America many times before, or what's your relationship with America?
A little bit. I actually studied as an exchange student in the University of Texas.
Okay.
Back in 1998.
Hook 'em horns.
All right. Yeah. Thanks. Gabe. You had to say Texas. You had to say Texas.
I had to say Texas.
All right.
And then I met my wife on the internet, and my wife is from Wichita, Kansas.
Oh, so you've been grafted in.
I have been grafted in. And that's one of the reasons why I was open to moving to the US.
Okay.
And we've done a couple of trips to Wichita.
Yeah.
We're living a lot closer to her family than we were before.
Yeah. So, you took the call in Eugene, Oregon. And I mean, I can't help, but how do you think about pastoring? I mean, all this like cultural variations, and then being a pastor in Australia, and then in
you have a gun, right? Like you bought some guns since you moved over.
I have not.
Oh,
I have fired a gun before.
Okay.
Gotta work on that.
I do not own.
How do you expect people to trust you as a pastor in America if you don't have guns? Come on, man.
Concealed carry?
I mean, you do. I mean, you carry?
No.
Oh.
But of course, the thing with concealed carry is you don't know who's got a gun.
You're right, but I mean, you just told us you don't have one. I don't know how I can trust if you live in the American life.
I don't. This might come as news to people in the congregation.
Please tell me that your wife. I'm gonna ask: is your wife carrying? Just don't answer that one. Just don't answer that. We don't want to know. Yeah, seriously. So how did you get the call to Eugene?
So they advertised on the internet, and I saw the advertisement and applied.
Okay.
So I was in the right place at the right time. What had happened was we had felt that we were coming to the end of our time in Vanuatu for various reasons. And I was teaching at a Bible college in Vanuatu, and I felt called back into pastoral ministry. I really missed being a pastor.
Yeah.
Preaching is not the same as lecturing.
Mm-hmm.
And I missed preaching every week. So I thought that God was calling me back into pastoral ministry, and Christ the King Church was the first advertisement I saw after I came to that realization. And so I applied, and they liked me, and that was April 2019. I came to visit Oregon in August 2019. And then there was quite a process getting here, and I arrived in March 2020.
It's interesting because, like Gabe was saying, so every pastor had a chance to pick the topics that they wanted to talk about as they came on for this extravaganza, and you picked cross-cultural living. And it's really interesting because there's a lot of cultural differences that in a lot of cultures you've been in. Why'd you pick that topic?
Yeah, so I guess I've got experience. And I think it is important for people to be aware of culture. I think that's really important for us as Christians on a whole lot of levels. So often when we talk about culture, we mean national cultures like Vanuatu or Australia or America. But then there's so many different levels of subcultures.
Right.
Every state has its own culture. Every church has its own culture. Every family has its own culture. And you know, so when people get married, one of the things they have to work through is the difference in their family cultures, because their families do things in different ways. And, you know, they could both be from the same town. They could both be from the same church. And yet there's big cultural differences.
Yeah.
And so it's helpful for us to be aware of those differences, aware of our cultural blind spots.
Do you think that they're getting, I guess right now, I'm watching this conversation take place in the conversation on nationalism and identity for America. Do you think that the cultures are actually, people aren't defining very much what they mean by cultures, and so they're bumping into each other right now? Are you noticing that same thing too, or?
Yes. So I think there's a lot of confusion about Christian nationalism. And I don't particularly want to go there today. And I think one of the issues with culture is a lot of the time people don't realize that it's there. So they think that something's normal. They think that everyone thinks this particular way, but actually it's specific to their country or their region or their family or whatever it is.
How are you as a pastor working across? Because this is not a new problem for the Christian church. You have Jews and you have Gentiles and you have everybody else in between, which really isn't anybody else. But you have the gospel comes and you have these people trying to figure out how to bring these cultures together under one banner. How are you as a pastor in Eugene, Oregon? How are you doing that, especially with the current lack of identity that is inside of our own culture?
Yeah. So, I think the doctrine of the unity of Jews and Gentiles is really important. And we can use that by analogy with different cultural groups or ethnic groups in the world today. So it's only an analogy. It's not a direct one-to-one correspondence. But the key teaching is that our identity in Christ trumps everything else. So
it's primary.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I describe myself, who is John Dekker? First of all, John Dekker is a Christian. My primary identity is my identity in Christ.
That's right.
And then I would say, secondly, I'm a husband. Thirdly, I'm a father. Perhaps fourthly, I'm a pastor. And then down the list are my cultural identities. Then I'm an Australian, or Tasmanian, or whatever. So that order is really important. And I think a lot of people are lacking identity, as you're saying. And a lot of Christians need to be reminded that their primary identity is in Christ. But sometimes Christians need to be reminded of other things. They need to be reminded that their identity as a husband comes before their identity as a father. So I think that order is very important.
Yeah. How are you ordering those loves? What is the structure you're using to order those loves?
Yeah. So I guess I think I could make a case from the Bible that it's Christian, then husband, then father, then pastor. Actually, sometimes even people in the church get offended about that. They would get offended that a pastor would put his family above the church.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing that qualifies him to even be a pastor.
Exactly. Exactly.
So if he doesn't do that, you don't have a pastor at all.
Yep.
Right? So
Yeah.
like you
That's right.
better want him to take care of his family. Yeah, it's funny you said that. I've watched that hierarchy is something that we've really struggled with. And I wonder from you coming from outside, being able to see kind of where America is and where we're struggling at with things we're working on. But you see the whole it's kind of the manosphere they call it, or even the feminist movement. You know, it's there just to destroy hierarchy. When you were talking, you had a hierarchy to everything that was set up, and that's one of the things that as we're pushing back, we don't have a structure in order to engage with and say this is how it should be. We can tell a lot of people why it's broken and why it doesn't work, but then we don't model or make a good argument for this is the standard by which things flow best from, that God has designed things to flow from. And so when we get kind of the pushback from the pendulum swinging to the opposite side of feminism, we just get punches, but we don't get a structure.
Yeah.
You know, and so I guess I was trying to figure out, how do we help people have a good hierarchical structure and flow of this is how you operate in God's world and things will go better for you.
Well, yeah, hierarchy and equality are both important.
Sure.
And you know, that's I would say that's what the doctrine of the Trinity teaches us.
Oh, that's good.
Although perhaps not everyone agrees with me.
And I think you might be right.
I think there's order in the Trinity, as well as equality.
Yeah.
And that applies to human life. So there's order and there's equality. And you're right. Sometimes there's a pendulum swinging, and the pendulum has swung to equality. And as Christians, we have to be careful we don't overreact and don't overcompensate and don't swing back to our overly hierarchical view of life. That's so.
Where we lose equality, is that what you're saying?
Right, that's right. And anyone involved in what we might call the masculinity movement has to address that. There's a radical equality between men and women.
Yeah.
And
made in the image of God.
Right.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And we have to hold firmly to that. We were actually talking about that at our presbytery meeting this morning. We have to hold firmly to Genesis chapter 1, verse 28.
Yeah.
That man created male and female together in the image of God.
Yeah.
You know, one of the questions I realized that as you were talking, you said your Presbyterian meeting today, one of the questions I have not had a chance to ask any of the pastors who've been here is, how has Presbytery been going? Or should we say, how has the council been going? And what are some things that...
man, we should ask more of that.
I know. I've had it on my list to do. I just
Uh-huh.
been yapping about all kind of the other stuff. How's it been going? And are there any highlights to you? Is the CREC strong? What's your take on the CREC?
The CREC is growing tremendously, and that's what makes it so hard. So for example,
blessing is hard, huh?
Exactly. We had allotted time for presbytery, which is basically a day and a half. But because the CREC is growing so much, we have more candidates for ordination and more churches wanting to join. We have loads of churches wanting to join the CREC. They are lining up to join us. And we have more church reports to get through. And so we have a whole lot more business to get through in presbytery. And we were really struggling with time. We found it really hard to get through everything in a day and a half. Now, maybe one way of addressing that is by splitting presbyteries and having more presbyteries, so you have fewer churches. But the way we're going, we may have to be splitting every few years.
Yeah.
Really? Do you have a number on how many churches are trying to join at this point? Or
so we accept in our presbytery of Anselm, we accepted 3 churches as candidate churches. And so hopefully in a year's time, they will all become full churches, full member churches of the CREC.
And I think we talked about that earlier. They go the 2 years, or is that something like that?
Yes, it's maximum of 2 years, so it could be 1 year, but
okay.
So, and
it
basically
might
to
be 2 years.
become a candidate CREC church, you have to have a good, healthy budget. You have to have a plurality of elders, and you have to have a sponsoring church, right? Are those three things?
Yes, that's right. If you don't have all that,
Yeah.
there's a provision to become a mission church.
Yeah.
Although you'll still need a sponsoring church to
Yeah.
become a mission church.
Yeah.
And presbytery doesn't actually approve mission churches because congregations can take on mission churches themselves.
Right.
All right. Tell everybody the website to your church, how they can find your church if they're around the area. You're struggling to remember the website.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's christthekingkirk.org.
Let me double check on that.
And there's another Christ the King church in Springfield, Missouri.
That's not it.
And I think that they might be Christ the King.
Don't say no. Let's not mix those up.
I'll get it for you right here. christthekingkirk.org.
I got it right. I can't believe it.
Kirk.org.
christthekingkirk.org.
And it's in Eugene, Oregon.
So we meet in Coburg, which is a little town to the north of Eugene. One of the things I want to say is our church has grown tremendously over the last few years. We're still pretty small by CREC standards.
Okay.
But we've had a lot of growth. We've had a lot of COVID growth. Which is a blessing. We've had quite a few members come in because of the CREC. Looking on the CREC website.
And finding you. Trying to find a CREC church. Because
And we've just got a new family who drive an hour and a half to our church. And it's just wonderful.
Wow.
Getting people like that.
And here's the last thing, and we actually got Ben Alexander.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Ben Alexander. We're getting a Californian in here. So we've gotten a Canadian in here.
Make sure to watch
Californian
him
in here. An Aussie, Tassie. Do we call it Tassie?
You can call me an Aussie or a Taswegian is actually the word.
Nice. And the thing that I actually think Eugene, Oregon is a very strategic church in what you guys are doing.
Right, we're a university town.
Yeah, you're a university town, but you're also on the I-5 corridor. That goes all the way from Eugene to Seattle. And that's a massive transit in massive cities, Portland, Vancouver, Seattle, Olympia, Eugene. So I think it's really strategic.
And our
what you guys
church is
doing.
right on the I-5.
Come on,
That's
do it,
right.
Jesus.
That's right. So thank you so much for coming in, Pastor Dekker. Really appreciate. My dad helped start the church, and back in I was actually gone. I'd left to Oregon probably 1999, 2000, 2001, something like that. I can't quite remember, but Brian Kern is a good deacon there.
He's an elder.
Is he elder now?
Yep. So he's here this week. He's
I saw him driving around with his son. Brian's a godly man. You guys got some really sweet people in that church. Love you guys.
We do. Thanks very much.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
All right. So while we're transitioning to get Ben Alexander in here from Trinity Covenant Church, California. Okay,
that's right.
I gotta get a plug for
Aptos.
Yeah, I don't even know if you said that right.
Aptos.
So I just looked down the row of what's coming. So we're close to ending the stream today.
Okay.
But did you notice the last stream today? Oh no, it's the next to the last stream today with Brian Brown. Oh, right here. I'll put you right here, Pastor.
Yeah. Get close. We're fam. We're fams.
There's somebody's coming in here. I think it's Brian Brown, who wants to talk about how Acts 29 will try to kill you. Okay, that's at 4:00. So that's the next 30 minutes.
4:00?
I'm intrigued about what do you have on your laptop?
We're gonna do that in 30 minutes.
What do you think you're doing? You brought notes and everything.
He's gonna talk.
Go ahead and throw a headset on and let's get you close to this mic. He looking at me. Oh yeah, it's about to go down.
Ben Alexander.
Yeah, I don't know if you're just in here and you're in the chat. We're looking at the chat right now. You Stanley. Okay, we'll try and get Daniel Stanley on the show. I actually would rather have Andy Stanley, but that's just me.
Well, you remember the last time we got into Twitter debate with Andy?
I don't remember.
Yeah. This is about 2-3 years ago. Andy gave me his cell phone number. We started texting. I was gonna get him on the show, and he
What's
said,
his number, Gabe?
I still got it. I mean, It's still on my phone.
All right.
And Andy's like, I'll come on the show. And then like after texting back and forth, he's like, nah, I think I'm good.
Oh, I do remember
You
that.
remember
I thought we
that?
were
It was
going
like,
to. I do remember
You went
that.
all this effort to reach out to
We
me to
should
give me
ask
your
him.
cell phone, and then now you ain't coming on.
You know,
All
he's
right.
doing some sort of conference where he's having like homosexual folks who
Yeah,
are
yeah.
claiming to be married.
Yeah.
And, okay, you heard about that.
Yeah,
All right.
he-
It's not new news.
Andy's gay.
Yeah. Why don't you scoot up to
Okay,
the.
so my man Ben Alexander. So me and Ben
Y'all
go
know
way,
each
we
other?
go way back. Okay, I think you were in your last year of Grave Fires when I was in my first year or something like that. I think you were in your last year and I was in my first.
I think we crossed paths a little more than that.
Okay,
I think.
were you in your second year and I was in my first? Because we did not start off together. I do remember that.
Yeah, I think that's
so.
true.
You might have been like second year and I was in my first. or
Do y'all
something
want me
like
to
that.
leave?
No.
Okay, because
No.
y'all want to catch up on some stuff.
Ben,
I was there long enough to remember you asking Brother Wilson if he had the Bible grammar memorized that he had to take. That was a funny moment.
And what was the answer?
He was grave and paused for a moment. He said, yes.
Yeah. And I mean, he's got more than the Bible grammar down, than what we had to study.
Hey guys, I'm
so
need a
Ben,
micro.
why don't you tell Knox where you're born and raised?
My SD card stopped, guys. Just so you know, for whatever reason, just completely stopped.
The card?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do we need a card?
We're still recording out to our stream, so it's fine. But yeah, I know we want it.
Give us a new card.
Grab me another SD card.
Vámonos. Did we fill that up?
No.
No way.
It just stopped.
That's a bummer.
So where are you from?
I have dual citizenship in Texas and California.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Dual. Just want you to know
Play
that.
the song. Play the song.
I am
too fun.
I am
Too fun.
in my down deep in my blood. I'm a Texan, born in Fort Worth.
That's right. Promised Land.
I got it. It's
Yeah.
so you did
I
this.
feel God right there.
What do you have on your laptop? Because we're
Oh.
supposed to be talking about,
This is just
cross
This is
parenting.
just things that are important to me about cross parenting.
Do
What is
not
cross-parenting?
lose your kids.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Mm-hmm. So you're real quick before we get into the topic of not losing your kids. You're now in Aptos. You're headmaster.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
Now
Now
where school address, all that stuff.
Aptos is in. You typically say Santa Cruz for
Right.
those because a lot of people don't know the little town of Aptos,
Right.
but south of Santa Cruz County. Most people know where Santa Cruz is.
Mhm.
Monterey Bay, Northern California. And I'm the headmaster of St. Abraham's Classical Christian Academy.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm an elder at the church there in town. So
Okay.
yes, that's
In
what
your
brings
church,
me
your
to-
pastor is.
Troy Martin,
In your church is.
Trinity Covenant Church.
There we go. Come
What's
on.
the website?
Website is trinitycovenantsca.org.
Okay.
SCA.
All right. I see
Awesome.
right now you're a man of few words, so I'm really intrigued on like you have
He's
a
not
whole,
a man. He's not a man of few
No,
words. I
he's-
know this joker.
He,
For a minute.
he's like being short. And
Yeah.
I see a list of stuff on his
Yeah,
laptop.
yeah, yeah.
What is
You
at
guys
the
are a
top
little
of this
nervous
page?
about that, aren't you?
I am a little when I don't know if somebody brings something to my show with content. I wonder what kind of
you got
content you bring.
computers in front of you.
Well, my computers are looking at live streams and I'm looking at the
Yeah,
content.
that's right.
What do you have? What's on the top of your list?
The burden of my heart is that I want to talk to you guys about is in all of our cultural projects, let's not lose our own kids.
Mm,
That's what I'm.
Do you think we are
That's
losing
real.
our own kids?
That's real.
When you say let's not lose our own kids, who's the R that you're talking about there?
Well, so it's personal, right? It's always personal. It has to be personal, but especially speaking to a group of very zealous, committed, conservative Christians like we are. And I've been a part of a lot of zealous Christian communities all over the country, and I've seen a lot of good fruit, but I've also seen some really painful stories too. So I think that in all of our passion for dominion and cultural ambition and zeal, which is all good, right? The Apostle Paul says it's good to be zealous and a good thing always.
Yeah.
And I think others have spoke into this just a bit here and there on this show today, but we can't fail there.
Yeah.
We can't fail there. We can't deprioritize that place.
That is actually the way in which we go about winning, though, right? Like you don't win by losing your kids.
Yes.
Right. So like that's a prerequisite to the victory. Right. Like
Yes. Well, It should be.
Yeah.
It should be.
Yeah.
But
How do you think that it's not? Because I don't see how those two things can be. Yes, we're going to go take back the city, but we lose our. That's not possible. The very thing you shoot with are your children. They're the things that have your quiver full, right? Like that. You have to have your kids. So how do you think that we're losing it?
Well, like I said, I've seen much good fruit. Praise be to Jesus on this area. But I want to continue to see good fruit, especially in mighty men who are very talented and gifted and who write many books and do many great things. And it's especially important that even there, that the children love the same things and that we have our children's hearts and that their hearts are turned towards us as their fathers, as parents. So I think amongst passionate conservative Christians that we're very zealous, I think sometimes what can follow up with that is idealism. And I certainly have had my fair share of idealism in my life, but perfectionism and legalism can be a close follow.
What do you mean by idealism?
A thunder puppies, just a passion for keep taking the word seriously and rediscovering many wonderful, great truths about Christianity, perhaps, and thinking that by going to conferences or having certain lofty theological constructs in order, that we've arrived in the work that we're doing as parents, because it's not a simple thing. A person can have solid orthodoxy, and yet the children's hearts began to look different from that amazing, beautiful orthodoxy on paper. So
that's really good. So help me work through, because I think that's always. It's funny. Jason Farley's in the studio. I'm going to talk to him later. If you don't,
he helped start St. Abe's.
Really?
Ben's headmaster.
Right.
Oh, no way! I didn't have it. Yeah,
we chase each other across the country. We pass batons to each other.
So Jason was the former pastor at his church.
Oh, that's
church
awesome.
Yeah,
Okay, okay, I had
it's
no
all
idea.
Connected, man.
But so I do a show with Jason. I want to talk about the university in a second, but I do a show with Jason. One of the things that's really been like hitting hard has been like the Gnosticism that is inside of evangelicalism. And just to make it more personal, the Gnosticism that's in my own life, I'm finding out how much Gnosticism I have in me. And I keep thinking that if I get enough right doctrine, therefore I'm going to be better, right? Everything's going to work out if I can just change the thoughts in here, right?
Yes.
And so there is a failure to think that if we, get all this doctrine, that everything just works out and we don't actually do the things that the doctrine encourages us to do, right?
Yes.
So how do you do that with your children so that you have not only the right thinking, but it bleeds all the way out so that there's actually joy produced in your children? So if you want to lose your kids, how do we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, they're basic things, aren't they? But sometimes it's the basic things that can get neglected, I think. It's the core basic things of genuine gospel faith in our own hearts, like really, really living that out before sometimes the hardest place to live that out, those whom we're most comfortable with, our spouses, and in our children. I mean, we all sort of let our hair down, so to speak. I know you don't, let your hair down.
I have a beard.
Okay, all right.
Come on,
don't let
man.
your beard down. But
there you go.
There
you go. It's still hair, man. It's right here. Don't act like you don't see it.
I mean, we get casual, we get relaxed, when we're with our families in our homes, and I want to remind us all that we can't get passive, we can't let off, we have to be uber diligent and zealously faithful with our families. And you talked about that is the prerequisite. Faithfulness in our families is the prerequisite to faithful ministry anywhere else. And that's exactly right. I mean, the pastoral qualifications, right? I think that's expected of all people in the church, but those whom you especially see that faithfulness in managing one's household, those potentially can be officers in the church. But I think it's an expectation for the whole congregation of saints. So yeah, it's gospel faith, a genuine gospel faith, genuine brokenhearted humility.
Yeah.
Genuine love. You can have I catechized them. I took them to church every Sunday. I sacrificed this to send them to a Christian school. I did all of these things. Why are they in rebellion? But sometimes it's the glaringly obvious basic things that were neglected, like integrity, true integrity before our kids, time spent with our children individually, shepherding them. I mean, do the kids actually, do they feel that mom and dad like me? We love our kids. We love our kids, but do they feel from us? Does our spouses feel loved? And that sometimes is a little different spin on things. That kind of points more to the great need there. Is that love tank, has been said by, those in this community, before, is that love tank full? Because sometimes the best and most important thing that a child needs that's really struggling, and that struggle is real and that rebellion can be real, but sometimes what they really need is more affection, more love, not necessarily more rules and more control. And the more zealous we are, I think, the more fearful I think that we can get.
Yeah.
And when fear gets involved, then control comes after that. And so we should parent in genuine gospel integrity and humility and faith, and great love, right? The greatest of all these things is love. 1 Corinthians 13.
Ben, it seems to me like raising a faithful family is like the most basic thing God has called us to. And yet these last generations, this last 100 years, we've seen Christians lose their kids again and again and again.
Yeah, we almost expect that it's a 50-50 chance that our kids might not.
We think we're
make it,
lucky when our kids grow up to be Christians. We're like,
Right.
we got lucky,
Right.
And but God's word promises that our kids, if we're faithful, our kids will be faithful. What have we been doing to take our eye off the ball to where we've gotten the results that we're getting in the church, where parents are losing their kids in droves? Where can we pinpoint like where that eye off the ball is at?
Yeah, that's because external conformity to formulas is more attractive than actually living.
Bro, you better stop. You preaching right there now. Now, you preaching right there, because everybody wants, like, well, I just need the thing. Give me the 5 steps. Give me the this. Give me the that. Yeah, that external formula is what we want to buy. That's the package we want to buy that makes it easier. So that, because what we want to know is that it's a work righteous thing.
Yes.
The external formula is a work righteous thing, because you don't have to trust God. I just have to do the things that are here in this formula. And then I put my money in and I get my Christian kid out. Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And it's not a faith thing. It's a works thing.
That's exactly it. Because the promises and the character of God towards believers and towards their children, which the scriptures are pretty clear about, is conditioned and based on faith. It's all in faith. It's not, that's the whole lesson with Abraham, right? That's the entire lesson with Abraham having to wait so long for the promised son, and then God calls him to sacrifice him. It's all a lesson in great faith. I will bring the promise about, not you, Abraham. Not even as great as your faith is, not all of your faith and patience all over these many long years. It's me. You have to give him up to me. We have to give our children up continually to God in faith. And I think when our trust fails and we start depending upon systems or expressions, that's when we can lose sight of the internal reality. Look, this is the thing. I feel like I sit in an interesting seat of observation over the years. I mean, I'm a Gen Xer, okay, and I'm over the hill, I guess.
But I wasn't going to say anything.
I guess that's what they say. But I mean, it's hard to say, but there I am. And I've lived in 6 different states. I've been in a lot of different, ministry contexts and places, and seen many good things and seeing a lot of real painful, hard things. But a lot of our generation, right? I think we were like, we need to recover being fruitful and multiplying.
Yeah.
We need to recover this.
Right.
And we need to have a lot of kids, and
Right.
marriage is awesome. And it was, and it is. And all of these things are wonderful. But then I think I mean, that was a pretty easy doctrine to get on board with, right? I mean, it's be fruitful and multiply. That wasn't, this is not too difficult.
I don't know, man. I came from a dispensational era where they're like, no, you don't need to do that no more. So it was a lot of people in a moment that was telling you like, yeah, being fruitful, multiply ain't a thing. Don't worry about that.
Right.
So when I heard it, it was kind of like finally something who just says, I agree with what the Bible says. Anyway, but go ahead.
Well, what I'm speaking to is that in the baby boomer generation, there was a lot of children, but I feel like in that demographic, often there was like, 1 kids, 2 kids, 3 kids. You usually didn't get a whole lot more than that. I think on the whole, I feel like it's my generation where it's like, we need to have a lot of babies.
Right.
And we did. I mean, a lot of the places I've been in conservative Christian circles, at least, there's a lot of children. But I think our breath got taken away from us when we started having, by God's grace, a lot of multiple children. And it's like, this is really hard.
Really?
And how, whoa. They cost a lot and we love them, but it's Christian education. If you're committed to Christian education, if you're committed to your wife, trying to raise them at home, there's certain financial challenges, right, that this brings up, right? So it got real.
Yeah, you get a second mortgage.
Yeah.
Right? That's what it is for your kids. Yeah.
It's gotten really real. And
Yeah.
so watching that pattern over these decades has been fascinating. And so starting to observe the trends amongst a resurgence of the goodness of having a lot of children, you see a lot of families and you see a lot of kids, and it's wonderful. But I think sometimes parents didn't understand like the level of shepherding that was going to be asked of them. It's a call to shepherding them the rest of their lives, and certainly when they're in your home. And I think sometimes some parents took on a lot and they weren't quite thinking through the level of shepherding. Look, if you have multiple children, what I'm saying is your hobby has to be your family. Your hobby has to be your children. That's where you need to invest the bulk of your time, and you almost can't spend enough time. What I'm saying is that of all the things we want to be wealthy in, we need to be millionaires in our prioritization and our love, our zeal for our children and for their hearts.
I totally think I understand what you're saying. Maybe I would say it differently. I think part of our generation was happy with getting on board with having a lot of kids, but then thought that we can have ourselves as the primary focus of everything we did. Right.
Right.
So that we thought, hey, if I have 7 kids, I still get to have everything be about me. Right. Instead of, no, I am relaying a foundation of what I haven't had for 3 generations. I get it to be about me on my great grandkids when they hang the picture of me up in the house and say, praise God for Daddy Shannon. Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's when I get to have my moment. But until then, my hands belong in the mud and in the dirt, so that there is a foundation for the next 2 generations. I think that we wanted the kids and thought that we could have it still be about us because we didn't want to die. And so then the response, we try to split our allegiances, thinking that if we hold on to our own personal, because this is what our generation says all the time. Don't forget about your mental space. Make sure you have some me time, make sure you can't let this mess up how you think. And so we try and carve out from our families, carve out time that we should be pouring into our families, into ourselves. And I love how Ben Merkel talks about this when he says that we try and hold things so tight that when God asks for them, we basically squeeze them to death instead of knowing that when we give to God what he asked for, he usually gives it back to us better than what we ever could have imagined. But we hold on to it so tight because we're afraid to give it up to God. And I think that we've done that with ourselves. We don't want to go and die. And so then our family becomes kitty wampus. You know what I mean? Is that, would you agree? Like that's
100%. That's exactly how we need to view it. I so completely agree with that. And I think it's a message that we have to continue to circulate. I think it's a message we have to continue to remind ourselves of, because we're after many things, right?
Yeah.
We're after many things. It's very difficult, like our careers, our labors, our desire for our churches and our schools. I mean, we're trying to build so many things, and we're running up and down the wall of Ezra and Nehemiah, and we're trying to patch things up, and we're concerned about conflict within and enemies without. But we
no, and I think we can do it. I really believe that we can do all that together.
Amen.
But if I'm using a particular tool in order to do the job, I'm going to make sure that tool is durable first before I go out and do the job I needed to do. Yes. And my tool for this particular job are the arrows that God has equipped me with. I better make sure them arrows are sharp. Because when I go to meet with the enemies at the gate, I don't want to be made to look ashamed because I didn't have my arrows put together.
Right.
And I think you're right. I think we do need to have some sort of maybe a reminder that our children are the arrows that in which we make war with.
Yes.
Right. That's the things we're shooting out as we're building institutions. That's the things that we're shooting out as we're going to proclaim a city or a state for Christ or a country for Jesus.
That's right.
Our children are those arrows. And when we go to meet at the gates, if you don't have those things sharp, you're going to maybe look like Boo Boo the Fool. That's actually a Message translation. I don't know if anybody knows. That's from the Message. So what else do you have on your laptop? Because did we just actually shoot through all of it? You just,
I mean,
I'm intrigued actually.
We've hit a lot of it. I mean, a lot of the things that I've, wanted to share and talk about for sure. I mean, it's a real deal though. It's, we can be passionate about writing books and, we just get so spread thin because we're about comprehensive Christianity, which we need to be about. And it's so joyful and it's wonderful, but we have to be patient and we got to pause because even some of the greats in church history ended up, in some cases, losing some of their children on the altar of great ministry. I mean, I'm no expert on some of these historical figures, but I have heard some disturbing things about George Whitefield, some of his children, right? And there's plenty of others, of course, both historically and present. And I want to be clear, like, I don't want to fall into the same trap of idealism of which I warned us all, right? We don't control our children. We don't control our spouses. We barely control ourselves, right? So I want to be clear. There are seasons. There are seasons that our children can go through that are pretty gnarly, especially as they get older. Right? As they get older, they can go through some hard seasons. And just because a child might be going through a gnarly, tough season does not mean that we have utterly failed as parents.
Not at all.
Right? That's really important. And so there are crazy seasons that we don't know why. There can be pain and confusion, in our own hearts and our children's hearts and spouses' hearts. That can really affect the family, but it's patience. And it's, again, I mean, what is the X factor, right? I guess that's what I want to ask. Like, what is the X factor in children who love what mom and dad love? There's not a magic bullet, but what's the X factor? When we look at families and we say, wow, that's impressive. Like, what is it? Like, some people can feel guilty and be like, what? Why does my family not look like that family? Right? What would you guys say? What are the critical factors to deeply robust, faithful parenting?
Deeply robust, faithful parenting. Gabe, you want to go first? Because I've been talking a lot and I don't know what you've been doing.
I've been chatting with people on YouTube and
we're just talking over here.
Hey,
people on YouTube.
I was the one that asked the last
Hey,
question.
people on YouTube.
I was the one that asked the last question.
Speaking of people on social media, I just gotta say, Young Flav, what's up, bro? He was at G3. I met him.
Oh, nice.
And we got Derek Perez up there too, listening. There's some OGs. They've been listening for a minute.
DP.
And we got Karsten Boomershine. He's still here. What's up, Karsten?
Good
to have you here. Philip Adams, he's listening too. Thank you, Philip on X. These people on X, I love y'all, man. A simple man, he's listening.
So up next,
and
we
Daniel
have
J. Foster.
Brian Brown, pastor of Trinity, Denver.
Yes,
Colorado.
and I want to talk to him when he.
And we're gonna get into Acts 29.
Why they're trying to kill you? Is that what he wants to talk about?
Yeah. Why is
How?
Acts 29? Why is Acts
How
29
Acts 29 will try to kill you?
Yep, that's his topic.
Okay, but you got to answer the question that Ben put out.
I mean, I think part of what's happened, parents have been seduced over our. I mean, I've been around for 40 years. That's that's my lifetime. I'm 44. I know.
Wow.
So I think I can speak pretty well to my generation and everything. But parents were seduced in several areas. For one, my dad's generation valued job security and comfort because his parents' generation came out of the 1930s, and so I think there's this comfort and security that we look to that was not in Christ that seduced parents away from what should have been their first love, was raising their kids. The other place of seduction was obviously the public schools, free schooling, and I can buy a car now in a lake house.
Right.
So the seduction of public schools and the free schooling that was offered, parents have been seduced and all that. So I think part of this deep love of raising kids needs to return to the first commandments of what God has called mom and dad to. And I think that was kind of one of the glorious things of COVID, was that really shook that up.
Yep.
And people, I think, were kind of woke up out of their slumber of these seductions in these areas where they're being seduced, and then realized, I mean, the black community homeschooling went up like
crazy.
Almost 10%.
Oh, it went up higher than that.
It
was like 13, 14%.
It was about 4 or 5%.
It went
up
to
like 15%. So it went up about 10%. And so you saw, and then like the mass moving around. People were moving around because now they had online jobs or whatever, and they're moving to places where they've always wanted to live, to build community, to build their family, to raise their family, get their family out of the city, stuff like that. I mean, our boy Pete Hegseth was one of those guys who moved his, Fox and Friends guy, had his family in New York,
right? And
God woke him up, and he's like, I'm relocating to Tennessee where I can put my kids in a good Christian school, classical Christian school,
right?
And he found a good CREC church,
right?
And I think a lot of our friends and and a lot of Christians, COVID kind of shook that up. So I think as parents, we've been seduced by those are two easy places to start, and we need to return to the first love that God has called us to raise our kids. I remember my dad. I said this on the show before. I remember my dad in Texas, when he started a classical Christian school with our pastor in 92 or 93. He just said, "Man, I'll put your education on my credit card."
Right. Yeah. I remember.
And it's like, that was, my dad was just like this blue collar welder at, fab worker at Texas Instruments. I mean, we didn't make tons of money. So it really meant a lot to me when he said that. I don't think he ever knew how big of an impact that comment he had on me. How much he cared about making sure I was educated in the Lord.
Yes.
So I think that's one of the biggest problems. And then I would say, related to that, is men get so in their focus is outside the house, taking dominion out there. But the problem is you can think you're winning,
yes,
by providing for your family and get everything wrong.
That's right.
That's right.
There's a way to be so right. It's a greater right that we're wrong. The Pete Hegseth is a great example. I mean, it's a great story. It's a story that I've personally seen in our own community as well, where COVID kind of woke them up.
Yeah.
But the thing is, wherever we go, there we are. So my point is that look, it's not about a red state, a blue state. It's not. I mean, it's not about, if you live in Wokeville, you're going to lose your kids. No, not necessarily. I'm saying that the critical factor in our children is us. We are the greatest influence on our children wherever we live. And if we move to some, nuclear powerhouse of a community, which I've lived in a number of places in my life, that's not a guarantee.
That's right.
That's not a guarantee.
That's right. Okay, give
All
us a website to
Your
the
websites
church.
and all that. Yep.
The website to the church, which I'm on less, trinitycovenantchurch.org, I believe, actually.
Oh, you said
But I know my own website better for St. Abe's, where I'm the headmaster.
Okay, and that would be
StAbrahams.com.
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 Brother,
yes,
thank you
sir.
so much for joining us. And thank you for the good warning too.
Good
Appreciate
word.
that.
Good word, man.
Good to be here.
Yeah,
All right,
man.
real quick. I want
Love you, brother.
Jason. I
Yeah.
want Jason to jump in just
Yeah.
for like 3 minutes here.
3 minutes.
Because I
3
know
minutes.
we're behind.
All
3
right,
minutes.
you guys
but-
got to hang on for Pastor Brian Brown and
Is
Acts
Brian-
29.
is
He's
Brian
here.
Brown- okay, all right.
He's here.
All right.
You got all the Acts 29 brothers? I want them all.
All of them are coming.
All 100
Well,
of them.
it's too much.
That are here.
Oh,
That are
hold
here.
on, man.
Yeah,
We're about to
yeah,
get
yeah.
overrun by Acts 29.
Yeah.
Somebody put some borders up. I want some borders.
You.
All right, let's talk about
you.
Let's talk about what's happening at the Fight Laugh Feast Pub TV. We are doing the university. It's back in effect.
Pub
It's
University.
large. Jason, what's going on and why are we doing this?
Well, we're doing it because a lot of us missed out on an opportunity to get an education because it just wasn't available. But an education is valuable enough that even as adults, we understand we should go get it, especially if we're making sacrifices like your dad did to give it to our kids.
That's right.
Best way to show them
He never graduated college.
Right. The best way to
Yeah.
show them that it's valuable is to also try and get one for yourself, which a lot of us parents did when we started classical educating our
That's
kids
right.
or things, saying like, oh, I got to go back and get an education too. And trying to make those resources available at the Fight Laugh Feast University, Pub University.
So what's the kind of education that we're hoping to give people at the pub?
Well, we're starting out with an apologetics class, and as well as a theology of the family class as sort of a entry and some entry points. But then we're putting together a multi-session class on following the Great Conversation to become literate. So learning ancient literature, medieval literature, Renaissance, Reformation literature, and then modern literature.
You got to talk about why literature is important. And when you say becoming literate, you're not talking about just being able to read.
Yeah, not just being able to read. That's the trick that that they try to pull on us now. That we think sounding out words, and then they say you're literate, but really literate means that you are a part of the conversation that your culture and the human race has been having throughout history. It used to be called the liberal arts because it was the education of a free man. If you knew the whole conversation, knew the whole story, then you'd be really difficult to take advantage of. And so they took that away,
and that's why
they
we got
wanted to take
COVID.
advantage of us. So
we're
getting
slaves!
exactly. So so recovering that education of a free man. That isn't easy to manipulate, isn't easy to take advantage of, because he knows why he believes what he believes and where he stands and what the truth is.
Why are you starting with apologetics?
Because I think it's the tip of the spear. Right? I think apologetics is the tip of the spear. It's where the rubber meets the road. And once you start seeing what it looks like, then you can back up and say, wait, what am I missing? Why am I not able to do this all of the time? Well, it's because there's a larger conversation that we need to backfill in. And so and the kind of apologetics that I'll be teaching that one, and the kind of apologetics I teach is truth, beauty, and goodness apologetics. So it's not just
Is there
about
any other apologetic.
Unfortunately,
Not that claim, yeah.
unfortunately, most of us didn't learn it. C.S. Lewis says that that our mind is changed by beauty, and we backfill with reason. That when we see the most beautiful thing, we say, "Oh, that's what I want to be a part of," and then we come up with reasons and we backfill.
That's why I married my wife. I was like, she's beautiful, and I was like, I need some reasons.
I need some reasons now, right?
That's good, Gabe.
And she was like, "I need more reasons than that, Gabe." Yeah.
All right. So, what's the website? Give us the website so we can go check out the resources.
So it's on the Fight Laugh Feast University or fightlaughfeast.com and then /university, I believe,
or pub.
We haven't
quite figured out that backslash thing.
But
We're working on it.
Pub stands for
public house. So there used to be coffee houses and pubs and things where it was said for a penny you can get a university education, and so because you could go down and it would be as a penny for a cup of coffee or for a beer. And then the people in town, that was where they were having a conversation and so they were all trying to find the truth in a town. And so the public house was the
the house where you could
of discussion and
discussion
debate
and debate.
learning.
Yeah. So Public House University is
I love that.
going to be we're rebranding,
Amen. Renaming it, rebranding. They're going to bring it all back.
So when's your first class starting?
Don't leave me hanging. You just left me hanging.
I'm so sorry,
bro.
man.
That was.
I'm not used to being in the same room with you.
I know. We're
Oh,
usually on
nice.
television. Yeah.
First class starts right after
the Fight Laugh Feast
Fight
conference.
Laugh Feast
Okay.
conference. Yeah.
So we'll be getting information up on fightlaughfeast.com very shortly. Look out for that. Thank you, Jason, very much for coming
Absolutely.
in, man.
Thanks for having me.
You gonna be around for a minute? You gotta head back to Spokane?
Yeah, I gotta head back to Spokane.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Lord bless you.
Thanks for coming on.
All right, boys. Get
oh
in.
boy, here
grab
we go.
a mic. One of you guys.
Invasion of Acts 29.
Yeah.
This is.
Do we got like a song for this?
No,
You know.
no. This unless we can play a death march. I don't know what's going on here. You guys can scoot right past me.
Yep.
Go to the other mic.
Just grab your seat. There's these headphones right there. Pop in, and then just make sure you eat the mic. You want to be about an inch away. Get into it. Speak boldly like
Everybody
men.
looks so serious.
Use your chest. Use your chest like men.
What kind
you know
of
what I'm saying?
Presbyterian meeting did y'all just come from?
And just scoot over just a little bit.
My
so,
goodness, who died?
Chase can get in here too. So, so we got Pastor Brian.
Hey,
Brian Brown.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Brian Brown,
Pastor Chase Davis, and Elder Matt. Right?
Pastor Matt.
Pastor Matt. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Pastor Matt. Hey, you get his mic in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and keep
ahead.
talking.
Good.
No,
Oh, you're not
No,
good.
he's not there.
Oh, I know what's going on. I
Okay.
got you. Keep talking. You're good. You're good.
I'm here.
There we go.
There you go.
I
Just
got
like
you.
that.
It's on me. I figured it
Just like
out.
that.
You got
Who's
me
that?
too.
Huh?
You got me.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to put that mic close. You got
Like
you're a
an inch
pastor.
away.
Okay.
Yep.
you know,
Oh, I don't know. You got him? Are you a pastor? Speaking of that,
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
barely, barely.
Wow.
Put some chest into it, boy.
I'm right here, guys.
Okay. I don't know if I feel that.
I don't know if I feel that.
Mm.
I feel.
Sounds like you're on your own podcast. Chase.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, so just as an intro to these brothers, it's so great hanging with you guys last night. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, you're welcome. I brought some cigars and a little bit of whiskey, and then some other people brought some drinks and all that stuff. And we ended up at the courtyard at the Best Western smoking cigars,
which
and,
I thought was weird.
Yeah.
It was
well,
maybe in counseling or
well,
I wasn't
no.
sure.
The reason was very practical. We had a bunch of pastors there who had their kids at the Best Western,
right,
and so they
okay.
could their kids could be sleeping in the hotel room and everything. Because I would have invited everybody over to my house, but
I
it
actually
just-
invited everybody over to my house.
Yeah, but you were 20 minutes outside town, so
Hey, I said I invited y'all. Y'all was welcome to
yeah,
come.
that's scary.
Y'all were up to
It's
how
scary
long?
in your neighborhood at night out there.
That's probably true.
So,
bunch of bears.
Pastor, just to intro you guys real quick, you're Pastor Brian, pastor of
Trinity Church Denver.
Denver. Okay, website.
TrinityChurchDenver.org.
Okay, Chase.
Pastor at the Well Church in Boulder, Colorado with Matt. We're both lead pastors there.
Website.
BoulderWell.org.
Boulder Well. So Denver and Boulder represented here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, just Pastor Brian, you were pastoring in the Acts 29 network.
Yes.
And then you planted a church in Denver. When did you plant that initial church, or was it a plant, or did you were already?
It was a plan.
It was a plan.
2000. I have to work backwards.
Yeah.
It's hard to do math.
I know.
2008.
Okay, so you kind of 2008, 2009,
2007. Yeah.
seven around that time. And then you guys immediately were part of the Acts 29 network. Were you actually part of the kind of the planting
We planted as an Acts 29 church. Yeah.
in 2008,
Uh-huh.
2007, and then it grew. God grew the work into like something like 2,000 people.
Yeah, we probably averaging about 1,500.
Uh-huh.
Oh, just
on a Sunday.
1,500. You know,
In Denver.
just a
Yeah,
few.
yeah.
And then you got kicked out.
Yes.
That's
and great shorthand.
In the final.
Wait, you got kicked out of the?
I was
Of
asked
both.
asked to resign the church.
Oh,
and
really?
Acts 29.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
And the final
Okay.
straw was actually he invited Nate Wilson to speak out there.
Really? Okay, wait, hold on. I don't want to hear the story from you. Hold on. Hold on. Hit pause. Wait, I gotta make sure I got this.
That pump so good.
So
It's gonna
Pastor
be a
Brian, Chase, Pastor Chase,
Yep.
and then Matt.
Pastor Matt.
Pastor
yeah.
Matt.
Pastor Matt. Okay, so I just make sure I got everybody. Okay. So what you do?
Man, the church grew. There was I brought on some elders, many of them very quickly. They hadn't been at the church very long. We started getting sideways philosophically, started getting sideways personally, me and particularly 2 or 3 of those elders. And I didn't handle it well, by which I mean there needed to be a fight. that needed to happen in the open, and I didn't. Just kind of kept everything going.
Oh, that's
like,
interesting. So you weren't going to social media and posting about it.
No,
well, not
no,
even
no.
open. You guys weren't even having like elder meetings where you're discussing this.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is you need to come up in an elder meeting early on.
He's not even talking about public. He just got
just
an elder meeting.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And so eventually they asked me to take 3 months off, and then
that 3 months turned into
it turned into several years. And actually during that time, Nate Wilson showed up. He was we'd invited him to come and do a conference with just to speak on Notes from a Tilted World. And in the middle of that, he sat down with me. He'd spent some time with a few of those elders, and he was sat in my living room and he said, "Brian, you're going to get fired." Which I said, "No, it's gonna be fine. When they can't fire me, it's not a big deal." He said, "No, you're definitely gonna get fired."
That's it. I'm taking back your honorarium. That's it. No honorarium for you,
So
Nate.
Nate's a prophet, or did you have to still? I guess you don't have to stone him because it was true.
It turned out completely true.
Okay.
Yeah. So then ended up being fired at the end of those 3 months.
After you came back from vacation?
Well, it wasn't a vacation. I wasn't allowed to leave town. They had like put some pretty structured things on there.
So you so you wait, time out. You got house arrest? I didn't even know you could do that in evangelicalism. We got Christian evangelical house arrest?
Dude, they have a problem with flogging.
Yo, I have a little more respect for them now. I ain't gonna lie. I really am. Like, okay, they kind of gangster.
Yeah. So I think at the heart of like there was some philosophical issues going on. They were moving one direction, kind of towards wokeness before it was woke. Before woke was cool.
Okay.
Not that it's cool, but you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, it's totally cool.
But then kind of over the top of that got layered a lot of personal things. And I guess like the way I would describe it, and this is actually when we talked about like how does Acts 29 kill you? There was this there's rampant in our culture now, this whole idea of impact matters more than intent. So how someone feels about what you said, how someone feels about what you're doing matters more than the actual content of what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Feelings become determinative for whether someone's sinned or not, rather than the objective actions or words of that person.
Mm-hmm.
And so that kind of started running through the whole thing. And so it became an issue of like, you don't love people, you don't care about people, because here's a list of people that are hurt. Not actually, there wasn't a list. It was just there's an ambiguous number of people who've been hurt by your words. And so at the end of that was asked to leave, and then waited a couple years and planted a CREC church.
Woo!
He just jumped ahead. He just
time out. Do they know you're here?
Right in this
because they
room?
sound like a mafia.
I mean, it's fine.
Okay, well, good. We can't. Well, I mean, we straight anyway. We got guns all over the place. Okay, so what did you do? What did y'all do? How do y'all know each other? And did you guys do something like this?
Yeah. So we planted together. I'll let Matt tell that story. I mean, we planted as an Acts 29 church 2011.
Yeah, we started in 2011. I recruited Chase to move to Boulder, Colorado with me from Gunnison, Colorado.
Chase, where are you from?
Dallas, Texas.
Amen. That's it.
Yo, why y'all doing that, man?
You got to see. Yeah, I just want you to know how powerful the promised land is.
Yeah, it's so powerful. Everybody got to leave it.
No, we're discipling all nations.
We are discipling nations.
Yeah,
baby.
yeah. Come on, man.
All right.
Hey, Waterburger's coming.
Yeah, so we moved to Boulder, planted an Acts 29 church. We're in the network for most of our existence, and then starting in 2016, we kind of started seeing some cracks in Acts 29. We were friends with Brian. Brian actually did my assessment into Acts 29. And
nice.
Turned him down.
Brian didn't warn you. Brian's like,
I know.
Hey,
he's
man,
doing the assessment.
He couldn't even be like, ND. They're going to fire you in 3 years.
He's not a prophet, I guess.
Brian could have been doing the assessment, and, and getting your questions and answers and all that. And he'd be like, and at the same time, be like, don't do this. And then, okay, next question is,
hold on, I want to know, what is it that you guys saw in 2016 that made you say, red flag?
Go ahead, Chase.
I don't know, man. Like I think it started a little bit before that with it was 2014 with Ferguson, and that's when things kind of popped off. And Driscoll getting removed from the network, whatever that was kind of like pricked our ears a little bit. Go, what's going on here? That process didn't seem clear. It wasn't documented. Like
they just removed Mark from the Rolodex. They're
and so
like delete.
We watched that, and then we watched the rhetoric around the election, and there's just confusion. There was no clarity, and it only accelerated. So it just kept building until 2020 hit. But that's what we noticed in 2014, 2016 with Driscoll, Ferguson, Trump, all that
Steve
stuff. Steve Timmis in 2020 when he got fired.
Steve was the CEO of Acts 29,
Yeah.
and he's actually here
Yeah.
checking out CREC Council too. He's from the UK. He came in.
Yeah, he was fired.
He was fired from CREC.
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you right now. I want somebody really vetting y'all jokers. I'm just gonna tell you right now. I just want some real vetting going on.
Well,
Are
we
we-
haven't told you why we got kicked out yet. So.
Oh no, that's what I'm about to get. That's why I'm a little concerned. So wait, did y'all go pedo or what happened? Are y'all still Baptist? What's the deal?
We are still Baptist. You know, you can pray for us in our.
Well, you know, brother,
in our
there wouldn't be
state.
a better place for you to be in. I just want you to know that.
Everybody keeps telling us that.
Yeah, you just stay around here. All right. So what did you guys do? If you didn't baptize a baby, how'd you get kicked out?
Well, you're allowed to baptize babies in Acts 29.
You are?
Yeah, you are.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's Presbyterians in Acts 29.
Why?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make that face.
He's like, I understand why you guys were there.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we just started asking a lot of questions. That was the big thing. And Chase is more public on things like Twitter. And I kind of took to the internal side of Acts 29 and pressing on a lot of these woke issues and things like that. And Chase was kind of doing it on Twitter. And we were just pushing, and we were very strategic. We chose not to critique Acts 29 publicly, but just kind of critique the greater narrative going on around the world.
Yeah.
And that really started to bother people. When I started asking questions about why are we closing down our churches during COVID, asking why are we wearing masks, doing that stuff. I mean, you would have thought we started World War III internally.
Yeah.
I mean, people were so mad at us. Like, how could you do this? How could you say these things? And it just kind of kept snowballing and snowballing. And I mean, there was a lot there, Chase.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a matter of us kind of going back to like, what did we believe for all these years? How did we not see the wokeness kind of creeping in the network? And yeah, just publicly writing about it. And so we knew that the network is governed in such a way that, like, if you don't toe the party line, you don't have a place to speak. And I was like, well, then I'll go write at other places. I'll go. I started my own podcast because I was like, well, I'm going to interview a bunch of people I'm listening to, and bring them on.
Yeah.
And so all of that, I think, just accelerated. It wasn't necessarily the intention to accelerate any conflict,
Right.
But I was just trying to contribute to the greater
narrative and discussion.
Yeah, just like, hey, I'm going to offer a different perspective. And so that was going on.
And so it was a Tuesday. We got a phone call. Can you hop on a Zoom call in 1 hour? And Chase and I were like, sure. And I looked at Chase. I said, I'm recording this call, man. This isn't good. And so we sat down and they got right to it. And they just said, because of your constant public critique of the network, we are effective immediately removing you from fellowship. And that was it. And they would not tell us what we did because we never did critique them publicly. We pressed on it, and then it continued after that. They basically kept slandering us, telling everybody that we were unhinged on the call and that we yelled at them, and we'd been going crazy. And we asked them to stop repeatedly. They wouldn't stop, so then we went ahead and released that phone call that we recorded of them kicking us out of the network.
And you woke up one morning with a horse head in your bed.
Well, it actually served a great purpose because many guys in the network, our phones just
blew up.
It went nuts because people were like, everything we've been told about you guys was a lie.
Wow.
Well, okay, so I want to know then, because when
Is that call still online?
Yeah, it's on Chase's podcast.
What's your podcast?
Foolproof Theology.
So you never listen to CrossPolitic, huh?
I have.
Oh, because you never invited us on.
No, I've been on. I've been on the show.
I'll get you on.
I was going
Gabe
is not us.
He didn't come to your house.
Gabe is not the federal
on.
us. What are you talking about?
offended quick.
I did. I was just wondering, like, Gabe pops up. Okay, so you said, how is it the X29 were trying to kill you?
I mean, that's the thing. Is like there's actually, I get like I've gotten lots of calls from pastors, right? So who step into a similar situation that I was in. And there's a whole culture now that's permeated the network, and it's not. I actually don't think it's intentional at all, but it's this idea that it's working from this reduced gospel, reduced understanding of. It started with this idea of like, hey, here's 3 or 4 theological issues that we're going to be committed to, and then everything else is about accommodating the culture around you. So how do we hold fast to these 3 or 4 doctrines? And what that ends up doing is like deprioritizing scripture, which then prioritizes whatever the culture is doing, which in this case is feelings, emotions, internal life of people. Well, now you're finding like a whole series of pastors getting sideways with their elders, getting sideways with the network, being removed from their pastorates, being removed from the network, not because they objectively sinned and they're being brought up on biblical charges, but because like people don't like how they feel around them.
Interesting.
And that's happening again and again and again.
Interesting.
All over the network. So we just went to the UK. Steve Timmis, who's here, he's exploring the CREC, asked our session to come and, hey, will you just examine everything that happened? Like, you can talk to everybody. You can talk to anybody who hated me, anybody who didn't think I should be a pastor anymore. Talk to anybody you want to.
Yeah.
We went through 400 pages of documents, like transcripts from board meetings, like everything from Acts 29 to his previous church. And it's just a series of, which then get published, and he gets accused of spiritual abuse. But you actually look at the stories, you dig in, you actually talk to people that they don't have objective behaviors that they're pointing to. They're saying, well, when he did this, I felt this way. Therefore he's mean. And he's at the time he's CEO of Acts 29. Like, he's running the whole show.
Yeah.
Chandler's like the talking head, and Timmis is the guy building the thing. And it ate him. Like, it just totally destroyed this guy. I mean, cut him off from his church, his publishing contract, like everything.
Wow.
And so he's an extreme example, but it's actually happening over and over and over again in the network with pastors. And it's actually discipling people into this like reinforced therapeutic worldview where the gospel is what makes me feel good. What the Bible, what I should see in the Bible is just what makes me feel good.
Right.
It's Gnosticism.
Yeah, but it honestly, wow, I haven't thought about that, but yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. So I gotta ask. There's a couple things. I'm gonna vet you guys real quick here because I gotta know. But so how?
I'll take. I'm recording this conversation.
Yeah. There's a bunch of people watching.
Actually, we're recording this already.
Yeah. So why go? I guess in the time allotted, I kind of want to talk about why you guys are looking at the CREC. Are you in the CREC yet, or what's the situation? I want to talk about that.
Brian's church.
Okay.
In the CREC.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you guys are just checking it out.
We're candidates.
Okay.
Yeah. 24 hours. Yeah.
Interesting. And so I'm just wondering why the CREC and how far are you willing to go being CREC? Paedo communion allowed? What are we doing?
Yeah, sure. So what we saw in the CREC was, you guys issued a statement on lockdowns and masks, like early on too. And I was like, that's leadership. That's stepping into it with a biblical world.
Go ahead and scoot up close. You got a podcast. You know how to use a mic.
Yeah, I got a different mic than this.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
And so I saw the CREC like stepping up, and like leading and actually issuing things. Whereas what we experienced then was just cultural accommodation. Whatever the government tells us to do, we'll do. And that wasn't my conviction. That wasn't our church's conviction. And so there was that. And I started getting introduced. Brian and I went down to like Thopolis together. So I just started getting like introduced to all these people. James Jordan. I started reading James Jordan. Our staff read James Jordan. Right?
Mess you up.
Yeah, we took our whole staff through it.
And we're reading Lightheart. We're reading all of his 4 books,
Yes, the 4 Gospels.
All our elders are watching Doug's video on the side. And we're like, what are all these people having in common with CREC? It's like, well, maybe we could find a home there. Maybe they would put up with us and tolerate our
maybe.
antics.
Yeah, and for me, it was a bit of coming home. In college, I lived in a coffee shop that Doug's dad started in Gunnison, Colorado, and worked there. And
Jim Wilson. It all comes back to Jim. Grandpa Jim.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I didn't know anything. I was a new Christian, and the deal was I'd work for free if I could sleep in the basement and read every book. And so that was kind of my informal training into ministry, was being in there. So it just kind of felt like a natural fit for us in a lot of ways.
We're about to add, that's why the question I have then is how much of a natural fit?
Yeah, I know. So here's the deal. Look, from the beginning of our church, we've always welcomed Presbyterians into membership. So like, we're not.
Oh, you guys are unique then. Are you sure you were ever Baptist then?
I don't know.
Okay, because you might not have been if you were doing
Southern
that.
Baptist. It's my tradition. I grew up in. Our church has always been Baptist. We're not a nom.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just completed Baptist.
Did you grow up in a church that had that kind of ecumenical understing between Presbyterians and Baptists?
No.
So this is something that you implemented as a pastor.
Yeah, because once we planted, I was like, I can't imagine cutting off all these people from communion at my church that I listen to and I respect. I can't imagine not fellowshipping with them. And so that's our perspective on it. And look, I have so many Presbyterians in my ear. I mean, they keep saying, why don't you just do it? Why don't you do it? And I'm like, I don't see it yet. Look, pray for me.
Yeah.
I'll read your literature.
Yeah.
And
just do it is not motivating me to make a giant
Yeah, 100%.
shift in all
Yeah,
my
no.
theology, you know.
That'd make me like push back.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
like I'm not doing. I'm not just doing it.
Yeah.
And to be honest, even in listening in on our Presbyterian meetings this morning and hearing the discussion around Baptists and how that relationship's going to work, it actually makes me feel even more welcomed into something like the CREC.
Right.
And it actually seems like a good fit for us because we're very welcoming, and if everything goes as we hope it does, we feel that coming back our way from the CREC.
I think also it seems to me that like one of the reasons that we have a number of Acts 29 or reject or kicked out, whatever you want to, however you want to describe it, looking at the CREC is because you've had guys like Doug not being winsome for 20 years.
Yep.
Right. And you guys have basically been kicked out in some level or another for not being winsome and not being nice and speaking against culture and that kind of thing. And so you kind of look at the landscape and it's like, well, where do you go?
Totally.
What denomination is not going to make a problem out of not being winsome? I
And
mean,
not be
every
gay.
Yeah, exactly. Almost every denomination, PCAs is kind of creating a culture like this a little bit.
Yep.
Certain presbyteries
the
are.
OPC, yeah, certain presbyteries definitely. SBC is fraught with this crap. And they're fighting through it. And there's good guys and Tom Askell and stuff like that who are dealing with this very thing. But the CREC is actually one of the few places where it's like you can go and bring the word and not have to worry about this whole stupid charge of being winsome.
Exactly.
You know, and so it seems like that's attracting you guys or these kind of former Acts 29 churches.
We didn't want to go anywhere where we felt like we had to reform anything. We could just be there and be part of it. I mean, I didn't want to fight anybody on just all these woke things and dumb things. And, we can have conversations around communion and all that stuff. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm here for that, but I'm not here for all these other things anymore.
Yeah, that's a part of the traditional evangelical conversation in one sense, right?
Absolutely.
It's a whole nother thing where it's like, did we have to have a DEI department now in our churches?
Yeah.
Right. Or is the
Yeah,
denomination the thing that is actually the HR that is functioning as the DEI?
Well, and that's what's funny, man. Is like I think this stuff was in the water in Acts 29, and I don't know how to describe it other than I felt like I was asleep to it or numb to it because we were just kind of buying whatever they were doing. So they would talk about, dude, we're gonna hire based on race in Acts 29. This was presented.
Well, Matt Chandler was doing the 7 and 8 thing.
Yeah, so that was public.
Well, I've been taking 8, 7 or 8.
But back then something was broke where we just couldn't, we couldn't see it. But 2020, by God's providence,
kind of opened up everything for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really awesome. So, okay, let's get websites again. So,
well, hang on, I got one more question.
Wait,
here. But first, we got last guy coming on the show today is Jimmy Gill, Pastor Jimmy Gill.
Do we know him?
He's from Christ Redeemer Presbyterian Church.
Okay, he's not
Florida.
He's not a reject.
And he's up. He's enjoying the Idaho weather right now.
Okay,
I guarantee he's
well,
enjoying
I
it.
doubt that very much. I doubt that very much.
So, you guys, Brian, you've been in the CREC now for 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is our third year.
Okay, going on 3. And I take your point about like wanting to join a denomination where you can like work on building and fighting culture, then work on like fighting one another. I understand that. But I just a little kind of exhortation from me. I said this last night, one of the I want the CREC to grow in a healthy way. And I think I don't want these PCA churches coming into our denomination. Because
Maslow,
I want
denominationalist.
I grew up in the PCA, so I'm not like
okay.
I love these brothers, but like they aren't fighting over there.
Yeah,
in the PCA, like they got
Interesting.
revoice and all
I
that
see
stuff,
what
right? You
you're
see what I'm saying? And then they're gonna just all of a sudden be like, "Hey, the PCA's having major problems. I'm tired of it. I'm gonna go join the CREC."
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want that to. I don't want the CREC to grow that way.
Yeah.
Because what's going to happen is you aren't fighting over there, and then you come over here, and you're just going to rinse and repeat.
Yep.
Yeah.
And everything. So I want the CREC church to grow in a healthy way, but that's and I would say that also means we need to fight well with each other.
Yep.
We I think just a little. I think back in 2014, 15, 16, I think there were some problems with the CREC that I didn't like seeing. And I think COVID woke a lot of churches up in the CREC in a very healthy way. And now I think the CREC is more healthy than I've ever seen it before. And I think a lot of that had to do with actually 2020, major in the majors, minor in the minors. And we started, but I want you guys to come in. And as you guys come in, one of the, you maintain some of the strengths and gifts that God has given you.
Amen.
And you also continue that fighting spirit.
Yeah.
Like, don't come in and hang up and kind of get comfortable because you feel like you're with some people you agree with and stuff like that. And don't hang your hat up in that way. So
fight harder.
Fight harder and obviously learn from the guys who have wisdom in the denomination. And there's some good fathers in our denomination, some good church fathers here. And and so take that, honor them and receive from them what they're doing, but bring that young energy into our denomination because God gives denominations, he takes them away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. So if God takes the CREC away in 100 years,
hopefully he takes it while it's fighting though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
I don't want to be like,
swinging.
we ain't mattered in like the last 25 years.
Mhm.
Bye.
Yeah.
I want to go down swinging, and then singing a psalm and got somebody's head in a headlock and a knife in somebody else's chest. That's how I want to go down.
That fears Jehovah.
Okay, I want to go down with my enemy's death. No, I don't want to go out the other way. So I think that's really good, Gabe.
Yeah. So that's just kind of a final.
You didn't.
appreciate that.
That's not a question, actually.
We'll
Gabe,
keep
just-
bringing Baptist on over.
Yeah. No.
We'll keep converting the ones you bring.
I gave you a softball. there.
You keep it up, brother. If that's what you're gonna do, you welcome all the time over here.
That's great.
All right, let's get websites so we can.
Go around the room.
So, and where the church
churches,
is.
website, all that stuff.
Yeah, Trinity
Podcast.
Church Denver. Everything's on that
Podcast.
website. Yeah,
Okay.
all my
Trinity
stuff's on
Church
there.
Denver.
.org.
.org.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
The Well Church, Boulder, Colorado. Boulderwell.org.
Man, I pray y'all take Colorado.
Boulderwell.org.
Boulderwell.org.
All right.
Yeah.
And then the podcast, if you want to listen to that phone call, Foolproof Theology, FULL, Foolproof Theology.
And I'll be on there soon.
And you
Yeah,
guys,
you
you will. And
We'll
you guys got to get in touch with Scott Bottoms. I think I've already put you in touch with him. I
Yeah,
can't remember.
yeah.
I know you.
Uh-huh.
He's that good legislator we had in
Oh,
Colorado. Scott
yeah.
Bottoms
I like
fighting.
Scott.
Yeah,
He's a solid dude.
Colorado's in dark spot.
And one thing too, y'all wear suits, right? Because I don't want none of that Acts 29 dressing. So wear a tie or something every now and then when y'all preach. I'm just saying.
Probably not gonna happen.
I'm just saying. Hey, we got vestments around here. Some of these guys at least wear collars and stuff, but you know what I'm saying. You keep it classy. You know what I'm saying. Just you don't have to do it every time, but step up your game a little bit. Get a nice little Vody Bakum suit or something.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
Brian told me to behave myself, so I'll just nod.
Get you a little three-piece that you wear once a
Brian,
quarter.
why would you do that? We rowdy over here, man. I'm telling y'all how to dress, and
Clap back.
Yeah, when you guys
Yeah,
start baptizing them babies, it's gonna be a beautiful thing. I'm looking forward to that one. It's gonna be.
There's a better chance of that than me LARPing.
Yeah. I like you. That can go burn with the devil.
I like that. I
Yeah,
like that.
LARPing.
I
What is
got you.
that?
I got you.
God bless you,
All
brothers.
right, guys.
Appreciate
Thanks.
it. Thank you for
Thanks.
coming on.
Thanks you.
This is getting interesting.
That's fun.
I'm gonna wait till they
we
leave
need to-
before I talk about
We
it.
need to get. We need to do a whole show with these brothers, and including Tim from UK, the former CEO of Acts 29.
Is he Steve? Right?
Steve Timman.
Timmis.
Timmis. There we go.
All right.
All right, just hop in,
Guys, this is the
Jimmy.
last session of the
last
day.
session
I
of the
can't
day.
believe we actually made it. The extravaganza, CREC extravaganza.
Jimmy, just getting that seat right there. Put
Jimmy
on the
Gill,
headphones.
Christ Redeemer Presbyterian Church, Live Oak, Florida.
Yes, is that
Wow.
a beachy place?
It's about as far as you can get in Florida from an ocean.
Oh, he's southern Florida.
So
And like southern
So
culture.
flow?
You're southern culture, Florida.
you know how it is in Florida.
Yeah.
The further south you go, the further north you are.
That's right. That's
And the
right.
I'm gonna
further
have you
north
scoot
you
up.
go,
That's
the further south.
So
you
that's
go.
what yeah,
gonna have you
he's
scoot in and
southern culture, Florida.
Yes, sir.
He's hick.
You know what?
He's hick, Florida. That's
Yes,
what that
that's
is.
it.
Okay, we've had
Yeah.
a long day here. We're about to get to 5 hours.
Yeah, we're about to
And-
say something stupid.
and-
That's how long we've
well,
been.
I'm sure I already have plenty of times already. So I'm past that. But I've realized something about pastors and this new generation of pastors. You notice how these pastors that come in here, they always are off the mic. You guys are off the mic. You know why? Because they have these little lapels that stick on them now.
Yeah.
And so they don't have the mic follow them around, and they ain't used to having mic control.
Is
I
just
don't
there.
like
Do you
this.
preach
I
on a
done got-
lapel or a mic?
The
See?
Britney Spears
Yeah,
mic.
there you go.
Always,
Yeah.
Britney Spears. No, man. Back in the day when I was growing up, in my day, 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Pastors used to hold their microphone.
Eat it.
And people don't do that no more.
No,
you know.
You can get a lot of
Thank
good.
you very much.
Oh
Look
my
at this.
goodness! Thank you, Johnny.
It took you
My
3 hours to
goodness.
get us some water. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Thank you. Wow. Appreciate you, Johnny. We're at the end of the show.
Better late than never.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I gotta give a shout out to our crew. Wow, they have run the stream. It's been flawless. We have got sound. They've taken care of us. Got the guest in. Bree, Neil, Carter, and Johnny. Thank you guys so much for being here and taking care of us. They were here early. They were here late last night and making this work. And tomorrow we're gonna start our stream at 10 a.m. Right? We got at 10 a.m. to 3.
Something like that, roughly.
All right. So that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, church planting.
Yes, sir.
What's new about that?
What is new? Well, see, the way I see it, I am all about, make America Florida, right?
Oh.
You know about this, right?
I've heard.
You've heard about this?
I'm just gonna drink my water. Go ahead.
I'm all about making America Florida, but there are
Without the Gators.
Well, of course.
Okay. Well, in that case,
there
we can
are a
talk.
few important caveats. See,
Okay.
Florida kind of has a nice deal going on. I don't know if you've been to Florida.
I've been there,
recently, but
he's got me curious like a cat.
Florida is, great place to be.
It's humid though.
I like it. It's
humid.
That's Jesus giving you a hug.
It is air
That's
you
what
can wear.
Yeah,
I mean, it is.
That's
it is
right.
Very humid.
Jesus giving you a hug the whole time.
So I am enjoying this Idaho weather.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not going to be here in a couple weeks or months. I can do without
It's gonna
the
get
snow.
snowy.
Yeah, I
It's
can
gonna
do
get
without that. I don't have.
Jesus hugs you sometimes with cold and heat.
So wait, Jimmy, I don't know you. How did you come into the CREC? Did you plant a church in the CREC? What, how'd you get to Redeemer? I'd love to hear a little bit about your story.
Yeah. I was raised Southern Baptist and went to seminary in Birmingham at Beeson Divinity School as a Baptist. Was hired by a Baptist church, and then everything fell apart. My whole worldview, everything got rocked. And
how did that start?
It started with having a child. That often messes with things.
Yep.
And then just things I was seeing in my role as on staff at this Baptist church.
Yeah.
So I got connected with Rich Lusk in Birmingham.
Yeah.
And through the Lord's providence, I ended up as associate pastor with him at Trinity Pres for almost 6 years. And then took the call down to this newer CREC congregation in North Florida, which I'm from the Jacksonville area. And so that's where all of my family is, and my wife's family is from Florida. So being back in Florida is,
it's home.
High priority for us. Yeah. It's home.
How far are you from Jacksonville? How far is Live Oak from Jacksonville?
Yeah, we're about 90 miles west of Jacksonville. We're like right in between Jacksonville and Tallahassee.
Yeah.
And so we're in a tiny little rural town. And it is old South.
Yeah.
Hickville, Florida.
Yeah.
But the Lord is really doing some interesting things around North Florida.
Okay.
Because Florida is kind of a wasteland for churches that know how to fight, laugh, and feast.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah.
There's a lot of churches that like to fight,
right,
but only fight. And there's a lot of churches that they just want to laugh
and be entertained and all that.
That's all they want to do. Or, in the South, Baptists are famous for their eating.
That's right.
But
deep fried crocodile,
alligator, yes, fried gator. That's the way to go. But there's so if we're going to make America Florida, there's a few things we got to fix first, and that's the biggest one.
I didn't sign up for that one yet, but go ahead.
I'm working on it.
Okay, all right.
We just got constitutional carry in Florida,
which was we've had that for a while.
I know, but
glad you could join us. Glad you can make America Florida and Florida Idaho.
There you go.
On the Second Amendment.
But our governor just repealed all sales tax on anything related to babies and children.
I know. That's so funny. I love that. That's a
And-
great play. That's a great move.
Isn't that awesome?
Really?
Remember?
Yeah, I
we
do.
did. We
I-
talked about it. You liked it too. Don't take it back.
I don't know if I liked it.
Just because you give me contrary to
I
our
still don't want to
guests.
make America Florida yet. Keep going.
Okay. All right. Fine. But that's okay. That's okay.
I mean, I see. I think it's a great play. So what else you got?
Well, what I really want to do is just get the word out about some church planting stuff that's going on in North Florida. So we've got a mission church that we are sponsoring in Tallahassee.
A mission
Tallahassee.
church.
A mission church, yeah.
What is a mission church?
That's
just
It's when a
church plant.
Church plant.
Okay. Got
It's
you.
a church plant that is being overseen by a CREC
I got you.
congregation.
All right.
So that's different from a candidate church, which is where an existing church wants to come into the denomination already
you.
fully up and running.
Right.
So we're overseeing a mission church in Tallahassee. We've got a good pastor there, Josh Waller. Got a good.
So it's already got a pastor at the
Yes.
Tallahassee Mission Church.
Yeah, got a good
No
congregation.
way.
We just installed another elder there
Yeah.
a couple Sundays ago.
What's the name of this church?
Christ the King Presbyterian Church.
Okay.
So they meet on Sunday afternoons.
But that's the other name too.
No, they're
Christ
the
Redeemer.
King.
You're Christ Redeemer Presbyterian
Yeah,
Church.
yeah.
Christ the King in Tallahassee. What's that website address of that? You know?
They're on Facebook.
Okay.
At Christ the King TLH, I think
Okay.
is their Facebook page. But so they've got a great solid core group.
How many people?
I think they've got about 30 members,
Yeah.
and then other people checking them out.
Yeah.
And so there's also a group that I think has
Jacksonville.
Well, there's Jacksonville.
Oh.
But before I get to Jacksonville, I was
Yeah.
going to mention Gainesville. So I know
that was Ben Newsom, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Newsmas and there's a couple other families
Yeah.
from Moscow that ended up in Gainesville.
No way.
Of all places.
Yeah. Home of Tim Tebow.
Yeah. And so they need all the help they can get down there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So they're holding psalm sings.
Yeah.
Sabbath dinners.
Way to go.
On Saturday, like 2 Saturday nights a month. So we've been down there and partaking of that.
How far are they away from? Because you're in Live Oak. You're between Tallahassee. So you got a plant going on in Tallahassee, and then Gainesville. How far are you away from Gainesville?
Hour 15.
Okay, so pretty accessible. And so basically, you got the beginnings of a potential plant in
Hopefully
in Gainesville.
Hopefully.
How many families are kind of involved in that?
Well, the psalm sings have been drawing, anywhere from 4 to 6 or 7 families and college students, and
wow.
Who would have thought Christians want to just sing the Psalms, huh? That's amazing.
And the church for so long has been keeping them from it.
Oh,
yeah. Sad but true. So they've got a Facebook page, Gainesville Psalm Sings. So encourage everybody in that area to
find
check
that right
that
now while
out.
we're talking.
And then Jacksonville. Yeah. So Jacksonville is where I'm from. And there's a lot of good stuff happening, a lot of interest in Jacksonville. And so we've got a couple there in the Navy who were in the CREC church in Annapolis while they were at the Naval Academy. And they're in Jacksonville. And they want to see a CREC church planted in every major Navy town.
Oh, interesting.
So that wherever people in the Navy get stationed,
there's a CREC
they've got a
church,
good
yeah.
place to be.
That's
And
Jacksonville.
So Jacksonville is where they're at.
Yep.
And Cole is and his wife Brooke are there and have been putting out the word, putting out feelers and connecting with people. And over the past month, the Lord's just really opened up a lot of interest, a lot of visibility there. And so we're holding an interest meeting. I'm going to be over there on October the 14th to hold a meeting. We've already got something like 11 different households committed to coming to this meeting to check out, CREC church plant possibility. And we've got a Facebook page up. We've named the church Trinity Reformed Evangelical Church
in Jacksonville.
Because the Huguenots, there's a lot of history there. The Huguenots were the French Protestants who were fleeing persecution
and came to Jacksonville.
Came to Jacksonville.
No way.
And so there's Huguenot Park there, and they got slaughtered by the Catholics in St. Augustine for not renouncing their Protestant faith and swearing allegiance to the Pope. So the flagship of that fleet was La Trinité. So we decided to name the church Trinity Reformed Evangelical Church.
Wow.
And so there's a lot of cool history there with Protestants.
You guys do have a lot going on there.
So that's 3 church plants.
Yeah, I mean, in various stages.
Yeah, various stages.
Yeah.
Within basically it sounds like it was about an hour and a half driving distance from where you're at. So you're kind of strategically in the middle of all these plants and helping them in their various forms.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic, man.
So is there any other CREC churches? I mean, Yuri's out there in Florida as well.
Way over in the Panhandle. So
Pensacola.
But outside of that, is there
He's
any
in a
other
different time
CREC
zone.
churches?
Yeah, we've got but most of them are in the Panhandle.
Okay.
So we've got there's a mission church in the Orlando area.
Yeah.
But Northeast Florida has just been completely empty for.
Why has it been hard to get churches to get? Is it just kind of like an opening up of the CREC? It's just finally migrating that way, or is this a tough area to minister in?
Florida has, maybe this is true of other places too, but Florida has this very, very casual culture, vacation culture.
It's hot.
Well, it is. It is hot.
It's
yes.
hot.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. But people, I don't know, people just have a mindset of, they just want to go to church in flip-flops, and if they go to church at all, because hey, it's really nice at the beach.
Yeah.
Or
California kind of like that too.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, every
yeah.
beach places, and California's not that hot, but the beach and the weather's so nice. Like, why would we go to church? You know, and I want to be very casual, shorts and flip flops.
Yeah. Yeah. So anything with any kind of liturgy is, kind of like a big turnoff. And I don't know. It's an interesting place with a kind of an unusual culture that what the CREC has to bring is not exactly what people there maybe are looking for. But I think, like you were talking about earlier, stuff with COVID, stuff with things that have been going on the past few years have really opened some people's eyes, got some people reconsidering,
Yeah, I was going to ask, when you are coming to an environment where you're bringing a completely different culture than the one people are there, because I think it makes more sense if you're somebody like, what's that, Bill Hybels and, the seeker-sensitive movement.
Yeah.
And you go into an environment, that you can gather a group of people because you guys just have to give them what it is they think they want, right? And so when you go into an area, it's easy to say, okay, I know what it is I think you guys like, and if I can create an environment where you like those kind of things, then I get you to come. You guys aren't coming like that. You guys are coming in an environment where you're like, yeah, we're probably not going to sing your style of music. We're going to require that you have a better standard of dress, not the Acts 29 stuff, guys. Everything's going to be a completely robust Christian culture that is going to be almost almost like a kid tasting something bitter. Like I don't know if I want that. How do you get people to take more than one taste of coming to a CREC church service?
It's tough. It is. I think the most potent thing that CREC churches have is the community, the hospitality, and the fruit, right? The fruit of generational faithfulness, the fruit of presenting a vision of keeping your kids and not sending your kids off to be trained as Marxists and
educate your kids and all that stuff. You've been you're in some sense hospitality South. What's the CREC?
He's like, well,
what do you mean? What do you mean community and hospitality?
I mean, a lot of people just go to church and they want to go to a big church where they can just hide in the crowd.
Yeah.
They want to be anonymous.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had people tell me that. Like, they go to the big mega church.
Yeah.
Where
I ain't gonna lie, I do.
Nobody's gonna miss them.
I ain't gonna lie, that's for real. I don't want to be seen. I want to be in the back. I want to come in. I want to go. And that's the thing. But you can't. Right.
Right.
Like, it's not. And I'm better for it every Sunday that's not a reality. Right.
Yeah.
So I totally understand that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a temptation to, if I want to go, then I'll go. If I don't feel like going, I don't want anybody checking up on me, asking me where I was or what's going on, So a lot of people just have this mindset of not just showing up for the entertainment and leaving. But when you experience real community, when you experience real hospitality, and of course that flows out of how you worship.
Amen.
Right. But when you experience that, now some people get turned off to that and aren't interested.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are just dying for that.
Yeah.
People are lonely. I mean, people don't have any close friends. A lot of people.
They got therapists. They got to pay people to be friends to them.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you're so right. So that kind of thing, people be there for you, people to pray for you, people to walk with you through difficult things. That's very potent. And
bro, you are so right. As you're talking, I'm thinking about, I've been listening to a little Jordan lately around the sacraments, and it's been really interesting. I think one of the things that I've started to put my finger on more and more as I look at the CREC is that the sacraments actually have, they work themselves out inside of community and culture.
Absolutely.
So that's not just a moment of thinking about the Lord as we're taking the bread and the wine. It actually has a tangible reality to it. And in the breaking of the bread and, having communion every week, and then that whole loaf going around to the whole body just tied me to all these people in a way that I wasn't tied to them before, And so we're one loaf that's been broken and spread out. And so that bleeds out all the way into how, and it's unique here in Moscow because you see these people every day.
Sure.
But I don't think that I think a lot of CREC churches really are mindful of the communal aspect of the table outside of the taking of the sacraments. And I think that's one of the, I think last night some of the brothers that are here were out until like 1 or 2 in the morning. And then some other brothers who had experienced before, like, I've never experienced anything like this. And it's real fellowship, it's rich fellowship. And it's the kind of thing that, like you say, I think, as a human, you're designed to be a part of.
Yeah.
You just don't see it all the time. And when you see it, you're like, that's it. That's what I've been wanting. And even though it's kind of weird or odd to be in trying to learn how to sing Psalms for the first time, just like babies trying to learn how to talk.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. You're trying to get, there's something about still, seeing that smile and that relationship and that kindred spirit between brothers that you're like, I might not know how to sing all these songs and engage in all this new culture yet, but it sure is fun, right? It sure is joyful.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the way that we worship shapes everything else, So they say that, politics is downstream from culture and culture is downstream from religion, right? Because the word culture comes from the word cult, which just means worship. So how you worship flows out into how you live, and it builds a certain kind of culture.
That's right.
And so, like Virgil Hurt, the presiding minister of the council, said yesterday to all the people who were there, he said, "Welcome. If you're just checking out the CREC, this may be the first Presbyterian meeting you've ever enjoyed in your life."
That's funny.
And that's what a lot of people say when they come from other denominations, where like nobody likes each other. And, and people don't have camaraderie and fellowship and feel like they're in the trenches together, fighting alongside each other. And a lot of that is built out of our emphasis on, having the table every single week and having the whole body there, communing together. And I think that's really, really potent. So anyway, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. And so let's website, I guess you got 3 different places that are getting planted, so just kind of give a rundown again before we end. Like,
he's like the North Florida Pope.
Yeah, I
You know?
guess so. Right? Is that right? Can we do that? I don't think we can do that.
I'm sure.
I don't
Sure.
know.
I think Calvin would come up out of his grave and get me. Or something.
Probably not before Doug.
Yeah, that's right.
Doug
Yeah.
would have to get you first.
Yeah, sure.
That's funny.
But so give a rundown of where these churches are, and if people want to be a part of them, how they can contact them.
Absolutely. So I pastor Christ Redeemer Presbyterian Church in Live Oak, and you can find us on Facebook. And then we've got Christ the King Presbyterian Church in Tallahassee, which is an up and running mission church. Great group of folks there. And then we've got the Gainesville Psalm Sings. That's what their Facebook page is called, where we're trying to generate interest to see what kind of interest there is in that area for the possibility of a CREC church plant. And then we've got Trinity Reformed Evangelical Church, which is in Jacksonville. It's not doesn't exist yet, but we've got an interest meeting on October the 14th in the evening. So we're asking people in that area to RSVP for specific details, because that meeting will be hosted in a home in the Jacksonville area. So love it for people in those parts to get in touch with me.
And are you also just kind of preaching as you can to help out the churches and stuff, you know?
Well, we've really, I mean, the Tallahassee church is the only church meeting for worship at this point. And they've got a pastor.
Yep.
So I go over there as often as I can, but no, I don't have to be like circuit riding at this point. I mean, hopefully.
Yeah. Hopefully they can get more. Yeah. Right.
Man,
dude,
what?
I love it. I love hearing that, man. 4 churches in
Just
northern
taking
Florida,
over
just like
northern
that,
Florida,
or Florida
northeast
plants and various
That's awesome.
variations of it. Yeah.
Well, thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank
Appreciate
you so
having you
much.
on. What
Thank
a
you for having me
day,
It's
man.
been 5 hours.
5 hours,
of doing this,
over
man.
9 pastors.
Hey, we don't need Toby.
CREC
Actually,
Extravaganza.
I miss Toby.
I do too. Yeah, because he wouldn't have just ate on the show. He would actually talk
No,
a little more.
we were hungry.
Tomorrow we start again at 10 o'clock,
I think
and we
10.
go until 3. And then
Yeah.
we have a live show with David Bonson tomorrow. What do you say?
Tomorrow.
What's the last question? Given this, okay, hold on. Let me see.
Given the CREC is relatively new and blessed with pastors trained everywhere else, where does CREC recommend for MDivs? Oh, kind of basically, where does CREC recommend for like pastoral training?
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a couple locations. I know you might be able to answer this too, but I know in our town, we have Greyfriars Hall. You can actually go to christcirk.com to get connected to Greyfriars Hall. I went to Greyfriars Hall. Pastor Toby went to Greyfriars Hall.
I wish I can go to Greyfriars.
Yeah, and so I mean, the thing that the CREC I think does really well is that they take it upon the church to train pastors. So we don't really have like an official seminary in the CREC church. Now there's pastoral. Our terminology we like to use is pastoral ministerial training, training, which is basically the equivalent of a seminary and everything. So there's a number of areas. Thopolis. What's the guys at Portland area?
They've just started. It was
what's it called?
Reformation Bible Institute or something, and now it's actually become it's a seminary, Reformed Evangelical Seminary.
Okay, RES, Reformed Evangelical Seminary, out of it's not Portland, it's the
Oregon
City. Yeah. So there's actually a couple of churches that have started pastoral training institutes or pastoral seminaries that you can check out within our denomination. I wonder, are they all linked on the CREC churches.org? They should do that.
We should figure out how to do that.
Bottom line is, I think the thing I just want to communicate is like the way, generally speaking, pastors should be trained is through the church, and that's kind of how we emphasize it in our different training institutions that are in the CREC. So, check those institutions out.
Was there anybody else we missed? I think that's it too.
All right.
If you're single, get married. If you're married, have you some kids. And if you have kids, go baptize them. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. Love your neighbor as yourself. Go fight, laugh, and feast. 5 hours.
Yes.
CREC Extravaganza.
We're going to break
now,
up all these different interviews so you can have
you'll have
your
them.
individual pastor interview and everything. So
This
thanks.
is CrossPolitic.
Yeah.